Part 1. The Rationale of Religion. Chapter 1. The Naturalness of All Belief. 1. Origin of the gods from fear. It seems probable, despite theological cavils, that Petronius was right in his signal saying, "Fear first made the gods." In the words of a recent hierologist, we may be sure that primitive man took to himself the credit of his successful attempts to work the mechanism of nature for his own advantage, but when the machinery did not work he ascribed the fault to some overruling supernatural power. It was the violation of, previously exploited, sequences, and the frustration of his expectations, by which the belief in supernatural power was not created, but first called forth. 11. The fact that this writer proceeds to repudiate his own doctrine 12 is no reason why we should, save to the extent of noting the temerity of his use of the term, supernatural. There are some very strong reasons, apart from the a priori one cited above, for thinking that the earliest human notions of superhuman beings were framed in terms of fear. Perhaps the strongest of all is the fact that savages and barbarians in nearly all parts of the world appear to regard disease and death as invariably due to purposive hostile action, whether normal, magical, or spiritual. 13. Not even old age is for many of these primitive thinkers a probable natural cause of death. 14. If then the life of early man was not much less troublous than that of contemporary primitives, he is likely to have been moved as much as they to conceive of the unseen powers as malevolent. On the Gold Coast, says a close student, the majority of these spirits are malignant. I believe that originally all were conceived as malignant. 15. And how, indeed, could it be otherwise? Those who will not assent have forgotten, as indeed most anthropologists strangely forget when they are discussing the beginnings of religion, that man as we know him is descended from something less human, more brute, something nearer the predatory beast life of fear and foray. When in the period of upward movement which we term civilization, as distinct from animal savagery, there could arise thrills of yearning or gratitude towards unknown powers, we are eons off from the stage of subterhuman growth in which the germs of conceptual religion must have stirred. If the argument is to be that there is no religion until man loves his gods, let it be plainly put, and let not a verbal definition become a petitio principii. If, again, no noumena are to be termed gods but those who are loved, let that proposition too be put as a simple definition of term. But if we are to look for the beginnings of the human notion of noumena, of unseen spirits who operate in nature and interfere with man, let it be as plainly put that they presumably occurred when fear of the unknown was normal, and gratitude to an unknown impossible. But in saying that fear first made the gods, or made the first gods, we imply that other god-making forces came into play later, and no dispute arises when this is affirmed of the process of making the gods of the higher religions, in their later forms. Even here, at the outset, the play of gratitude is no such ennobling exercise as to involve much lifting of the moral standpoint, and even in the higher religions gratitude to the god is often correlative with fear of the evil spirits whom he wards off. This factor is constantly present in the Gospels and in the polemic of the early fathers. 16. And has never disappeared from religious life. The pietist who in our own day pours out thanks to Providence for saving him in the earthquake in which myriads have perished is no more ethically attractive than philosophically persuasive, and the gratitude of savages and barbarians for favors received and expected can hardly have been more refined. It might even be said that a cruder egoism presides over the making of good gods than over the birth of the gods of fear. 17. The former having their probable origin in an individualistic as against a tribal instinct. But it may be granted that the god who ostensibly begins as a private guardian angel or family spirit may become the germ of a more ethical cultus than that of the god generically feared. And the process chronically recurs. There is, indeed, no generic severance between the gods of fear and the gods of love, most deities of the more advanced races having both aspects. Nevertheless, certain specified deities are so largely shaped by men's affections that they might recognizably be termed the beloved gods. It will on the whole be helpful to an understanding of the subject if we name such gods, in terms of current conceptions, the Christs of the world's pantheon. That title, indeed, no less fitly includes figures which do not strictly rank as gods, but in thus widely relating it we shall be rather elucidating than obscuring religious history. Only by some such collocation of ideas can the inquirer surmount his presuppositions and take the decisive step towards seeing the religions of mankind as alike man-made. On the other hand, he is not thereby committed to any one view in the field of history proper, he is left free to argue for a historical Christ as for a historical Buddha. Even on the ground of the concept of evolution, however, scientific agreement is still hindered by persistence in the old classifications. The trouble meets us on one line in arbitrary fundamental separations between mythology and religion, early religion and early ethics, religion and magic, genuine myths and non-genuine myths. 18 On another line it meets us in the shape of a sudden and local reopening of the problem of theistic intervention in a quasi-philosophical form, or a willful repudiation of naturalistic method when the inquiry reaches current beliefs. Thus results which were reached by disinterested scholarship a generation ago are sought to be subverted, not by a more thorough scholarship, but by keeping away from the scholarly problem and suggesting a new standard of values, open to no rational tests. It may be well, therefore, to clear the ground so far as may be of such dispute at the outset by stating and vindicating the naturalistic position in regard to it. 2. All belief results of reasoning. In the midst of much dispute, moral science approaches agreement on the proposition that all primitive beliefs and usages, however strange or absurd, are to be understood as primarily products of judgment, representing theories of causation or guesses at the order of things. To such agreement, however, hindrance is set up by the reversion of some inquirers to the old view that certain savage notions are irrational, in the strict sense. Thus Dr. F. B. Jevons decides that there is no rational principle of action in taboo, it is mechanical, arbitrary, because its sole basis is the arbitrary association of ideas, rational, because its principle is, in the words of Mr. Lang, that causal connection in thought is equivalent to causative connection in fact. 19 Again, Dr. Jevons lays it down. 20 That taboo is the conviction that there are certain things which must, absolutely must, and not on grounds of experience of unconscious utility, be avoided. It is significant that in both of these passages the proposition runs into verbal insignificance or countersense. In the first cited we are told, 1. That a certain association of ideas is arbitrary because its basis is an arbitrary association of ideas, and 2. That it is all the while a causal, i.e., a non-arbitrary, connection in thought. In the last we are in effect told that the tabooer is conscious that he is not proceeding on an ancestral experience when he is merely not conscious of doing so. When instructed men thus repeatedly lapse into mere nullities of formula, there is presumably something wrong with their theory. Now, the whole subject of taboo is put outside science by the assumption that the practice is in origin, irrational, and absolute, and arbitrary, and independent of all experience of utility. As Dr. Jevons himself declares in another connection, the savage thought is subject to mental laws as much as is civilized man's. How, then, is this dictum to be reconciled with that? What is the law of the savage arbitrariness? Conceivably part of it lies before us in Dr. Jevons's page of denial. The very illustration first given by him for the proposition last cited from him is that the mourner is as dangerous as the corpse he has touched, the mourner is as dangerous to those he loves as to those he hates. Here, one would suppose, was a pretty obvious clue to an intelligible causation. Is it to be, arbitrarily, decided that primitive men never observed the phenomena of contagion from corpse to mourners, and from mourners to their families, or, observing it, never sought to act on the experience? Is it not notorious that among contemporary primitives there is often an intense and vigilant fear of contagious disease? 21 The only fair objection to accepting such a basis for one species of taboo is that for other species no such explanation is available. But what science looks for in such a matter is not a direct explanation for every instance, it suffices that we find an explanation or explanations for such a principle or conception as taboo, and then recognize that, once set up, it may be turned to really arbitrary account by chiefs, priests, and adventurers. Arbitrary has two significations. In two references, it means illogical, in reference to reason, or representative of one will as against the general will. In the first sense, it is here irrelevant, for no one pretends that taboo is right, but it may apply in the other in a way not intended by Dr. Jevons. For nothing can be more obvious than the adaptability of the idea of taboo, once crystallized or conventionalized in a code, to purposes of individual malice, and to all such procedure as men indicate by the term priestcraft. Dr. Jevons, in his concern to prove, what no one ever seriously disputed, that priests did not and could not create the religious or superstitious instinct, leaves entirely out of his exposition, and even by implication denies, the vitally relevant truth that they exploit it. And in overlooking this he sadly burdens, if he does not wreck, his own unduly biased theory of the religious instinct as something relatively deep, and as proceeding in terms of an abnormal consciousness of contact with the divine. For if those relatively arbitrary and irrational forms of taboo do not come from the priest, that is, from the religion maker or monger, whether official or not, they must, on Dr. Jevons's own showing, come from religion. It may be that he would not at once reject such a conclusion, for the apparent motive of much of his treatment of taboo is the sanctification of it as an element in the ancestry of the Christian religion. For this purpose he is ready to go to notable lengths, as when 22 he allows cannibalism to be sometimes religious in intention. But while insisting at one point on the absolute unreasonedness and immediate certitude of the notion of taboo, apparently in order to place it on all fours with the direct consciousness, which for him is the mark of a religious belief, he admits in so many words, as we have seen, that it is arbitrary and irrational, which is scarcely a way of accrediting it as a religious phenomenon. Rather, the purpose of that aspersion seems to be to open the way for another aggrandizement of religion as having suppressed irrational taboo. On the one hand, we are told 23 that the savage's fallacious belief in the transmissibility of taboo was the sheath which enclosed and protected a conception that was to blossom and bear a priceless fruit, the conception of social obligation. This is an arguable thesis, not framed by Dr. Jevons for the purposes of his theorem, but spontaneously set forth by several missionaries. 24 Here we need but note the implication of the old fallacy that when any good is seen to follow upon an evil we must assume the evil to have been a conditio sine qua non of the good. The missionaries and Dr. Jevons have assumed that but for the device of taboo there could have been no social code, a thesis not to be substantiated either deductively or inductively. But with this problem we need not now concern ourselves, since Dr. Jevons himself turns the tables on it. After the claim has been made for the salvatore action of taboo, we read 25 that it was only among the minority of mankind, and there only under exceptional circumstances, that the institution bore its best fruit. Indeed, in many respects the evolution of taboo has been fatal to the progress of humanity. And again, in religion the institution also had a baneful effect. The irrational restrictions, touch not, taste not, handle not, which constitute formalism, are essentially taboos, essential to the education of man at one period of his development, but a bar to his progress later. But now is introduced 26 the theorem of the process by which taboo has been converted into an element of civilization. It is this, from the fallacy of magic man was delivered by religion, and there are reasons for believing that it was by the same aid he escaped from the irrational restrictions of taboo. 27 In the higher forms of religion, the trivial and absurd restrictions are cast off, and those alone retained which are essential to morality and religion. 28 We shall have to deal later with the direct propositions here put, but for the moment it specially concerns us to note that the denouement does not hold scientifically or logically good. The fact remains that irrational taboo as such was, in the terms of the argument, strictly religious, that religion in this aspect had no sense in it, inasmuch as taboo had passed from a primitive precaution to a priest-made convention. 29 And that what religion is alleged to deliver man from is just religion. Thus alternately does religion figure for the apologist as a rational tendency correcting an irrational, and as an irrational tendency doing good which a rational one cannot. And the further we follow his teaching the more frequently does such a contradiction emerge. 3. Dr. Jevons' theories of religious evolution at the close of his work, apparently forgetting the propositions of his first chapter as to the priority of the sense of obstacle in the primitive man's notion of supernatural forces, Dr. Jevons affirms that the earliest attempt towards harmonizing the facts of the external and inner consciousness, by which is meant observation and reflection, took the form of ascribing the external prosperity which befell a man to the action of the divine love of which he was conscious within himself, and the misfortunes which befell him to the wrath of the justly offended divine will. 30 Here we have either a contradiction of the thesis before cited, or a resort to the extremely arbitrary assumption that in taking credit to himself for successful management of things, and imputing his miscarriages to a superior power, the primitive man is not trying to harmonize the facts of his experience. Such an argument would be on every ground untenable, but it appears to be all that can stand between Dr. Jevons and self-contradiction. The way to a sound position is by settling impartially the definition of the term religion. How Dr. Jevons misses this may be gathered from the continuation of the passage under notice. Man, being by nature religious, began by a religious explanation of nature. To assume, as is often done, that man had no religious consciousness begin with, and that the misfortunes which befell him inspired him with fear, and fear led him to propitiate the malignant beings whom he imagined to be the causes of his suffering, fails to account for the very thing it intended to explain, namely, the existence of religion. It might account for superstitious dread of malignant beings, it does not account for the grateful worship of benignant beings, nor for the universal satisfaction which man finds in that worship. As we have seen, Dr. Jevons himself had at the outset plainly posited what he now describes as a fallacious assumption. On his prior showing, man's experience of apparent hostility in nature first called forth his belief in supernatural power. The interposed phrase was not created but looks like an after attempt to reconcile the earlier proposition with the later. But there is no real reconciliation, for Dr. Jevons thus sets up only the vain suggestion that the primitive man was from the first conscious of the existence of good supernatural powers but did not think they did him any good, another collapse in countersense, or else the equally unmanageable notion that primitive man recognized helpful supernatural being but was not grateful to them for their help. That the argument has not been scientifically conducted is further clear from the use now of the expression superstitious dread as the equivalent of fear, while grateful worship stands for satisfaction. Why superstitious dread and not superstitious gratitude? A scientific inquiry will treat the phenomena on a moral par and will at this stage simply put aside the term superstition. It is relevant only as imputing a superior degree of gratuitousness of belief, whether by way of fear or of satisfaction, at a comparatively advanced state of culture. To call a savage superstitious when he fears a god, and religious when he thanks one, is not only to warp the science of religion at the start, but to block even the purpose in view, for, as we have seen, Dr. Jevons is constrained by his own motive of edification to assume that the benignant god ought by rights to be sometimes feared. For, scientific view of the religious evolution putting aside as unscientific all such prejudgments, and leaving the professed religionist his personal remedy of discriminating finally between true and false religion, let us begin at the beginning by noting that religious consciousness can intelligibly mean only a given direction of consciousness. And if we are to make any consistent specification of the point at which consciousness begins to be religious, we shall put it impartially in simple animism, the spontaneous surmise, seen to be dimly made or makeable even by animals, that not only animals and plants, but inanimate things, may possess life. Dr. Jevons rightly points out 31 that this primary notion neither proceeds from nor implies nor accounts for belief in the supernatural, and he goes on to show, developing here the doctrine which he ultimately repudiates, how the latter notion would arise through man's connecting with certain agencies or spirits, the frustrative or molestive power, which he had already found to exercise an unexpected and irresistible control over his destiny. In this way, continues Dr. Jevons, suddenly granting much more than he need or ought, the notion of supernatural power, which originally was purely negative and manifested itself merely in suspending or counteracting the uniformity of nature, came to have a positive content. From this point, as might have been divined, the argument becomes confused to the last degree. We have been brought to the supernatural as a primitive product of a. the recognition of irregular and frustrative forces in nature, and b. the identification of them as personalities or spirits like man. But immediately, in the interests of another preconception, the theorist proceeds in effect to cancel this by arguing that, when men resort to magic, the idea of the supernatural has disappeared. His proposition is that the belief in the supernatural was prior to the belief in magic, and that the latter, whenever it sprang up, was a degradation or relapse in the evolution of religion, 32 inasmuch as it assumed man's power to control the forces of nature by certain stratagems. And as he argues at the same time that religion and magic had different origins, and were always essentially distinct from one another, it is implied that religion began in that belief in a frustrative supernatural which is asserted to have preceded magic. That is to say, religion began in the recognition of hostile or dangerous powers. Now, a logically vigilant investigator would either not have said that belief in a supernatural was constituted by the recognition of hostile personal forces in nature, or, having said it, would have granted that magic was an effort to circumvent supernatural as well as other forces. Dr. Jevons first credits the early savage with, among other things, conception of supernatural power which excluded the idea of man's opposition, and then with the power so to transform his first notion as to see in the so-called supernatural merely forms of nature. An intellectual process achieved in the civilized world only as a long and arduous upward evolution on scientific lines is thus supposed to have been more or less sudden, effected as a mere matter either of ignorant downward drift or of perverse experiment by primeval man, or at least by savage man. It is not easy to be more arbitrary in the way of hypothesis. Combating the contrary view, which makes magic prior to religion, Dr. Jevons writes, to read some writers, who derive the powers of priests, and even of the gods, from those of the magician, and who consider apparently that magic requires no explanation, one would imagine that the savage, surrounded by supernatural powers and a prey to supernatural terrors, one day conceived the happy idea that he too would himself exercise supernatural power, and the thing was done, sorcery was invented, and the rest of the evolution of religion follows without difficulty. 33. It is difficult to estimate the relevance of this criticism without knowing the precise expressions which provoked it, but as regards any prevailing view of evolution it is somewhat pointless. One day is not the formula of evolutionary conceptions. But Dr. Jevons's own doctrine, which is to the effect that magical rites arose by way of parody of worship rites after the latter had for ages been in undisputed possession, suggests just such a catastrophic conception as he imputes. Rejecting the obvious evolutionary hypothesis that explicit magic and explicit religion so-called arose confusedly together, that magic employs early religious machinery because it is but a contemporary expression of the state of mind in which religion rises and roots, he insists that magic cannot have been tried save by way of late parody, in an intellectual atmosphere which, nevertheless, he declares to be extremely conservative, 34, and which is therefore extremely unlikely to develop such parodies. 35. Dr. Jevons's doctrinal motive, it is pretty clear, is his wish to relieve religion of the discredit of magic, even as he finally and remorsefully seeks to relieve it of the discredit of originating in fear. Having no such axe to grind, the scientific inquirer might here offer to let religion mean anything Dr. Jevons likes, if he will only stick to one definition. But science must stipulate for some term to designate a series of psychological processes which originate in the same order of cognitions and conceptions, on the same plane of knowledge, and have strictly correlative results in action. And as such a term would certainly have to be applied sooner or later to much of what Dr. Jevons wants to call religion, we may just as well thrash out the issue over that long-established name. 5. Dr. Fraser's definition. The need for an understanding becomes pressing when we compare with the conceptions of Dr. Jevons those of Dr. J. G. Fraser, as set forth in the revised edition of his great work, The Golden Bough. Having before the issue of his first edition failed, perhaps inexcusably, he modestly avows, to define even to myself my notion of religion, he was then disposed to class magic loosely under it as one of its lower forms. Now he has come to agree with Sir A. C. Lyell and Mr. F. B. Jevons in recognizing a fundamental distinction and even opposition of principle between magic and religion. 36. On this view he defines religion as a propitiation or conciliation of powers superior to man which are believed to direct and control the course of nature and of human life. In this sense, he adds, it will readily be perceived that religion is opposed in principle both to magic and to science. 37. The first comment on such a proposition is that it all depends on what you mean by principle. If religion means only the act of propitiation and conciliation of certain alleged powers, its principle may be placed either in the hope that such propitiation will succeed or in the feeling that it ought to be tried. In either case, the accuracy of the proposition is far from clear. But we must widen the issue. It will be seen that Dr. Fraser's formal definition of religion is as inadequate as that implied in the argument of Dr. Jevons, though his practical handling of the case is finally the more scientific. On the above definition, belief is no part of religion, 38, and neither is gratitude, though fear may be held to be implied in propitiation. Further, religion has by this definition nothing to do with ethics, and even conduct shaped by way of simple obedience to a god's alleged commands is barely recognized under the head of propitiation. Finally, a theist who has ever so reverently arrived at the idea of an all-wise omnipotence which needs not to be propitiated or conciliated, has on Dr. Fraser's definition ceased to be religious. It will really not do. I am not here pressing for a wider definition, as do some professed rationalists, by way of securing for my own philosophy or ethic the prestige of a highly respectable name, nor do I even endorse their claim as for themselves. I simply urge that as a matter of scientific convenience and consistency the word must be allowed to cover at least the bulk of the phenomena to which it has immemorially been applied. where Dr. Fraser by his definition makes religion nearly unknown to the Australian, because the Australian, mainly for lack of the wherewithal, does not sacrifice. 39 Mr. Lang ascribes to them a higher or deeper religious feeling on that very account. 40 Such chaos of definition must be averted by a more comprehensive theory. Whether or not we oppose magic to religion, we cannot exclude from the latter term the whole process of non-propitiatory religious ethic, of thanksgiving ritual, and of cosmological doctrine. Later we shall have to deal with Dr. Jevons's attempt to withdraw the term from theistic philosophy and from mythology, but we may provisionally insist that emotional resignation to the divine will is in terms of all usage whatsoever a religious phenomenon. It remains to consider the alleged severance between religion and magic. It is interesting to find Dr. Jevons and Dr. Fraser here partially at one, as against the general opinion of anthropologists. That may be cited from a theologian, Professor T. W. Davies, in whose doctoral thesis on magic, divination, and demonology, a performance both learned and judicious, it is argued that all magic is a sort of religion. 41 Dr. Fraser, while agreeing with Dr. Jevons that they are opposed, differs from him in holding that magic preceded religion, and by an odd fatality Dr. Fraser contradicts himself as explicitly as does Dr. Jevons. After avowing the belief that in the evolution of thought, magic, as representing a lower intellectual stratum, has probably everywhere preceded religion, 42 he also avows that the antagonism between the two seems to have made its appearance comparatively late in the history of religion. At an earlier stage the functions of priest and sorcerer were often combined, or, to speak perhaps more correctly, were not yet differentiated from each other. To serve his purpose, man wooed the goodwill of gods or spirits by prayer and sacrifice, while at the same time he had recourse to ceremonies and forms of words which he hoped would of themselves bring about the desired result without the help of God or devil. In short, he performed religious and magical rites simultaneously, he uttered prayers and incantations almost in the same breath, knowing or reeking little of the theoretical inconsistency of his behavior, so long as by hook or crook he contrived to get what he wanted. 43 Proceeding with his ostensible support of the thesis that magic preceded religion, Dr. Fraser, in his admirably learned way, gives us fresh illustrations of the same confusion of magic and religion in civilized and uncivilized peoples. 44 From Drive Oldenburg he cites the observation that the ritual of the very sacrifices for which the metrical prayers were composed is described in the older Vedic texts as saturated from beginning to end with magical practices which were to be carried out by the sacrificial priests, and that the Brahmanic rites of marriage initiation and king anointing are complete models of magic of every kind, and in every case the form of magic employed bears the stamp of the highest antiquity. 45 From Sir Gaston Maspero he accepts the weighty reminder that in regard to ancient Egypt we ought not to attach to the word magic the degrading idea which it almost inevitably calls up in the mind of a modern. Ancient magic was the very foundation of religion. The faithful who desired to obtain some favor from a god had no chance of succeeding except by laying hands on the deity, and this arrest could only be effected by means of a certain number of rites, sacrifices, prayers, and chants which the god himself had revealed, and which obliged him to do what was demanded of him. 46 A closely similar state of things is seen in the practice of the Maoris, who, when using coercive spells, to compel the gods to yield to their wishes, added sacrifices and offerings at the same time to appease as it were their anger for being thus constrained. And the missionary who on these data represents the Maoris as rather coercing their gods than praying to them, puts their usage on all fours with that of many French Catholics. 47 To all this, obviously, Dr. Jevons may reply that it does not prove the priority of magic to religion. 48 Neither, however, does it give any basis for Dr. Jevons's thesis of the secondariness of magic. It simply sets forth that in the earliest available records, as in the practice of contemporary savages, magic so-called and propitiatory religion so-called coexist and cohere. In Dr. Fraser's own words, they were not yet differentiated from each other, differentiated, that is, in the moral estimate of priest and worshipper. But in the terms of the proposition, the practice of propitiation was there, and there is nothing to show that it was a late variation on confident magic. On the other hand, the documentary evidence, so far as it goes, is in favor of the priority of magic so-called. The magical texts formed the earliest sacred literature of Chaldea. This fact remains unshaken. 49 What, then, becomes of the argument that magic and religion so-called are opposed, because they are logically inconsistent with each other? Like Dr. Jevons, Dr. Fraser makes a good deal of the theoretic analogy of magic with science, both being alleged to rest upon the assumption of the uniformity of nature, and the operation of immutable laws acting mechanically. 50 Now, while we need not hesitate to see in magic in particular, even as in religion in general, man's early gropings towards science, we must not let ourselves be by a mere verbalism confused as to what magic is. Obviously it does not assume the uniformity of nature, inasmuch as it assumes to control nature by different devices, framing new procedures where the old fail. It does not even invariably assume strict uniformity in the magical processes itself, but that is the one sort of uniformity of cause and effect that the magician has approaches to conceiving. Now, this conception connects much less with that of what we may term the normal relation of man to nature than with that of his relation to the sets of forces apprehended by late thought as spiritual, but by early thought merely as unseen. Early man, presumably, had a normal notion of the process of breaking a stone or killing a foe, and there if anywhere lay the beginnings of his science. As Adam Smith put it, fire burns and water refreshes, heavy bodies descend, and lighter substances fly upwards, by the necessity of their own nature, nor was the invisible hand of Jupiter ever apprehended to be employed in those matters. 51 As Kant put it, primitive man never made a god of weight. 52 But even as he thought the invisible or inferable personalities could do many kinds of great things, so he thought that, by taking pains, he could, inasmuch as he never clearly differentiated them from himself in nature and capacity. Thus his magic was part of his way of thinking about what was for him the occult, or inferred side of things, which way of thinking as a whole was his religion. To speak in terms of Dr. Jevons's primary position, he was as magician interfering with the sequences of nature as he supposed the occult personalities did. On yet another ground, we are disallowed from charging inconsistency on primitive or ancient religious thought in respect of divergences from later conceptions. One of the more notable of those divergences is the idea that the gods themselves are subject to the course of nature, or the law of fate. It is reached by modern Native Americans, 53, as it was by some ancient Egyptians, 54, and it stands out from the religious speculation of ancient Greece. 55 In both stages it is compatible with propitiation, and yet it gives a quasi-logical basis for the resort to magic, regarded as a temporary circumvention of the law of things. So with the belief in opposed deities, even if none be regarded as evil, like Ahriman, there is nothing specially inconsistent in a magic that seeks to employ a power of which, in the terms of the case, no deity has a monopoly. On this basis polytheism offers an easy way out of the indictment for inconsistency. When Porphyry asked Abaddon, does not he who says he will burst the heavens, or reveal the secrets of Isis, or expose the arcanum in the adytum, or scatter the members of Osiris to Typhon, does not he who says this, by thus threatening what he knows not and cannot do, prove himself grossly foolish? The sage answers with confidence that such threats are used against not any of the celestial gods but a lower order of powers, and that the theurgist commands these, as existing superior to them in the order of the gods, and possessing power, through a union with the gods, in virtue of his magic. 56 That is, of course, a late and sophisticated account of the matter. The earlier theologian simply did not realize that any charge of inconsistency could arise. In any case, the Old Testament abounds in cases of sympathetic magic, the sprinkling of the blood of the hallowed sacrifice upon the ears and thumbs and toes of the priests, 57 the holding up of the arms of Moses, 58 in the attitude of the sun god and war god Mithra, 59 to sway the battle, the sending forth of the scapegoat, 60 the blowing of the trumpets before the walls of Jericho, 61 the raising of the widow's son by Elijah, stretching himself upon the child 3 times, 62, all these are acts neither of prayer nor of propitiation, but of sympathetic magic, which is the germ of all magic, and the theorist may be defied to show that they stood for degradation or relapse in the evolution of religion. 63 If, indeed, he could show it, he would be putting a rod in pickle for his theory of the super-excellence of Hebrew monotheism, which evolved itself with these accompaniments. The early priest, then, is to be called inconsistent in his resort to magic only on the view that he had the definite modern conception of the omnipotence of a supernatural power, and this he simply had not. It is, then, quite beside the case to argue, as does even Dr. Fraser, 64, that the fatal flaw of magic lies in its total misconception of the particular laws which govern natural sequences. That is not a differentiation between magic and religion, for the religious conception that nature is to be affected by propitiating unseen powers is just as fatally wrong, and it arose in the same fashion by association of ideas, men assuming that nature was ruled by a personality like themselves. Why, then, is the flaw dwelt upon? If it be to prepare for the view that at a certain stage a portion of mankind began to abandon magic as a principle of faith and practice and to betake themselves to religion instead, 65. The answer is that on Dr. Fraser's own showing men for whole ages practiced both concurrently, 66, and that in the terms of the case they are as likely to have taken to magic because prayer failed as vice versa. Dr. Fraser, indeed, only diffidently suggests that a tardy recognition of the inherent falsehood and barrenness of magic set the more thoughtful part of mankind to cast about for a true theory of nature and a more fruitful method of turning her resources to account. But by his own showing he has no right to this hypothesis even on an avowal of diffidence. As well might the contrary theory of Dr. Jevons be supported by the suggestion that the inherent falsehood and barrenness of the theory of prayer and propitiation set the more resourceful part of mankind on a more effectual control of nature by way of magic. 67. Had not men all along been trying both? Equally untenable, surely, is the distinction drawn by Dr. Fraser 68 between the haughty self-sufficiency of the magician, his arrogant demeanor towards the higher powers, and his unabashed claim to exercise a sway like theirs, and the attitude of the priest, with his awful sense of the divine majesty and his humble prostration in presence of it. Dr. Fraser can hardly mean to be ironical, but his words may very well serve to convey such a sense when applied to the attitude of the priesthoods of all ages, Brahmanical 69 or Papal, Semitic or Aryan. It would be difficult to distinguish in the matter of modesty between Moses 70 and the magicians of Pharaoh, or Samuel and the witch of Endor, or Elijah and the priests of Baal, or an excommunicating and flag-blessing bishop and an incantating wizard. All the while we have Dr. Fraser's own assurance that for long ages the priest was the magician. If, seeking to form a just judgment, we turn to actual evidence for the attitude of the primitive magician, it lies to our hand in Livingstone's account of the Negro rain doctors of Bechuanaland. Here we have a typical dialogue between the missionary and the magician. The latter complained in friendly fashion to the missionary, "You see, we never get rain, while those tribes who never pray as we do, i.e., Christian fashion, obtain abundance." This, the missionary confesses, was a fact, and we often saw it raining on the hills 10 miles off, while it would not look at us, even with one eye. When the rain doctor set to work, on the score that, the whole country needs the rain I am making, there ensues the argument, M.D., i.e., Livingstone. So you really believe that you can command the clouds? I think that can be done by God alone. Rain doctor. We both believe the very same thing. It is God that makes the rain, but I pray to him by means of these medicines, and, the rain coming, of course it is then mine. M.D. But we are distinctly told in the parting words of our Saviour that we can pray to God acceptably in his name alone, and not by means of medicines. R.D. Truly. But God told us differently. He made black men first, and did not love us as he did the white men. Other tribes place medicines about our country to prevent the rain, so that we may be dispersed by hunger and go to them and augment their power. We must dissolve their charms by our medicines. God has given us one little thing which you know nothing of. He has given us the knowledge of certain medicines by which we can make rain. We do not despise those things which you possess, though we are ignorant of them. You ought not to despise our little knowledge, though you are ignorant of it. This, adds Livingstone, is a brief specimen of their mode of reasoning, which is often remarkably acute. I never succeeded in convincing a single individual of the fallacy of his belief, and the usual effect of discussion is to produce the impression that you yourself are not anxious for rain. 71 Quite so. How could the missionary hope to convince the rain needy? Delusion for delusion, which was the more religious? And which was the plainer fallacy of the two fashions of prayer? The true solution of the problem is that set forth in the essay Sur le totemisme of M. Durkheim, 72, who may be supposed to speak for scientific sociology if anyone does. In that essay he deals incidentally with the view of Dr. Fraser that the Australian Aruntas 73 are at the stage of pure magic, not having yet reached religion. Dr. Jevons, on the contrary, would regard them as truly religious in respect of their totem sacrament. M. Durkheim, applying the inductive method, notes indeed 74 that the life of the Aruntas is stamped with religiosity, and that this religiosity is in origin essentially totemic, but he adds, the territory is covered with sacred trees, and groves, and mysterious grottos, where are piously preserved the objects of the cult. None of those sacred places is approached without a religious terror. And he concludes, what is essential is that the rites of the Aruntas are at all points comparable to those which are found in systems incontestably religious, then they proceed from the same ideas and the same sentiments, and it is arbitrary to refuse them the same title. The final condemnation of Dr. Fraser's definition, however, is, as we shall see cause later to say of that of Dr. Jevons, that in strictness it ignores the bulk of the religious life of mankind. He himself avows that only a part of mankind has ever abandoned magic and taken to religion instead. In his own words, magic is a universal faith, a truly Catholic creed, 75, and he might, without extending his ample anthropological learning, further establish this fact by reference to current religion. If religion is to mean only the ideas of the more thoughtful part of mankind, we shall simply be committed to a new inquiry as to who are the more thoughtful, and the agnostic will have something to say on that head. Are they the believers in the efficacy of prayer? Insofar as such believers profess belief in an omnipotent and unchanging providence, they stultify their theistic creed as vitally as ever did the magician. Prayer presupposes the changeableness of a divine will declared to be unchangeable. Then prayer, like magic, is fundamentally opposed to belief in an omnipotent deity. Where shall we stop? Dr. Fraser 76 supposes the reader to ask, how was it that intelligent men did not sooner detect the fallacy of magic, and he thoughtfully and rightly answers that before the age of science it was really not easy to detect. But he could hardly say as much of prayer, whereof the fallacy was detected among Hebrews and heathens thousands of years ago. Yet by his definition the contemporary believer in prayer is religious and the ancient worshipper of Isis was not. On such principles there can be no science of religion whatever, any more than there is a science of orthodoxy. In order to classify the very phenomena with which Dr. Fraser mainly occupies himself, we should have to create a new set of terms for 9/10 of them, recognizing religion only as a certain procedure that chronically obtruded itself among them. And then would come Dr. Jevons to explain that this religion was not a religion at all, inasmuch as it resulted from a process of reasoning. Science, then, is driven to reject both a priorisms alike, and to proceed to find a definition by way of a loyal induction. 6. The scientific induction is thus. In terms of many observations, and of some of Dr. Jevons's admissions, we are led to realize that the idea of what we term the supernatural not only does not mean for primitive man a consistent distinction, it does not mean it for civilized man. Yet the logical burden of Dr. Jevons's as of Dr. Fraser's indictment against magic is simply that it is inconsistent 77 with the admission of the superiority, the super-ness of the divine, to the human. For the purpose of his plea, he necessarily ignores the salient historical fact made clear by Dr. Fraser, that men have abundantly practiced magic towards the very gods to whom they prayed, and whose supernaturalness they not only avowed but believed in to the extent of holding them immortal. Assyrian, Egyptian, and Indian religious literatures alike are full of cases of such practice. It may be argued that that is still an imperfect conception of the supernatural, that the consistent conception requires the ascription of eternity, of omnipotence, of uncreatedness, of never having begun. But then men have also humbly prayed, without thought of magic, to gods to whom they were grateful and whom they believed to be suffering sons of older gods, and these attitudes of mind Dr. Jevons has fully certificated as religious. But, again, men have similarly prayed to mere saints. What degree, then, of recognition of superiority is to be regarded as constituting recognition of the supernatural? One is moved to ask, what is the theorist's own conception of the supernatural? And what does he mean by the term when he speaks of supernatural terrors? When the critic is himself so far from a clear definition, it is very obviously a mere rhetorical device to say that for the magic monger the conception of the supernatural, by definition, is inconsistent with his practice. He had never given any definition, 78 neither had the religious man who is alleged to have preceded him, and it was simply impossible that they should. The a priori argument against him is thus irrelevant from the start, no less than the a posteriori, and both are further negligible as being inferably motived by a non-scientific purpose. The right view is to be reached on another line. Proceeding on the clear lines of human psychology, we can be absolutely certain of this, that a savage may alternately seek to propitiate and seek to coerce or circumvent a human enemy whom he regards as normally stronger than himself. As Dr. Jevons notes, savage hunters on killing a bear will use a ritual to propitiate the bear clan. As he is well aware, Brahmins and other priests have taught that an ascetic or a ritualist can by his practices gain power to coerce or command the highest gods, 79 to whom ordinary men can but pray. Such a notion, he argues, is a negation of a supernatural in that it assumes the gods to be subject to an order of causation which man can control. But, once more, is it not equally a negation of a supernatural to assume, as the highest religions have done and do, that man can persuade the god by prayer, or propitiate him by confession and sacrifices, or keep him friendly by professing esteem and gratitude? Is not every one of these acts an assumption that the god's moral and mental processes are on a par with those of men, and that he is merely stronger than they? So considered, in what sense is he supernatural? And is not the inconsistency gross when men at once practice prayer and ascribe to their deity foreordination of all things? It is not too much to say that the procedure by which Dr. Jevons classifies magic as anti-religious must logically end in so classing every historic religion, and leaving the title to the name vested solely in professed agnostics and atheists. Some reasoners have actually so allotted the term, but that conclusion will scarcely suit Dr. Jevons's book, so to speak. In view of the whole facts, the terms, belief in the supernatural, must be recognized as signifying for practical purposes merely belief in a personal power that is superhuman, or rather extrahuman, yet quasi-human. And such powers are the gods alike of the earliest savage and the contemporary Christian, the humble offerer of prayer and the practicer of magic. The offerer of prayer, it is true, remains substantially the original type, loyally prostrate before power, civilization having developed the original docility of the cowed savage through the deadly discipline of great despotisms. On the other hand, the magician of the past has either succumbed to that discipline or developed into the man of science, a function which he finds the worshipper of power often sharing with him. But just as they can so coincide now in practice, they coincided at the start in psychology. This view of the case finally follows from another of Dr. Jevons's most definite positions, for he repeatedly describes the primitive, sacramental meal as truly religious, in that it is a higher form of sacrifice than the mere gift sacrifice, being a means of communion with the God, who actually joined in the meal. He does not deny it the title of religion, even when it involves the conception that in the sacramental meal the God is actually eaten. 80 In each of these cases the worshipper certainly believed he had acquired a force not previously his own, even as does the practicer of magic, while the eating of the god is the reductio ad absurdum of his superiority. Here, then, is even a more complete stultification of the logical idea of the supernatural than is committed by the magician, and it is actually made to validate the religion of the sacrificer as against the anti-religion of the magic monger. 7. Dr. Jevons' series of self-contradictions. This contradiction naturally reiterates itself in Dr. Jevons's treatise at 100 points, being fundamental, it strikes through the entire argument. While premising that religion is universally human, and finally contending that man is, by nature religious, and therefore, began by a religious explanation of nature, 81 he pronounces 82 that, 4/5 of mankind, probably, believe in sympathetic magic, which, he declares, not only does not involve in itself the idea of the supernatural, 83 but is hostile from the beginning, 84 to religion, and is the negation thereof. 85 While affirming that the belief in the supernatural equals religion was prior to magic, he explains 86 that it was man's intellectual helplessness in grappling with the forces of nature which led him into the way of religion, i.e., the way in which he began, before he had tried his intellect, and, again, that religion led certain men out of magic, though at the same time they were converted by simply seeing that magic is inefficacious. Again, reverting for one purpose to his original doctrine of the primacy of fear, Dr. Jevons writes 87, magic is, in fact, a direct relapse into the state of things in which man found himself when he was surrounded by supernatural beings, none of which was bound to him by any tie of goodwill, with none of which had he any stated relations, but all were uncertain, capricious, and caused in him unreasoning terror. This reign of terror magic tends to re-establish, and does re-establish, wherever the belief in magic prevails. 88 A few chapters further on, discussing fire festivals and water rites, without asking wherein they psychologically differ from sacramental meals, he writes 89, if we regard those fire festivals and water rites as pieces of sympathetic magic, they are clear instances in which man imagines himself able to constrain the gods, in this case the god of vegetation, to subserve his own ends. Now, this vain imagination is not merely non-religious, but anti-religious, and it is difficult to see how religion could have been developed out of it. It is inconsistent with the abject fear which the savage feels of the supernatural, and which is sometimes supposed to be the origin of religion, and it is inconsistent with that sense of man's dependence on a superior being which is a real element in religion. The contradiction is absolute. For one purpose, magic is declared to restore the primary reign of terror. For another purpose it is declared to be incompatible with a reign of terror, which is now at once implied and denied to be the primary state. We are in fine told that the savage does and does not fear a supernatural. Another series of contradictions is set up by the theorist's determination at certain points so to define religion as to secure a unique status for Judaism and Christianity, a breach of scientific method on all fours with his dichotomy of religion and magic. Dealing with the Egyptian conception of a future state, and noting how the first chapter of the Book of the Dead promises a future life which simply repeats the earthly, he declares that no higher or more spiritual ideal entered or could enter into the composition of the Egyptian abode of bliss, because its origin was essentially non-religious. 90 Such being, however, the nature of the conception of the future life entertained by at least 9/10 of the human race, savage and civilized, we are here again asked to associate the universally human influence with only a fraction of ostensible religious doctrine on one of the most specifically religious topics. In the same fashion, every modification of religious doctrine under the influence of political and religious thought is classed as non-religious. Thus, we are told 91 that the eschatology of the Egyptian and Indian religions was not generated by the religious spirit, but was due to the incorporation of early philosophical speculations into those religions. Further, in flat defiance of Mr. Lang's doctrine as to the primary and pious character of savage supreme gods, Dr. Jevons lays it down that the idea of a supreme god, at the head of a pantheon, is scarcely a religious idea at all. It is not drawn from the spiritual depths of man's nature, it is a conception borrowed from politics. 92 And pantheism in turn, is a metaphysical speculation, not a fact of which the religious consciousness has direct intuition. 93 The upshot is that only that idea is religious which proceeds from an inner consciousness of connection with or perception of deity. There must be no process of reasoning, no philosophy, no criticism. Dr. Fraser's view of religion as beginning in criticism of magic is ruled out as Dr. Fraser ruled out magic itself. And if it should be supposed that on this definition primary animism is clearly religious, Dr. Jevons has his veto ready. In animism man projects his own personality onto external nature. In religion he is increasingly, why only increasingly, impressed by the divine personality. 94 Now, postponing for the moment the scientific answer, the answer of elementary and ultimate psychology, to Dr. Jevons, we have only to turn to the next chapter of his own treatise to find him nullifying this stage of his definition as he has nullified every other. First we are asked 95 to note that faith is not something peculiar or confined to religion, but is interwoven with every act of reason, and that the period of faith does not terminate when the pupil has come to have immediate consciousness of the facts which he could not see. Next, we are assured 96 that the religious mind believes that all facts of which we have immediate consciousness can be reconciled with one another, and that the religious faith which looks forward to the synthesis of all facts in a manner satisfying to the reason covers a much larger area than either science or moral philosophy. Either, then, the religious person becomes utterly irreligious when he thus reasons beyond the immediate facts, so-called, of his consciousness, or Dr. Jevons's definition of religion is once more cancelled by himself. If, again, we return to the chapter on taboo, morality, and religion, where it is argued that religion rationalized taboo, we read that, when the taboos which receive the sanction of religion are regarded as reasonable, as being the commands of a being possessing reason, then the other taboos also may be brought to the test of reason. 97 On the later view, this is an essentially irreligious process. It is true that Dr. Jevons hastens to say, 98, taboo has indeed been rationalized, but not in all cases by reason, and to urge 99 that the prophets and other religious reformers who discriminate between taboos have usually considered themselves in so doing to be speaking, not their own words or thoughts, but those of their God, that is, have spoken as do cannibal priests among Polynesians and the impostor priests of the Slave Coast. 100 This, however, does not save his thesis from the fatal reproach of having explicitly admitted the element of reason for a moment into the religious process. And the lapse recurs, again with a contradiction. In the closing chapter we have from Dr. Jevons successively these three propositions. A belief is an inference, and as such is the work of the reason. The reason endeavors to anticipate the movement of facts. 101 It is an established fact of psychology that every act, mental or physical, requires the concurrence, not only of the reason and the will, but of emotion. 102 Indeed, the reason of primitive man was ex hypothesi undeveloped, and, in any case, religious belief is not an inference reached by reason, but is the immediate consciousness of certain facts. 103 These internecine dicta are offered without apology or apparent misgiving as steps in a continuous process of argument. And just such another series occurs in the chapter in which Dr. Jevons undertakes to make out the characteristic thesis that mythology is not religion. In passing, and apart from the scientific rebuttal, it may be well to note that what Dr. Jevons calls the extraordinary notion that mythology is religion, 104 has never been propounded by any writer in the only sense in which it would be either false or extraordinary, that is, that mythology is the whole of religion. That it is an element in religion and an aspect or function of the religious consciousness is affirmed by Dr. Jevons himself in the very act of denying it. As thus, mythology was primitive man's romance, as well as his history, his science, his philosophy. 105 The narratives in which primitive speculations, i.e., myths, were embodied were not merely intellectual exercises, nor the work of the abstract imagination, they reflect or express the mind of the author in its totality, for they are the work of a human being, not of a creature possessing reason and no morality, or imagination and no feeling. In the same way, then, as the moral tone and temper of the author and his age makes itself felt in these primitive speculations, so will the religious spirit of the time. Mythology is one of the spheres of human activity in which religion may manifest itself, one of the departments of human reason which religion may penetrate, suffuse, and inspire. 106 Mythology is primitive science, etc., but it is not primitive religion. It is not necessarily or usually even religious. It is not the proper exclamation point, or even the ordinary vehicle for the religious spirit. Prayer, meditation, devotional poetry, are the chosen vehicles in thought and word, ritual in outward deed and act. Myths originate in a totally different psychological quarter. They are the work of the human reason, acting in accordance with the laws of primitive logic, or are the outcome of the imagination, playing with the freedom of the poetic fancy. In neither case are they primarily the product of religious feeling. It is not the function of feeling to draw inferences. 107 It is here categorically asserted, first, that myths are not the work of any one side of the human personality, neither of reason without moral feeling nor of imagination without feeling. Finally, it is asserted that they are the work either of reason without feeling or of imagination without feeling. After the express denial that any human being can mythologize with one faculty only, and the necessary implication that religious feeling may penetrate the other faculties in the act of myth-making or myth-believing, we are told that myths originate in a totally different psychological quarter from the religious spirit. As to the other italicized propositions, it may suffice at this point to note, 1. That it is plainly wrong to say mythology is primitive science, history, etc., in the sense in which it is not, i.e., is not the whole of primitive religion. 2. That prayer and devotional poetry are normally full of myths. 3. That ritual is in many cases conceived, though clearly not originated, by the worshipper as an imitation of an episode in the history of the god, i.e., a myth. And 4. That by explicitly reducing religion to feeling, Dr. Jevons, like Dr. Fraser, has eliminated every belief as such from religious consciousness. Tantum religio. 8. His contradictory doctrine of the conditions of the survival of religion. One sample more may suffice to complete the justification of our criticism that Dr. Jevons's interesting and suggestive treatise is flawed throughout by fatal contradiction. In discussing totemism, he certifies, first, the primitive belief of men in their descent from a totem animal as established or verified for them, in their inner experience, i.e., in the filial reverence and affection which they felt towards him. 108 Thus serving as truly religious the grossest possible projection of man's own personality on nature, while the spontaneous animism which early man shared with animals is denied the status of direct consciousness. Then, taking the totemist's experience, thus highly classed, he writes, doubtless it was not all or most men who had this experience, or rather it was but few who attended to the feeling, but the best must have paid heed to it and have found satisfaction in dwelling on it, else the conception of the deity would never have followed on the line on which as a matter of fact it was developed. 109 Turning to the chapter on the evolution of belief, we have this almost flatly contrary deliverance: the perpetuation of any variety of belief depends solely on the conditions under which it occurs. Whatever varieties of belief are not favored by the conditions, by their environment, will perish, the rest will survive. The surviving belief will not necessarily be that of the keenest-sighted man, but that which accords with what the average sight can see of the facts. 110 In another chapter, yet again, we have still a third view of the process of survival, and one which excludes both of the preceding. In order to credit to the truly religious principle the rationalization of taboo, Dr. Jevons, as we said, claimed that the rationalizers considered themselves to be propounding not their own words or thoughts, but those of their God, and he thereupon notes that this belief has been shared by the community they addressed, otherwise the common man would not have gained the courage to break an ancient taboo. Certainly no mere appeal to reason would counterbalance that inveterate terror. 111 On this view any dictum of any accredited priest would be decisive, irrespective of the average sight, and this despite of Dr. Jevons's refusal to recognize priestcraft as a factor in the creation of taboo in particular or religion in general. A theory of religion which lands its framer in such a congeries of contradictions as these, I submit, is fully convicted of vital fallacy. And certainly the fallacy is not the result either of imperfect knowledge of the ground or of speculative incompetence, it stands visibly for the misguiding force of a false preconception or prejudice. On much of Dr. Jevons's book every student, I think, will put a very high estimate. It is studious, well-informed, original, independent in method and in doctrine, and, though deeply prejudiced, nearly always temperate even when most fallacious. In places it reaches a really high level of scholarly and critical efficiency, notably in the chapter on the mysteries, where the tracing of the adoption and adaptation of the primary Eleusinian cult to the purposes of Athens and the cults of Demeter and Persephone is as satisfying as it is ingenious. Dr. Jevons is there thus successful, to my thinking, because he is on ground which he has surveyed dispassionately and scientifically, unaffected by his occultist predilections. It is when he has his eye on current religion and its line of descent that, omitting much of the due scholarly research and staking all on the vindication of his sympathies, he yields us a series of logical miscarriages fully as striking as his measure of success in his disinterested inquiry. Howsoever this may be, his series of contradictions leaps to the eyes, and unless consistency is to be a burden only for the naturalists, unless the supernaturalist is to be let dogmatize in hierology as in religion on the basis of his mere inner consciousness, his main argument must simply be removed from the scientific field. 9. The continuity of religious phenomena. The clear solution, as distinguished from the rebuttal, of all such contradictions is to recognize that, however we may grade religious conceptions and systems, they are all parts of one process, even as are political conceptions and systems. To say that magic is hostile to religion is like saying that either republicanism or monarchism is hostile to politics. For primitive man there are no conceptual divisions between religion and science, worship and art, and the distinction between art magic and sympathetic magic, made after the express declaration that mere sympathetic magic was the germ of all magic, is an arbitrary stroke of pro-Christian classification, which, nonetheless, logically defeats its purpose. For the primitive sacramental meal was demonstrably on the plane of sympathetic magic inasmuch as, even when it did not kill the victim in a mimetic fashion, it was a making friends with the god in the way of human fraternization, and it is to this sacrament that Dr. Jevons, for obvious reasons, accords the special religious rank. It is worse than idle to seek to keep it on a plane apart by framing a formula of direct consciousness on the part of the worshippers that they were descended from an animal progenitor on the score that they felt filially towards him. The professed magic monger's consciousness was rather more direct than theirs. But the definitions themselves give up the case. Applied science is just art, and art magic is thus just a form of what Dr. Jevons calls sympathetic magic. Moreover, the ritual of supplication and gratitude, which he declares to be strictly religious, is visibly framed in the same spirit of expectation of profit as is seen in the magic ritual. A study of the human sacrifice ritual of the Khons, cited hereinafter, will make clear both the congruity and the conjunction. It is certainly true that the one ritual becomes hostile to the other when magic is practiced by the sorcerer as an outsider, secretly competing with or undermining the priest. 112 But in that sense any one religious system is hostile to any other in the same field, and in the same sense heresy is hostile to orthodoxy, and dissent to the official cult, without ceasing to be a form of religion. Such a distinction is on all fours with that between religion and superstition, disposed of by Hobbes as a mere marking off of the allowed belief from that not allowed. If the alleged hostility between religion and magic is reducible to a mere distinction between quasi-communal and individualistic sorcery, the whole dispute passes from the plane of psychological theory to that of simple sociological classification. We pass from a debate over a fallacy to a debate over a mere plea for a particular terminology. 113 But now there arises a fresh fallacy of ethical discrimination. The communal sorcery, called religion, is falsely certificated as moral and humanitarian. It is no more so than the other. In Africa the private or amateur sorcerer, usually a victim of the professional witch doctor, is regarded as the enemy of mankind, but it is precisely by the public magician, witch doctor, rain doctor, sorcerer, that the alleged amateur is nefariously smelt out and given up to slaughter. 114 If it be argued that religious magic aims at the public good and mere magic at private harm, the answer is that the public magician is often notoriously a murdering scoundrel, and the alleged private sorcerer an innocent man done to death. And that is not all. On the separatist theory, the legend of Elijah's calling down fire from heaven makes him an irreligious magician, in that he was not only acting irregularly and unofficially, but going through the procedure of a sorcerer with absolute confidence in his power to control the will of his God. His machinery of supererogatory watering of his sacrifice, which, as regards the coming rain, was sympathetic magic, was religiously gratuitous presumption, and he was staking the whole fortunes of his cult on the chance that his prayer would be miraculously answered. He was, in fact, coercing his God by making the God's credit with his people depend upon the God's obedience to his wishes. 115 It will not avail to acquit Elijah on the score of faith when the faith of the magician in his means of controlling the gods is made precisely his offense. Among native tribes of the Victoria Nyanza region, the people, in fact, hold that rulers must have power over nature and her phenomena. 116 Here the antitheistic magic is the main element in the communal religion, and once more the separatist theory breaks down. That priests in many ages and stages of culture have been hostile to magic is true just in the sense in which it is true that, with deeper cause, they have been hostile to science. In the early and dark ages of Christendom, the priests of the Christian Church, primed by a magical medical doctrine of the curing of sickness by the laying on of hands, denounced as atheistic the view of disease passed on by pagan science. 117 Those priests were all the while practices of exorcisms. 118 And were none the less, for Dr. Jevons, highly religious. In the same way the intensely religious Ainu of Sagalian, who practice magic for the cure of disease and resort to professional wizards for the same purpose. 119 Resent as irreligious the attempt to promote the earth's fertility by manure. When Mr. Batchelor, the missionary, proposed to dig and manure his garden, and explained his wish to his Ainu gardener, that religious personage, strong in his inner consciousness, thus rebuked him, "What, will you, a clergyman and preacher of religion, so dishonor and insult the gods? Will not the gods give due increase without your attempting to force their hand or endeavoring to drive nature?" 120 Here we have the very doctrine of Dr. Jevons and Dr. Fraser. The manuring missionary was an arrogant magician, seeking to control the unseen powers in a way which was not the Ainu way. That, it appears, was usually expectoration. Considerably surprised, says Mr. Batchelor, I looked at him to see if he were joking. But he was quite serious. Poor Mr. Batchelor was being treated as his cloth had treated the doctors in the days of unflawed faith. Happily the Ainu did not possess an inquisition. True it may be, again, that magic is at some points a lowering of the religious sentiment, though much of the quasi-scientific reflection on this head appears to be a mere echo of ecclesiastical declamation. If we were seriously to inquire which has done the more harm in the way of hindering civilization, strangling science, obscuring the facts of nature, and prompting human cruelty, it would soon be found that the organized cults which curse the magician have been by far the more pernicious. 121 The barbarization wrought by the attempts of the courageously superstitious few to practice witchcraft is trifling beside that compassed by the no less superstitious many in putting supposed witches to death. This holds good of the general life of Africa through whole millenniums, in which countless millions of human beings have been slain as sorcerers and witches on the accusation of professional witch doctors, and again of the inferable life of the Hebrews and the recorded witchcraft manias of Christendom. And if this side of the problem be waived, the fact remains that the Christian religion, which Dr. Jevons and the rest rank as the highest and purest of religious systems, historically took its rise in the reversion from theistic faith to a form of sympathetic magic, the Eucharist, and was practically rooted as a state cult throughout Europe by the assumption of magical functions on the part of the priest, not only in the administration of the Eucharist itself, but in the claim to exercise supernatural powers of exorcism and to wield supernatural instruments in the form of holy relics. Such practices certainly represent an intellectual and moral declension from the ethic of all the leading Greek schools and of the nobler rabbins. In other cases, a differentiation between magician and priest may have been in origin economic and political, apart from any ethical motive. Among the Bataks of Sumatra, while ancestors are imaged, and the images, as being made potent by soul stuff, have places in the temples where ancestors are worshipped, the higher gods are without images or temples, and are prayed to only in conjunction with ancestors or spirits, and here it is noted that the magician has nothing to do with the worship of the gods, but operates on the relations with spirits and souls, while the priest attends to the matters relating to the higher gods. 122 The explanation appears to lie in the fact that, as among the Romans, every Batak housefather is priest as regards ancestors, souls, and spirits. The priest-managed cult is either the survival of one imposed on the populace by conquerors and specially provided for, as probably was the case in Rome, or a result of priestly enterprise in imitation of foreign systems. 123 Its ethical content is a matter of other chances. Granted, yet again, that dissenting magic, whether beneficent or maleficent in intention, is logically inconsistent with the conceptions of deity normally professed by the magic monger himself, it is here on all fours with the total structure of the official creed, whichsoever it be. The conception of sacrifice in all its forms is morally irreconcilable with the doctrine of divine justice and goodness, and was on that very ground repudiated by the greater Hebrew and pagan moralists, and with the doctrine of salvation by sacrifice falls the doctrine of salvation by faith. Press that one ethical principle, and the whole apparatus of official Christian ethic collapses, even as the apparatus of prayer and providentialism falls by the test of the principles of divine omniscience, beneficence, and foreordination. Dr. Jevons's principle of exclusion, in fact, finally makes tabula rasa of the whole field of religious institutions and religious life, and leaves us recognizing only a factor which he has expressly excluded from his definition of the religious consciousness, to wit, philosophy. Here, again, the theoretic separation is spurious. In terms of many parts of Dr. Jevons's exposition, early religion is just the effort to unify the cosmos through a conception of deity, and early philosophy was nothing else. To stamp as religious only those forms of thought in which the believer has direct consciousness of the divine, excluding every process of meditation and inference as such, is to include in religion the phenomena of hallucination and even of insanity, to say nothing of the liberal expansion of the formula to include men's belief in their personal descent from an animal, and to bar out as non-religious the theism which stands on the thesis that this scheme of things cannot be without a mind. On the other hand, ordinary animism, which Dr. Jevons rules out, is certainly a belief in terms of almost though not quite unreflecting consciousness, and to proceed to disqualify it on the ground that it is a projection of man's personality into nature is to evoke a fatal challenge, for if this is to be said of animism, it will certainly have to be said much more emphatically of theism. The impression of the divine personality, of which Dr. Jevons speaks, is precisely the projection of the subject's personality into the unknown, and this by Dr. Jevons's own showing. To judge from his later argument, while he at times professes to waive the question of the veracity of the religious consciousness, he is much disposed to let it be its own verification. 124 This, however, he can scarcely venture on in the case of the primitive man's belief that he descended from a fox, a bear, or a serpent. It is one thing to pronounce such a belief truly religious, by way of securing in advance the true heredity of the Christian Eucharist. It is another to put such a fact of consciousness beside the Christian consciousness of direct divine intercourse and inner answer to prayer. On the latter step must follow the admission that the so-called religious form of consciousness is by far the more self-projecting, the less truly receptive, of the two, save indeed where it is merely the mouthpiece of the other. Otherwise Dr. Jevons's undertaking ends in the edifying decree that the company of the truly religious includes every Mahdi, every Farka, every Sibyl, every savage seer, every spiritualist, every epileptic salvationist, every corybantic worshipper of Cybele or Kali, and repels not only a Thomas Aquinas, a Pascal, a Hegel, a Spinoza, a Martineau, but every similar thinker who in antiquity prepared the very doctrines which the feelers demonstrably took as the theme of their alleged consciousness. 125 It can hardly be that in thus shaping his definition Dr. Jevons aimed at demonstrating subtly the sub-rationality of religion. He has, indeed, by his theorem of direct consciousness, brought religion to precisely the position he assigned to taboo, that of an irrational and arbitrary association of ideas. He accepted from Mr. Lang, as we saw, the verdict that taboo is thus irrational because its principle is that causal connection in thought is equivalent to causative connection in fact. Yet this is exactly the principle which he vindicates on behalf of the religious consciousness. Its notion of causal connection is to be in very truth equivalent to causative connection in fact. It is not to reason, it is not to seek evidence or submit to tests, it is to bring all experience in submission to itself. And it is not only the belief in a good male God that is thus assured of its superiority in virtue of its arbitrariness, it is every hallucination of every savage, every vision of the Virgin by a neurasthenic Catholic, every epiphany of Isis or Aphrodite or Cotito in the past, nay more, every dream of a devil. It seems a sinister service to latter-day religion thus to demonstrate that it is on all fours not with purified philosophy, but with the most unintelligible forms of taboo and the darkest forms of superstition. Once more, however, the scientific course consists not in taking advantage of the logical suicide of those who conduct the other, but in setting forth the fundamental analogy of the psychological processes thus arbitrarily differentiated. The direct consciousness of the theist, sheer hallucination apart, is simply a reversion to the earlier man's confidence in his animistic conceptions, doubled with the conscious resistance to skeptical criticism seen in every dream interpreter and ghost seer of the countryside. The persistence is simply a matter of temperament and degree of enlightenment. There are men who can transcend this like other testimonies of their direct consciousness, in learning to see it as a kind of hallucination which may be predicted to arise in some cases in regard to any theistic conception which any thinker may contrive to set up. Where there are images of the Virgin, men and women will have visions of the Virgin. Where there are images of animal gods, there will be visions of animal gods. Between impressions and projections, there is no such psychological gulf as Dr. Jevons assumes. If there were, the political influence on doctrine which he classes as non-religious would still be in terms of his other theorem truly religious, for the act of thinking of rule in heaven in terms of rule on earth is a sufficiently docile surrender to an impression on consciousness and would be made by multitudes with the possible minimum of reflection. But, in truth, a minimum of reflection there needs must be in every process of belief, and what Dr. Jevons at times describes as pure processes of direct consciousness are demonstrably not so, or are so only in the sense in which the same thing may be predicated of the thinking of the primitive magician. The man who says he is conscious of an inward answer to prayer is not conscious of it as he is of the sound of a voice. What he experiences is a sense of satisfaction, which, albeit only the result of a release of nervous tension, he infers to come as a direct communication from deity. 126 And such inference is merely a more casual and less meditated process of reasoning than those which Dr. Jevons dismisses as non-religious. It is thus less rational as being less reasonable, but it is not irrational, save in the loose sense of fallacious. It is more arbitrary, but only in the sense that it is less mindful of reason and more egotistic, more self-willed, than the process which appeals fraternally to other men's judgments. Arbitrary in Dr. Jevons's implied sense of having no basis it cannot be, so to define the term is to reduce it to insignificance. However vicious religious reasoning may be, it remains reasoning. 10. Dr. Fraser's sociological vindication of the sorcerer to say this, however, is certainly not to endorse the surprising thesis latterly put forth by Dr. Fraser, to the effect that magic-mongering, after all, has been a great factor in human progress. 127 His first suggestion was, as we have seen, that a recognition of the inherent falsehood and barrenness of magic set the saner men seeking for a truer insight into nature. But after suggesting this, with all due diffidence, he has latterly come to hold with confidence that it was the clever impostors who, by obtaining monarchic power, were the means of breaking up savage conservatism, and so of making progress possible. It is a singular argument. The public sorcerer may readily acquire the rank and authority of a chief or king, and the ablest and most ambitious men of the tribe accordingly follow the profession. The most sagacious are the most likely to see through its fallacies, and, becoming conscious deceivers, will as such, generally come to the top. 128 Only the cleverest can survive, all sorcerers run a constant risk of being killed for their failures, and the honest men are likely to be soonest knocked on the head. The general result is that at this stage of social evolution the supreme power tends to fall into the hands of men of the keenest intelligence and the most unscrupulous character. 129 Once supreme, the clever rogue may, and often does, turn his talents, his experience, his resources, to the service of the public. 130 Being a knave, he is not likely to miscarry. Witness the contrasted careers of Augustus and George III. Thus magic makes the monarch, it shifted the balance of power from the many to the one, it substituted a monarchy for a democracy, or rather for an oligarchy of old men. The custom-ruled savage in the free tribal state is utterly unprogressive, and the ablest man is dragged down by the weakest and dullest. But the rise of one man to supreme power breaks the spell, and the tribe enters on a career of aggrandizement which at an early stage of history is often highly favorable to social, industrial, and intellectual progress. The great conquering races of the world have commonly done most to advance and spread civilization. The Assyrians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, are our witnesses in the past. All the first great strides towards civilization have been made under despotic and theocratic governments. 131 Great, therefore, was the service of the sorcerer. Oddly enough, Dr. Fraser, whose outstanding merit is the fullness of his proofs for his theses, offers us no evidence whatever in support of this thesis beyond the perfunctory allusions to ancient civilization just cited, which are wholly beside the case. He is severe on a priori theories of kingly origins, but his own argument here is almost wholly a priori. True, some savage kings are magicians equals priests, but many are not, and the wide learning of Dr. Fraser evidently does not suggest to him a single case in which the clever knave who has achieved kingship performs the services he is supposed to be able to render. 132 On the contrary, we have the testimony 133 that, where the chieftaincy and priesthood meet in the same person, both are of a low order, among the Fijians. There is really no reason to think that early progress was made as Dr. Fraser suggests. His philosophic antinomianism is gratuitous. And it is not persisted in, for once more we find him reverting 134 to the view that, as the fallacy of magic becomes more and more apparent, it is slowly displaced by religion. In other words, the magician gives way to the priest. The two propositions refuse to quadrate. First, the great merit of the magician king was to break up custom. Now he does but pave the way for the priest, who is custom incarnate, who, in point of fact, pursues the very researches which Dr. Fraser credits to the magician, and who, when the chief or king insists upon a humane innovation, makes it his business to poison the innovator. 135 It is time that the a priori method were abandoned, in this as in other fields of science. It can but yield us a crop of contradictions. Looking in anthropology and history for the main factors of progress, we find them in very different directions from those indicated by Dr. Fraser. Our first traces of civilization, strictly speaking, are in towns, civitates, and their civilization consists largely in the development of the useful arts by division of labor. The primary determinants are physical, conditions of regular food supply, as in the valleys of the Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the Yangtze-Kiang, and the widening of knowledge was a matter of manifold development in which men of all classes must have taken part. To say, as does Dr. Fraser, 136 that the magicians were the direct predecessors, not merely of our physicians and surgeons, but of our investigators and discoverers in every branch of natural science, is to impose a false symmetry on a vast, regular process, and is an unwarrantable negation of faculty in all but one fraction of the human race. There is positively no ground for supposing that it was professed magicians or magician chiefs who invented plows and bows and arrows, or tamed cattle, or developed agriculture, or began spinning and weaving and metallurgy. Neither is there reason to think that it was the rainmakers who developed irrigation, or the medicine men who oftenest discovered the uses of herbs, whether or not they were the first regular observers of the stars. Neither positively nor negatively can they be shown to be the leaders in vital innovation. 137 The spell of custom, where broken at all, has been dissolved by the compulsions of need or the lure of gain. Hunters and shepherds are turned into agriculturists by the bait of food or the goad of hunger. The masterful savage knave who breaks through primitive convention and gives a free run to genius is a creature of Dr. Fraser's speculative faculty, suddenly permitted to expatiate in an unwonted vacancy. Masterful primitive chiefs and kings we do indeed find at times breaking down evil usages, 138. But this very service is by way of fighting the priest who, we are told, has supervened on the magician, and in no case, I think, can such a reforming chief or king be shown to have won his power as a sorcerer. As we have seen, the superseding of so-called magic by so-called religion is immeasurably slow, and the idea of taboo subsists in the historic religions to this day. The things wherein men validly change in the savage state, if we can draw any conclusions from their remains, are the ways and means of living and fighting. Conditions of food supply determine implements and methods. Weapons are slowly perfected, and if we may reason from the instance of the Romans, the primitive savage was most open to new ideas on that side. There, at least, fars erat ab host docere. But the lift of the race is secular, not a matter of sudden impulsions and emancipations by clever chiefs, rascally or otherwise. Dr. Fraser appears to think concerning the rise of culture as so many theologians still think concerning moral progress. He seeks a founder, as they seek a Moses, a Buddha, a Zoroaster, a Jesus, for the instauration of morals and of creeds. Whatever magicians might do, only with a vast inertia did the Stone Ages lapse on, from Paleolithic to Neolithic, from Neolithic to Bronze and to Iron, and in savage Africa, pullulating with sorcerers, the trivial tribal cultures have exhibited but a futile fluctuation in 5,000 years. Non quis sed quid. The question of the political conditions of the spread of civilization is another issue, and the conjoining of it with the first is a fresh proof of the fallacy of Dr. Fraser's new method. These a priori arguments for despotism are products not of induction but of presupposition. If we apply the inductive method which Dr. Fraser professes to follow, we find, for one case in which despotism evokes genius or progress, 10 in which it paralyzes the first and stifles the second. Under the imperialisms and theocracies of Mesopotamia and Egypt, mayhap, there were laid or retained the foundations of astronomy and mathematics and the beginnings of philosophy, and Greece came into the heritage. The mathematics and the philosophy were developed in democratic Greece as they never had been under the empires, and one of the few cases in which despotism did anything for science was at the later stage when the Ptolemies simply gave astronomy an economic endowment. On the other hand, great literature and great art, great poetry and drama, medicine and biology, were the creations of pre-Alexandrian Greece, and in every one of those fields the human achievement sinks and dwindles after free Greece falls before organized militarism. As to religious literature, Dr. Fraser is not wont to represent the Bible of Little Jewry as inferior to those of Assyria and Egypt. The whole Roman Empire, finally, stands for one brief florescence of the secondary Roman genius, followed by the ruin of the whole antique civilization which it absorbed, and the later cultures of the Saracens and the Renaissance were growths from the found seeds of Greek science, and from the assimilation of the remains of Roman culture in a turbulent world of free Italian cities, akin to that of dead Greece. This digression, forced upon us by Dr. Fraser's resort to a priorism in sociology, may not be useless if it serves to put us on our guard against the risks of reactionary method within the proper limits of our problem. Away from induction there is no safety, and Dr. Fraser miscarries even as does Dr. Jevons when he neglects observation and gives the rein to presupposition. It is by reason of this swerving from his own principles that he finally fails to solve the problem of Christian origins, and remains stranded in a compromise between tradition and criticism. Vindications of despotism and primitive charlatanism are psychologically and logically on all fours with vindications of incredible creeds, cruel churches, and the sentimentalism of reaction. The business and the duty of the anthropologist as of the sociologist is to note determinants and trace sequences, neither letting his ethic obscure for him the natural processes, nor letting the recognition of that obscure his ethic, which is an act of discrimination and judgment, or nothing. 11. The beginning of the end of religion. Returning to our immediate problem, the evolution of religious ideas, we note that, all error being but incomplete or illicit induction, irrational, and relatively rational ideas are alike products of the general mental process. The recoil from adventurous magic to precatory ritual is no more a renunciation of reason than the contrary progression, and all changes in religion are but better or worse applications of judgment under varying conditions of psychic suggestion and economic pressure. It is indeed true, and be the truth clearly envisaged, that with the conscious resort to critical reason there begins potentially a process which may end in the negation of all the primary religious conceptions and propositions, even in their most purified philosophical form. When that end is reached, we may well say that philosophy and religion are differentiated, even as science is differentiated at once from magical and from precatory religion, at the point at which it either repudiates or abandons their premises, unconsciously proceeds on tested induction. But even this reaction is never instantaneously complete. Witness the sociology of many physicists, and the meteorology of some sociologizing historians, and, on the other hand, there is an aspect or function of religion in respect of which it is structurally continuous with systems of doctrine which either abandon or repudiate its premises. From the first, it belonged to his nature that man should connect his ethic with his cosmology, since the one like the other grew out of his instincts and perceptions and his effort to harmonize them. Precisely as he animized nature, so did he moralize it, that is, he conceived of it in terms of what moral ideas he had. Thus it was that he could alternately resort to propitiation and to magic, and alternately feel fear and gratitude. Granting that his religious conceptions first crystallized on the lines of his fears, it was inevitable that they should in time crystallize also in terms of his satisfactions. The one involved the other, and made it not only possible but probable that he should at times thank the very power he feared. Fear would involve propitiation, and propitiation was the door to gratitude. And thus it was that his gods were in the long run ethically like unto himself, neither wholly beneficent nor wholly maleficent. Such an evolution would seem inevitable, even if we do not posit as part of the process his direct deification of his own image in that of his ancestors. But that ancestor worship is a main factor in the growth of religion is proved both a priori and a posteriori. Once the ancestor was recognized as subsisting spirit-wise, he was only in degree, not in kind, distinguishable from the gods, and there is evidence that in some cases he was conceived as the god par excellence. See the evidence, of which Dr. Jevons makes no account, collected by Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Volume 1, Chaps. XX and XXV, and Op. F. W. Christian, The Caroline Islands, 1899, page 75, Reverend D. MacDonald, Oceania, 1889, page 161, Basil Thomson, The Fijians, 1908, pp. 5, 57, 111, Glyn Leonard, The Lower Niger and Its Tribes, 1906, pp. 67, 89, 98 square, 104-9, etc. C. Partridge, Cross River Natives, 1905, pp. 283-4, W. Crook, Religion and Folklore of Northern India, ed. 1895, Volume 1, Chapter 4, Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, 1902, 2, 553, 555, 587, 588, 589, 631, 752. The essence of true Negro religion, says the writer last named, is ancestor worship, Liberia, 1906, 2, 1062. It is true that some observers, C.P. Mary Kingsley, West African Studies, 2nd ed. 1901, pp. 111-114, Sir A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, 1890, page 24 square, deny that certain West Africans worship their ancestors, but this, as Miss Kingsley admits, is a matter of culture stage or variation. African religion is notably impermanent by reason of the peculiar stresses of life conditions, and no one can trace farther history even of the highest gods of the indigenes. C.P. Partridge, as cited, pp. 271-3. The higher gods of a given moment may be ancestors whose ancestorhood has been lost sight of. Dr. Fraser, Golden Bough, I. 72, note, cites the testimony of Dr. Feason in Australia. The more I learn about savage tribes, the more I am convinced that among them the ancestors grow into gods. The same witness, again, tells of a great Fijian chief who really believed himself to be a god, i.e., a reincarnation of an ancestor who had grown into a god, IDI 141, note. The godhood of chiefs is a familiar phenomenon. The gods being no more than deceased chiefs, the Arakis, chiefs, were regarded as living ones, Taylor, Te Ika Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, page 173. C.P. Hazelwood's testimony, Fraser, Last Sit, also Mariner, Tonga Islands, ed. 1827, 2, 99-100, W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, I. 111 square, T. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, ed. 1870, pp. 19, 197, Com v. L. Cameron, Across Africa, 1885, page 336, and Fraser, Lectures on the History of the Early Kingship, 1905, p. 132 square. Among the early Aryan Hindus, the first man who died became Yama, the god of the shades, 139, and on another view he and his wife were the first human pair, 140, though sprung from deities of the atmosphere. 141. But here, still, we are dealing with late developments. It is still an open question how the first gods originated. And it is impossible to determine exactly the primary psychic processes. The limitary theorem that all god worship originated in ancestor worship has evoked the counter-theorem that god worship must in origin have preceded ancestor worship, and Dr. Jevons so reasons. But again his predilection recoils on one of his own theses, for the ancestor is obviously likely to have been early regarded as the friendly spirit, 142, and we are thus led back to Dr. Jevons's repudiated premise that the religion of fear had preceded that of gratitude. 143. His final view of ancestor worship is that it was assimilated to that of the gods, but can never have preceded it. It may be true, he grants, that certain ancestors are somehow raised to the ranks of gods, but it cannot be proved that they were originally ghosts. Then follows this singular theorem: what then of these gods? If they are believed to be the ancestors of their worshippers, then they are not believed to have been human. The worshipper's pride is that his ancestor was a god and no mere mortal. If, on the other hand, a god is not believed to be the ancestor of any of his worshippers, then to assert that he was really a deified ancestor is to make a statement for which there is no evidence. It is an inference from an assumption, namely, that the only spirits which the savage originally knew were ghosts. That assumption, however, is not true. The savage believes the forces and phenomena of nature to be personalities like himself. He does not believe that they are ghosts or worked by ghosts. The fact is that ancestors known to be human were not worshipped as gods, and that ancestors worshipped as gods were not believed to have been human. 144. We might add, using Dr. Jevons's own words concerning the theory he rejects, which is simplicity itself. But though in a sense simple, it is unhappily not consistent. For if the savage believed the forces of nature to be personalities like himself, if, as Dr. Jevons insists, the magic monger believed himself on a par with the supernatural in his power to control nature, and if, as Dr. Jevons has previously argued, 145, it was precisely out of the notion of such personalities or spirits that he framed his idea of supernatural forces or gods, then either there is in the terms of the case no contradiction whatever between his counting his ancestors human and counting them gods, or there is no meaning whatever in the phrase personalities like himself. Dr. Jevons really cannot have it both ways, even for the purpose of confuting the theory of Spencer. All the while he is but modifying Spencer's special theory that all God ideas began in the idea of quasi-human spirits, merely refusing to accept ghosts as the first form of spirit idea. Of course, if Dr. Jevons means that by definition the savage must be held to regard a god ancestor as not merely human, that the savage cannot conceptually mean exactly the same thing by God and man, else there would be no double significance in the terms, he may claim our assent, for in that case he is asserting a mere truism. But by his own showing the question is whether or not in the opinion of the savage the man could become a god, and so far is this from being doubtful that we have many instances of savages regarding some of their contemporaries, and priests regarding themselves, as gods, 146, to say nothing of the fact that for the early Hebrews the title, gods, was certainly applicable to judges or chiefs. 147. In Sumatra, the human species, called the gods of the middle world, conceived as a true copy of the God world. In heaven the same life goes on as on earth. Only gradually are gods and men distinguished. The gods stand over men very much as a powerful chief over the crowd. Therefore were such princes named gods, Debata, and the gods in turn, grandfather, with which title eminent men are greeted. 148. For the people of Mangaya in the Hervey Islands the three gods Rangi, Mokoiro, and Akachura, grandsons of the great god Rongo, 149, were the first inhabitants of the islands, and the ancestors of all the tribes. 150. And the idea is common. In the same island, Varteya, father of Rongo, is the father of gods and men. 151. The people of Ifate in the New Hebrides, down till the time of their conversion, habitually applied to all their gods the name of spirits of the dead. 152. And their first man is practically identified with Maui, the creator. 153. So, among the Bushmen, Kang or Kag is at once supreme god, the man, or master of all things, and the first being, with Kotai his wife. 154, and among the Australian Aborigines, the conception of a supreme being oscillated between a hero and a deity. 155 concerning the ancestor spirits in general, a very studious missionary declares that they are regarded as clothed with all the divine powers in existence. 156 Nay, the Japanese at this moment regard themselves as universally descended from gods, and every dead relation becomes a god relatively to the particular household. 157 Thus Drive Jevons is contradicted by the evidence as well as by his own earlier argument. As before, he has fallen into contradiction by reason of having an illicit doctrinal end to gain, this time, the discrediting of the ghost theory of religion. In order to destroy that, he has in effect committed himself to the proposition that the primitive savage clearly discriminated between ghosts and spirits. Now there is neither a priori nor a posteriori ground for this view, since all the evidence goes to show that the dead ancestor was originally believed to eat and drink, hunt and ride, like the living, and the same things were certainly believed of the gods. It is one of Dr. Jevons's own reproaches against the creed of the Egyptians that it regarded the Ka or soul in the next world as eating and drinking exactly like the living man. There is really no pretext for believing that the early man ever thought that spirits were not ghosts, or vice versa. It is Dr. Jevons who is here making an unproved assumption. This use of the word ghost as representing to early man exactly what it means to us is not only unwarrantable in itself, it is a misrepresentation of the so-called ghost theory, for that has regard, among other things, to visions in dreams of the dead as living. If the early savage did see a subjective apparition, he would doubtless hold it for a person, but as regards dreams, peoples comparatively civilized have constantly taken the vision for an objective reality. Of such cases there are several in the Bible. On the other hand, we have Dr. Jevons's express assurance 158 that the totem animal becomes the totem ancestor, who is universally conceived to have been animal, not human, yet quasi-human, yet is made a god. 159 Next, that, in virtue of the kinship between the god and his worshippers, the killing of a fellow clansman comes to be regarded in a totem clan as the same thing as killing the totem god. 160 And, further, that when totemism is no longer a living force, the mere altar stone comes to be identified with the god, who is conceived as the ancestor of the race. 161 If, then, a whole community can be conceived as descending from one deified animal or from a stone, it surely might be conceived as descending from one man. As to his possible deification, we have Dr. Jevons's own admission that, eventually, the dead were on a level with the gods. 162 That is to say, he credits men with superiority to such anthropomorphism at a time when they animized everything, and when, later, they could believe in divine animal ancestors or stone ancestors, and he dates ancestor worship proper as a still later practice arising in a state of comparatively advanced civilization. 163 On the ground that the family is a comparatively late institution in the history of society. Now, however, arises a fresh contradiction. The family, surely, was a tolerably old institution among the Romans at the beginning of their written history, but Dr. Jevons had previously committed himself to the proposition that the Romans, down to the time of their assimilation of Greek cults and deities, had not even attained to the stage of polytheism, being at that of simple animism. 164 That is, they had no gods, though they had long been wont to sacrifice to the manes of their ancestors. The mere statement of that thesis, in turn, involves new contradictions. In denying that the deities of the early Romans were properly describable as gods until they had adopted Greek gods or identified their own with some of these, he speaks of the genuine and great Italian gods, Janus, Jupiter, Mars, Diana, Venus, Hercules, etc. Then he proceeds to show that the great and genuine Janus was indistinguishable in origin and function from the inferior, animistic powers to whom the title of spirit is the highest that can be assigned. The general run of those spirits, he contends, following Ian, Schwegler, and others, were rather noumena or forces than beings. 165 And he represents the early Italians as not conceiving them in human form. Yet he admits that Janus was figured as a human head with two faces. The whole theorem is indefensible. To say that an ancient Italian peasant thought of the forces of nature as abstractions before he had attained to the conception of personal gods, when all the while he thought of Mars and Diana, Jupiter and Juno, as males and females, is to affirm a countersense. The sole defense offered is the impossible set of definitions by which Chantepie de la Saussure undertakes to draw a line between gods proper and nature powers. 166 By that definition, gods are not evolved till they have been sculptured, a countersense which at this stage of hierarchy we might have been spared. The superposition of so many Greek myths upon those of the Romans 167 gives considerable range for mystification, but no process of that kind can save the theorem that the gods were not anthropomorphized by imagination before they were objectively imaged. The thesis, finally, that the Romans before the period of Greek influence were mere polydaemonists, and that at the same time they thought even of their daemons as impersonal forces, destroys itself, even apart from Dr. Jevons's admission that all the while they had great gods. An inferior spirit is cognizable as such only by contrast with a superior, and the contention that Janus was evolved from a simple spirit of doorways, and remained such, is merely one more rebuttal of Dr. Jevons's own division of species. If the spirit of doorways was anthropomorphized, it is idle to contend that the other spirits were not. In the very act of maintaining this untenable thesis, Dr. Jevons recognizes in the attitude of the Romans towards their manes, the good, worship of deceased ancestors and of spirits which, like genita mana, are best explained as spirits of the departed, 168, and he decides, further, that the lares priestites were conceived under the form of dogs. 169 In the face of all this, his further account of the Italian gods as fetishes reduces the theory to chaos. We are now asked to combine the three conceptions: 1. That ancestor worship is late; 2. That the Romans had not even reached polytheism long after they had practiced ancestor worship; 3. That they did not anthropomorphize their spirits, while they did their ancestors and their great gods, whom, all the while, they had not attained to conceiving as such. And, as if this were not confusion enough, Dr. Jevons pronounces that, at this pre-polytheistic stage, in Rome, as in China, Assyria, and Babylonia, the cult was nothing but organized magic. 170, that organized magic which elsewhere he puts as a late degeneration, even as he does here by associating it with the stage of full polytheism in Assyria and Babylonia. And still we have to note the crowning temerity of the assertion that an imported polytheism was forced by the state on a people not yet prepared for anything higher than animism and ancestor worship. 171, that very ancestor worship which in his larger treatise he describes as a late evolution, possible only after gods have been worshipped. The conception of a state forcing polytheism on a people incapable of it, that is, forcing a belief in gods on a people who had never thought of gods, and still less of God, is really fatal to the theorist's differentiation between belief in gods and belief in spirits. Of this dialectical ruin we can but brush the debris aside. 12. Historic view of ancestor worship. It is necessary to clear up the historic problem of ancestor worship in order to reach a sound definition of religion. And to begin with, we find the historical evidence is all against Dr. Jevons's later thesis. Not only have we the many cases in which contemporary savages, like ancient Gnostics, think of a god as an ancestor or of the first man as a god, 172, and the record in ancient Egypt of the process by which a deceased king became a god, 173, but we have the relatively late doctrine in Hejit, 174, according to which the men of the first age became just and beneficent daemons, passing invisibly over the earth, dispensing rewards and retributions and good fortune. There is a risk of confusion over this last conception, which, with others of a similar kind, is taken by Mr. Lang as a proof that early men, contrary to Mr. Fraser's account, suppose themselves to be naturally immortal. 175 Dr. Fraser's words were that, lacking the idea of eternal duration, primitive man naturally supposes the gods to be mortal like himself. 176 Here the verbal confusion is complete. In the very act of claiming that, far from lacking the idea of eternal duration of life, primitive man has no other idea, Mr. Lang admits, not that he formulates his ideas in such a term as eternal, 177, but neither does he formulate it in such a phrase as naturally immortal. He has, in fact, no clear idea to formulate, 178, and Dr. Fraser of all men should have remembered as much. As we have seen, 179, the savage commonly believes that he would never die save for the acts of hostile spirits, sorcerers, or enemies, yet he knows that all his race die. What has happened is that men at a certain stage became capable of conceptually noting at once death and the apparent survival, in dreams, of men in some different fashion after death, without framing any theory. But chronic crises in their political or tribal history had the effect of singling out from the vague crowd of ancestral memories those of a particular group or generation who made or led some migration or conquest, and these became for a time the ancestors par excellence, early man being unable to construct the human past save by way of some definite beginning. At some point in the long vista he needed a first man, or beast, or plant, or stone, or pear, and he had to make such out of some of his ancestral material, with whatever fanciful embellishments. In virtue of the same state of mind, we find tribes and even nations convinced of their special descent from one later man, who at one stage definitely ranks as a god, 180, though another religious concept may ultimately undeify him, as in the cases of Abraham and Jacob. As a result of all these tendencies, at a stage in which the primordial belief in the spiritual or occult survival of ancestors in general has begun to be definitely contradicted 181 by the conceptual recognition of death, and by disbelief in the land beyond the grave, there emerges a vague compromise in the notion that either the first pair or the men of the first age were of a different order as regarded their liability to death, and this belief holds the ground until haply a general doctrine of resurrection or ghostly immortality pushes it in turn to the background. But though the notion of the survival of ancestors has thus in a succession of forms subsisted from a very remote period, it clearly does not follow that early men conceived themselves to be immortal in the sense in which they were later held to be so by their descendants. The definite or conceptual belief is retrospective. It is, however, sufficiently general to dispose of Mr. Lang's argument that among the Australians gods cannot be developed from ancestors. No ghost of a man, he insists, can grow into a god if his name is tabooed and therefore forgotten, 182, and again, in Australia, where even the recent ghosts are unadored, is it likely that some remote ghost is remembered as founder of the ancient mysteries, 183. It is after this contention that, apparently without realizing the bearing of the statement upon the argument under notice, Mr. Lang triumphantly tells us that there is Australian as well as other evidence of the nearly universal vogue of the belief that the first men, i.e., ancestors, were deathless. Obviously the very habit of tabooing proper names might conduce to the deifying of ancestors under special epithets, since that resort is always open under tabooism. 184. The tabooing of ancestors' names, which is one of the most widespread of savage practices, 185, can no more destroy the notion that those ancestors have existed than the tabooing of god names among Egyptians, Babylonians, Hebrews, and Romans put the gods in question out of recollection. 186. Was not Yahweh scrupulously specified in many Hebrew rituals as Adonai, the Lord, and by Samaritans as Shema, the name? 187. It is well to ask why savages taboo the names of the dead before we deduce views as to the consequences. The reasons doubtless vary, but some instances may illuminate the practice. Among the Bataks, where a man on becoming a father of a boy, is henceforth known only as father of children must not utter the names of their parents, and spouses call each other father of and daughter of the, naming her family. Here the idea is that to know a man's name is to have some power over his various souls. 188. Among the Ngarrindjeri of South Australia, the name of the dead must not be mentioned until his body has decayed, lest a want of sorrow should seem to be indicated by a common and flippant use of his name. A native would have the deceased believe that he cannot hear or speak his name without weeping. 189. There is no tendency to oblivion here. In other cases, again, it is clear that when at death a man's name is buried, he is simply renamed. Among the Maasai, should there be anything which is called by that, the deceased's, name, it is given another name which is not like that of the deceased. For instance, if an unimportant person called Olonana, he who is soft or weak or gentle, were to die, gentleness would not be called Onanai in that kraal, as it is the name of a corpse, but it would be called by another name, such as Epilpol, it is smooth. 190. If then Olonana were an important person, is it to be supposed that his personality would be forgotten? Would not he too be relabeled? 191. All dead men's names are tabooed, is it to be supposed that the personalities, or even the old names, of all are forgotten? Renaming would be a necessity, for men as for things. Among the Ngarrindjeri, apparently, this would be only temporary, the original name being reverted to after the decay of the body, and even if it were not, the reminiscence would be unbroken, so that a notable man could as well be deified among name tabooers as among tribes who had not the practice. Nor is there any force in the argument from recent disuse of such deification. Even if we admit the probability that Australian tribes have latterly 192 ceased to deify ancestors, the fact remains that, as Mr. Lang admits, they think of remote ancestors as undying, even as they do of gods. Recognizing, however, that the definite conception of ancestors as abnormal in point of deathlessness is retrospective, we must not on the other hand fall into the error of supposing that only in late ages, and by way of poetic retrospect, did men conceive of their deceased predecessors as exercising powers of the kind credited to whatever beings for the time answered to our general notion of gods. 193 The true solution is that in men's vague ideas the early gods approximated much more to themselves, and that gradually, the gods, as such were relatively raised, the change proceeding for ages without involving the absolute negation of ancestral spirit, 194 and, a fortiori, without necessarily removing from the order of fully established gods all who might have been ancestors to start with. Indeed, there is evidence, as we have seen, that in early stages of religion the gods were actually conceived as destructible, 195, and in the Vedas and Brahmanas the gods actually acquire immortality in different ways, by the help of Agni, by drinking the soma, by continence and austerity, thus gradually raising themselves above the Asuras, with whom they were originally equal. 196 So in the Babylonian deluge epic Parnapishtim 197 and his wife, who had been mortal, are raised to immortality. 198 This conception may be a reflex of the same doctrine as first framed for mortals, but there the fact stands that the gods were not definitely conceived as necessarily immortal to start with. To see in the Hesiodic or modern savage theory only a late or eventual raising of ancestors to a divine status would be to do violence to all anthropology. Rather it stands for a theological process of discrimination, by which the priesthoods of the gods carefully reduce deified ancestors as such to a lower level of divinity, while still recognizing their immortality and supernatural power. Such a process had demonstrably occurred in the Hebrew system, where the patriarchs and heroes of the sacred books have been actually identified as ancient Semitic deities, 199 and it was just as likely to occur in those other developments of Semitic theology which can be shown to underlie the cosmology of Homer and Hesiod. 200 Reasoning a priori. Again, we have not the faintest ground for supposing that primeval man discriminated between orders of spirits to the extent of conceiving his ancestors as dispensing supernatural favors and yet at the same time ranking far below gods who did the same thing. How should men conceivably begin to deify confessed mortals as beside great gods, having never ventured to deify them before the gods had been so magnified? On that line there is no solution. In the words of Professor Robertson Smith, the origins of all religion go back to a stage of human thought in which the question of the nature of the gods, as distinguished from other beings, did not even arise in any precise form, because no one series of existences was strictly differentiated from another. 201 In the light of all the facts, in fine, we realize that the common process, seen among the historic Greeks, 202 of demideifying a hero, was merely prevented by the presence of fully established cults from developing just as those cults had done earlier. It of course does not follow that they had all originated in that fashion, but that the ancestor cults as it were played into the solar and vegetal cults from time immemorial is on all grounds probable. On the other line of reasoning under notice we end in a mere countersense as to the definition of ancestor. You cannot have ancestor worship, says Dr. Jevons at one point, till you have the family. Yet he himself has just been describing the totem of the early community as an ancestor, worshipped as a god before the family was recognized. We seem to be left with the puzzle, when is an ancestor not an ancestor, as the sole fruit of a chapter of investigation. If by a sudden petitio principii ancestor worship is to be defined as strictly a private or family cult of the kind seen in historic times, then indeed the denial of the priority of ancestor worship is justified, and it is justified again if it be meant that hostile gods preceded friendly ones. But in terms of Dr. Jevons's own theory of the totemistic sacrament, the ancestor god is the type of the first friendly god, who on this view is later than the unfriendly gods, and the friendly god is ancestral precisely because friendliness was appointment to be associated with ancestors, 203 who were certainly regarded as spirits. The warranted inference, however, is merely that the ancestor spirit was one of the types of friendly god. Just as myths so-called can be seen, on a fair induction, to have originated in a dozen different modes of natural fallacy, inference from phenomena, misinterpretation of names and objects of art, constructions from analogy, misinterpretation of ritual, conjunctions of worships, and so forth 204, so other religious beliefs so-called are to be inferred as originating in many lines of the animistic and explanatory instinct. The God idea is simply the most typical myth. Adapting the popular rhyme, we may reasonably say that there are 29 modes of making tribal gods, and every single one of them is natural. There is really no conceptual limit to the primeval faculty of God-making. The Roman pantheon alone, wherein are gods of diseases, of drains, of sneezing, of every bodily act, and of 100 verbal abstractions, might have warned any theorist against denying that early man might deify his ancestors, and the record of the fortunes of many cults might equally warn us against denying that any one deity might attain the highest status. Osiris, on one theory, is like Hades, a god made out of the abstraction of the abode of the departed. 205 Dionysos, like Soma, is plausibly held to be the deified abstraction of mere wine. 206 Sacramentally regarded, as Agni is certainly the deified abstraction of the sacrificial fire. Anatha, who ran Isis hard in divine honors in Egypt, is in origin simply Hathor, the dwelling of Horus, to wit, the dawn and the sunset. 207 As Venus is possibly a Roman deification of the term Beneth in the Carthaginian phrase Succus Beneth. 208 The tents of prostitution. The gods and goddesses, in fact, are made out of man's needs and passions, his fancies and his blunders, his fears and his hopes, and it would be strange if he never made them, even the highest of them, from the nucleus of his reverent and affectionate retrospect on his own kind. Round his elders and his ancestors were formed his first and fundamental notions of right and duty and obedience. How then should he fail to bring at times his religious and his primary ethical ideals into combination? Von Eyring indeed has argued that the offerings at the graves of the dead, at least among Aryans, are the products not of love, as commonly supposed, but of fear. 209 It is characteristic of the mode of progression of the sciences that nobody appears to suppose they might be both, some people fearing the dead, some loving them. 210 But even supposing them to have originated in fear of the importunities of the neglected ghost, it would not be unnatural that from the propitiated ghost there should be expected special favor. Doubtless the principle operated differently in different stages. The thesis of Fustel de Coulanges, that what unites the members of the ancient family is the religion of the hearth and of ancestors, and that the ancient family is a religious rather than a natural association. 211 may be perfectly true, under his own reservation that religion of course did not create the family, and it would follow that ancestor worship took on special features from the time that the family dwelt by or over the family tomb. But this does not dispose of the problem as to the religion of the nomads who have no fixed hearth and tomb. 212 And of the peoples who either burned or exposed their dead. Taking the nomadic period in general, and assuming 213 that the horde preceded the family in order of evolution, we must admit that there were ideas of ghosts and other quasi-human spirits before the strict family ancestor was evolved. But there is nothing to show that the idea of a general ancestor or ancestors was not elaborated in the horde period, out of the normal idea of the ancestor ghost as well as out of the idea of the non-ancestral spirit, those ideas being easily able to coalesce. A horde was likely to have a horde ancestor god, else why should the Greeks be found speaking of their family gods, gods of their blood, paternal gods, Gentile gods? 214 If the theos were previously conceived solely as a stupendous cosmocrator, how, once more, came men to make theoi of the household? If on the other hand the family and the tribe were roughly coeval, and the notion of a family ancestor be about as old as the notion of a tribe ancestor or first man, we are still left facing ancestor worship as one of the norms of the cult of a friendly god. Even in the Aryan horde elders would make themselves respected, and lost fathers and mothers would be missed, and there was no way in which early man could conceive of a providential or punitive deity save in terms of the punitive and providential practices of elders towards juniors, or of chiefs or patriarchs towards groups, or in terms of the action of hostile groups or persons. That the abstraction of divine judges and lawgivers and avengers, thus reached, should be employed to sanction the codes or customs of the seniors or the patriarchs, was psychologically a matter of course, but that does not affect the fact of the a posteriori origination. 13. The authoritarian element, a mark of religion. Tribal ethic, then, would progressively mold tribal religion and be molded by it, that is to say, a moral step enforced by political circumstances would be reflected more or less clearly in religion, as in the case of the blood covenant with the god, or in the reduction of the pantheon to monarchic or familial order, while on the other hand the established ethical view of the god would prime the ethical view of the political system. It was not that man was primarily, as it were, incapable of moral ideas as such, or that his notion of mutual duty could arise only, as Dr. Jevons seems to suppose, in the sheath of the idea of taboo. Thus to credit men's ethic wholly to their religion, while claiming for their religion a separate root in a separate order of consciousness, is merely to beg the question in the interests of occultism. What happened was a habitual interaction of the norms of conduct. Theism would help the king, and monarchy would help theism. The outcome was that the entire ethic of the community had as it were a religious shape, 2:15, from which rational criticism could only gradually deliver it. When, then, religious reformers arose whose end and aim was the moral life, they would carry into their ethic the psychology of their religion, were it only because that had been the matrix, so to speak, of the most serious reflection, this even if they did not state their moral doctrine in terms of a recasting of the current religious belief. For Dr. Jevons, such a recasting would be irreligious unless the reformer professed to have direct intercourse with deity, 2:16, but we have seen that line of distinction to be untenable, and we cannot consistently deny either religious spirit or religious form to the argument, God must be good, how then could he have ordained a cruelty or an injustice? Inasmuch, however, as all such reforms of morals took effect in modifying the current code for action, the very conception of such a code is historically a religious growth, 217, and while the concept of public law would quite early differentiate from that of morality as standing for what is compared with what ought to be, the idea of a code which had a superior moral authority as coming from a God through a good teacher remains so nearly homogeneous with that of a code framed by a new teaching God or a good teacher that they have far more in common than of incompatible. The essential structural continuity rests on the conception of spiritual authority, of religious obedience. Where that is present, the religious temper is substantially conserved even if the cosmological premises of religion are disregarded or dismissed. Thus it is that such a system as that of Buddhism is not merely a posteriori but a priori to be regarded as a religion. To refuse so to regard it is once more to embrace the anomaly of the decision that what serves for religion to half the human race is non-religion. Where ethics decisively diverges from the religious norm is the point at which it is freed from the concept of external authority. This point, indeed, is slow to become clear, and Kant, who is definitely anti-religious in his repudiation of all forms of ritual of propitiation, but finds his moral authority in a transcendental imperative, is still partly on the religious plane. Fichte, who brushed aside Kant's identification of religion with ethic, and insisted that religion is knowledge in the sense of philosophy, Fichte will be pronounced by others than Dr. Jevons to be non-religious as regards his ethic, though he is still religious in respect of his pantheism. It is only when both are divested of a priorism that religion is done with. Then, though some may still claim to apply to their independent philosophy of life the name of religion, on the score that it is at least as seriously framed and held as ever a religion was, the anthropologist may reasonably grant that a real force of differentiation has emerged. When every man consciously shapes his own religion out of his conceptions of social utility, the term is of no descriptive value, and when many do so and many more still cleave to religious cosmology and to the ethic of specified authority, the description as applied to the former is misleading. In any case, it is a historical fact that only slowly do ethical schools lose the religious caste. Jurari in verba magistri is their note in all save vigorously progressive periods, and the philosophical schools of the Middle Ages all strike it. That those of today have wholly abandoned it, perhaps few would considerately assert, but it is at least obvious that it belongs as essentially to Buddhism as to Christianity, whether or not the individual Buddhist accepts, as most do, a mass of religious beliefs alien to the alleged doctrine of the Master. 14. Definition of religion. We may now circumspectly sum up the constructive argument, and in so doing we arrive at an inductive definition of religion. 1. Religion consists primarily in a surmise or conception, reached by way of simple animism, of the causation and control of nature, including human life, in terms of inferred quasi-human personalities, whether or not defined as extranatural. On the belief proceed certain practices. Beginning on the side of fear, it necessarily expands in time, with the rise of culture, to the side of gratitude, and it expresses itself accordingly. But its magical or strategical and its simply precatory or propitiatory forms proceed on the same premises, and are in origin contemporary and correlative, being respectively the expression of the more and the less self-confident sides of men's nature. 2:18 in the state of ignorance. 2. The primary surmise or conception involves itself in a multitude of beliefs, of which one of the most significant is that of kinship between animal and man, making possible a religious development of totemism, and the animal descent of the latter. From animism in general and this belief in particular comes an endless diversity of mythic narratives, all of which must be regarded as part of religion. 3. On the basis of animism, and of primitive inference of causation in all coincidence, arise a multitude of special practices, as taboo, which are first and last religious, being invariably bound up with the religious ideas aforesaid. 4. In virtue of the inevitable correlation of moral with cosmological thought in early man through animism, religion thus becomes secondarily a rule for the human control of human life, and it remains structurally recognizable on this side when the primary aspect has partly faded away. 5. Alike when such a rule for life is ascribed to a mythical founder, whether god or demigod or supernormal man, or to a historical personage credited only with moral genius, the special sanctity or authority ascribed to his code partakes of the nature of religion. Thus the religious element in positivism consists as much in the reverence given to the founder as in the elements of his teaching. There is a varying measure of a common religious element in the kind of honor paid to Zoroaster, Buddha, Moses, Jesus, the Hebrew prophets, Apollonius of Tyana, Paul, St. Augustine, St. Francis, Luther, Calvin, Arminius, Jansen, Glass, Sandman, Muggleton, Auguste Comte, Mrs. Eddy, and Madame Blavatsky. 6. Philosophic, scientific, and ethical thought may be defined as specifically non-religious when, but not before, they have abandoned or repudiated the cosmological premises of religion, found their guiding principle in tested induction, and, in the case of ethics, ceased to found the rule of life on either alleged supernatural revelation or the authority of an alleged supernormal or specially gifted teacher. 7. Even after conceptual thought has thus repudiated religion, however, what is termed cosmic emotion remains in the psychic line of religion. In fine, religion is the sum, a. of men's ideas of their relation to the imagined forces of the cosmos, b. of their relation to each other as determined by their views of that, or by teachers who authoritatively recast those views, and c. of the practices set up by those ideas. Under this definition there is room for every religion ever historically so-called, 219 from fetishism to pantheism, and from Buddhism to Comtism, without implicit negation of any claim made for any one religion to any moral attribute, save of course that of objective truth or credibility. Chapter 2. Comparison and appraisement of religions. 1. Early forces of reform. The main obstacle to a science of religion, naturally, is the survival either of simple belief in a given religion or of sociological predilections set up by such a belief, and we have seen how a scholarly treatise may still be affected by one or the other. That a learned and thoughtful introduction to the history of religion should treat the whole vast drama of religious development up till the period of the Roman Empire as the propedeutic of the world to Christ, 220 is perhaps not to be wondered at in view of English culture conditions in general, but it is none the less unfortunate. A view of the history of religion which merely ignores or discredits on the one hand the entire religious life of the non-Christian world, and on the other the entire monotheistic or Unitarian evolution in the Christian world, cannot meet the needs of scientific thought. The perorational statement that, of all the great religions of the world it is the Christian Church alone which is so far heir of all the ages as to fulfill the dim expectation of mankind, is but a sectarian shibboleth, and the claim, in it alone the sacramental meal commemorates by ordinance of its founder the divine sacrifice which is a propitiation for the sins of all mankind, is an all too simple solution of the historic problem. We are being treated merely to a new adjustment of Christian evidence. On the side of science, again, there is certainly a danger that the necessary effort to eliminate partisanship and predilection may somewhat sway the balances. Dr. Jevons justly argues 221 that religion is no more to be conceived or classified in terms of primeval superstition than science is to be classified in terms of primeval animism and magic. But the very tactic of his own treatise, aiming as it does at certificating one set of developments on behalf of the special apparatus of the Christian Church, is a hindrance to the recognition of religion as an aspect of the process of civilization. In terms of the analogy with science, religion ought to be today at a far higher level than it was in ancient Syria, or in the Greco-Roman decadence. But here the special pleader reverts to the Numenian thesis of special genius, arbitrarily placing the highest genius for religion in antiquity, and implying, apparently, that whatever genius there has been since is joyfully subservient to that. Now, genius is certainly a factor in every line of mental evolution, in the sense that all marked mental capacity is a variation, and insofar as religions have been moralized or rationalized, genius for righteousness or for reason has clearly been at work. But just as certain as the fact of genius is the fact that it is in large part wasted, and we shall utterly misread the history of mankind if we conceive the religious consciousness as readily susceptible of impulses from the moral or rational genius of the gifted few. 222 On the contrary, nothing is harder than even the partial imposition of the higher view on the religious multitude, and this precisely because the crowd supposes, with the countenance of Dr. Jevons, that it has inner consciousness of the veracity of its congenital beliefs. King Akhenaten of Egypt, presumably, had such consciousness of the truth of his monotheism, but even his autocratic power failed to annul the inner consciousness of the polytheists around him, or, for that matter, the direct consciousness of the priests that their bread was buttered on the polytheistic side. 223 There is, I think, no known case in history of a going priesthood reforming its own cult, in the sense of willingly making an important change on moral lines. There is indeed abundant reason to credit priesthoods with the alteration of the rule under which the priest himself was the primary subject for sacrifice, 224 but the change consisted solely in laying the burden upon others. Apart from the presumptive changes of view set up in Israel during the exile, it seems to have been always by kings, or queens or heroes 225, that human sacrifices were suppressed in antiquity, never by the choice of priesthoods. 226 Thus King Eurypylus is associated with the abolition of the human sacrifice to Artemis Triclaria, 227 Cecrops with the substitution of cakes for living victims to Zeus Lycaeus, 228 Iphicrates 229 and Gelon 230 with the attempted stoppage of human sacrifices at Carthage, King Diphilus with its cessation at Cyprus, Ahmosius with its abrogation at Heliopolis in Egypt. 231 In the ancient history of Japan, it is an emperor who, about the beginning of the Christian era, recoils from the practice of burying servitors alive at the funeral of a prince, and it is on his appeal that one of his ministers hits on the device of substituting clay images. 232 Among the Samoans one legend ran that the human sacrifices to the sun, which were destroying the race, were put an end to by the Lady Ui giving herself up and being accepted by the pacified sun as his bride, while another version makes Ui the daughter of the king of Manue, who gave up his daughter as a final sacrifice, and then abolished the practice. 233 In another case a Tongan queen, named Manu, saved alive a number of those destined for her husband's cannibal feasts, and in yet another a cannibal god, presumably the priest or incarnation of a higher deity, is destroyed by the action of a daring youth. 234 The powerful King Finno of Tonga, again, showed a disposition to check some forms of human sacrifice, 235 and King Jizo of Dahomey is credited with materially reducing the number of human sacrifices throughout his kingdom, 236 during his lifetime. King Jalil, again, promising that, by and by little, much may be done, in the way of curtailing the sacrifices, declared, if I were to give up this custom at once, my head would be taken off tomorrow, 237 Such was the power of the priests. Similarly the abolition of human sacrifices in ancient China was effected only by the action of humane princes, and the attempt in earlier times seems to have involved insurrection and desperate war. 238 Elsewhere such attempts are known to have failed, and the work of King Jizo of Dahomey was undone after him. The fetishir is all-powerful in Dahomey. The last monarch was notably desirous of modifying the horrors and the expenses of the national worship. His son has been compelled to walk in the old path of blood. 239 The strongest characteristic of priesthoods is their conservatism, and though moral and religious innovators have arisen among them, practical moral reforms have always to be forced on them from the outside. 240 Where a powerful king resists them from humane motives, even if he put them down by force for the time, he is not unlikely to be the victim in the end. 241 Where substitutes have been made for human sacrifices among nature folk, without governmental pressure, as apparently among the Malays and some tribes in India, there is no priesthood to speak of, and these simple people have silently attained what passes for a great reform, where religious history is concerned. 242 For every man of moral genius, probably, who has been able to modify for the better the form or course of an organized religion, there have been 10 who were slain or silenced by its organization. Indeed, if we reckon solely the ostensible historical cases of fortunate innovation on the direct appeal of genius, the balance is immeasurably the other way. What is more, the economic and social conditions in antiquity were such that the man who succeeded even indirectly in modifying a cult or creed for the better did so by some measure of fraud. Dr. Jevons, as we have seen, lightly decides that such reformers have usually considered themselves to be speaking, not their own words or thoughts, but those of their God. If they did, be it said once more, they would only be feeling as did the common run of early priests in their normal procedure. The full significance of the case will come out much better if we say that reformers found they stood the best chance of a hearing when they professed to be speaking the words of the God. What this meant in the way of demoralization it is depressing to surmise. It is indeed customary of late to substitute for the exaggerated notion of pagan priestcraft that used to be held by most Christians and by some freethinkers the much more arbitrary notion of an absolute rectitude in the pristine, religious consciousness, but critical science can accept no such fantasy. There are evidences of conscious fraud on the surface of the most primitive-looking cults known to us. 243 The majority of travelers unhesitatingly impute fraud to the magicians and priests of savage tribes, and while there is reason to believe that early man and savage man have a less clear sense than we of the difference between truth and falsehood, in this respect partly approximating to the child mind, there is really no reason for supposing them less capable of resort to willful deception. On the contrary, they seem in religious matters to have been more prompt at fabrication, in the ratio of the greater credulity they met with. Unless, then, we proceed with Dr. Jevons to make gratuitous exceptions in favor of all cases on the line of evolution of our own creed, we must conclude that the ancient conditions often, if not always, drove reformers to make believe. 2. Reform as a religious process. The case may become clearer if we look for illustration to the phenomena of fictitious literature. It will hardly be suggested that the Semites and Greeks who wrote religious treatises or hymns and ascribed them to famous men of centuries before, were under a hallucination as to the source of their thoughts. They did but seek for them the passport of a name that challenged respect. Precisely, then, as the prophetic writer put his words in the mouth of a dead prophet, a common way of aiming at reforms, making him say, "Thus saith the Lord," so in many cases at least the living prophet must have been perfectly conscious that his spoken words were not the Lord's, but his own. In fact, the saner the prophet, and the saner his counsel, the more likely was he to know how he came by it, though his feeling that he was on the side of the God would greatly relieve his scruples about professing to be the God's mouthpiece. The man who, on the other hand, was so far beside himself as to suppose that omnipotence was speaking through him, was much less likely to have wise counsels to give. In any case, crazed or prudent, right or wrong, all alike ran the risk of being denounced by the others as false prophets, 244, and stoned accordingly. Thus reform was a matter either of persuading kings or of managing fellow priests and fellow worshippers, and genius for management would be fully as important as genius for righteousness. In the case, for instance, of a substitution of animal for human sacrifices, or of dough dolls for sacrificial animals or men or children, the reformer of a priest-ruled cult had to play at once upon the credulity and the self-interest of the worshippers. It is clear from the Hebrew books that for the early Hebrews as for the Phoenicians the firstborn of man as well as of animals was at one time a customary sacrifice, 245, and the myth of Abraham and Isaac confesses the fact in the act of supplying a pretext for a change. In the story of the sacrifice of Jephthah's daughter, again, it is evident that human sacrifice must once have been normal to permit of the idea of the application of the vow to a human being, and the declaration that a special annual mourning was set up for the alleged tragedy of mischance is an ethical fiction. In all likelihood the ground of it was an annual sacrifice of a maiden, which was transmuted into an act of lamentation for one traditionally sacrificed. So with the obvious fiction of Joshua's imprecating on the rebuilder of Jericho the curse of slaying his sons for the foundations, 246, the practice had clearly been normal, and the representing of it as a foredoomed horror is a late invention. And no less clear is it, from the story of the sacrifice of a virgin imposed by the Delphic oracle on the Messenians in their war with the Spartans, 247, that the practice, wherever it originated, was religiously established among the early Greeks. Such storytelling as that of the Isaac myth, and that of the suicide of the despairing Aristodemus, convinced that he had slain his daughter in vain, 248, was the natural device 249 of the humane reformer, who was much more likely to be relatively a rationalist than to be abnormally subject to religious ecstasies or trances. Muhammad is indeed a case to the contrary, he being credited with opposing the practice of female infanticide, but the very fact that in the Quran no tale is framed to carry the point is a confirmation of our view. In an old cult, a bold command to forego or reverse an established rite would be bewildering to the worshippers, whereas a myth describing a process of commutation would find easy acceptance where such a commutation was already agreeable to normal feeling. Normal feeling, on the other hand, was often the matrix of the reformative idea. There was a natural tendency to relax human sacrifices in times of prosperity unless a zealous priesthood insisted on them. 250 and a long period of prosperity would make men loath to shed the blood of their own children. Thus either the political accident of a prolonged peace or the opening of a new era of government was the probable condition of the effectual arrest of child sacrifice among the Hebrews, and the myth of Abraham and Isaac and the ram was in all likelihood framed at such a time. Its inclusion in a sacred book was some security against such a reversion to child sacrifice as we know to have occurred among the Carthaginians in times of great distress or danger, after periods in which it was disused. 251 The same tendency is implied in the story, whether true or false, of a cannibal sacrament among the members of the conspiracy of Catiline. 252 Nations, like men, are apt to be driven to worse courses by terror and disaster. 253 And it is not only conceivable but probable that the Hebrews made their main steps towards religious betterment when they were temporarily raised from the list of the nations and set to cultivate their religious consciousness in a captivity which withheld them from political vicissitude without reducing them to slavery. 254 For the explanation of religious evolution, then, we must look not so much to genius for right thought as to genius for hitting the common taste or for outmaneuvering rival cults. By far the clearest case of cult, or creed shaping by a single genius is that of Muhammad, 255 and here, to the historical eye, it is the political expansion of Islam at a critical moment that makes the fortunes of the faith, not the rise of the faith that makes the fortune of the Muslims. Had not the Saracens at the moment of the successful emergence of Mohammed's movement found their chance to overrun great territories of the enfeebled Christian empire, that movement might never have been aught but an obscure tribal worship, or might indeed have been speedily overlaid by the surrounding polytheism. It was the sense of triumphant opposition to Christian tritheism and Mary worship and to Persian fire worship that sharply defined the Moslem dogma, and once a religion has its sacred book, its tradition of triumph, and its established worship, the conservatism of the religious instinct counts for much more in preserving it than the measure of genius that went to the making of its doctrine. Every religion, in fact, sees supreme genius, both literary and religious, in its own Bible simply because it is such. No Christian can have a devouter conviction of the splendor of his sacred books than the Muslim enjoys concerning the Quran, the Brahmin over the Vedas, or the Buddhist in respect of the large literature of his system. 3. Polytheism and monotheism. Broadly speaking, religious evolution is far from being a steady progress, and, such as it is determined in great measure by political and social change. It was certainly a political process, for instance, that established a nominal monotheism among the Hebrews in Palestine, even as it was a political process that established a systematic polytheism in other states. 256 Primarily, all tribes and cities probably tended to worship specially a god, ancestral or otherwise, who was the luck of the community and was at first nameless, or only generically named. Later comparison and competition evolved names, and any association of tribes meant as a matter of course a pantheon, the women of each taking their deities with them when they married into another clan. Ferocious myths and theological historiography in the Hebrew books tell amply of the anxiety of the priests of Yahweh at a comparatively late stage to resist this natural drift of things, and the history, down to the captivity, avows their utter failure. Neither in the attempt nor in its failure is there anything out of the ordinary way of religious evolution. While some theorists, with Renaud, credit Israel with a unique bias to monotheism, others, unable to see how Israel could be thus unique, infer either an early debt to the higher monotheistic thought of Egypt or, with Ewald, an original reaction on the part of Moses against Egyptian polytheism. All three inferences are gratuitous. Renaud's thesis that a special bias to monotheism was set up in the early Semites by their environment is contradicted by all their ancient history, and is now abandoned by theologians. 257 The story of Moses in Egypt is a flagrant fiction, and Moab, Ammon, and Edom, Israel's nearest kinsfolk and neighbors, were monotheists in precisely the same sense in which Israel itself was. 258, that is to say, they too had special tribal gods whom their priests sought to aggrandize. There is no reason to doubt that such priests fought for their Baals as Yahwists did for Yahweh. The point of differentiation in Israel is not any specialty of consciousness, but the specialty of evolution ultimately set up in their case through the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus. All the earlier Palestinian groups tended to be monotheistic and polytheistic in the same way. When tribes formally coalesced in a city or made a chief, a chief god was likely to be provided by the paramount tribe or cult. 259 unless he were framed out of the local fact of the city, or the mere principle of alliance. 260 in the case of the Hebrews, the cult of Yah, or Yahoo, or Yahweh, was simply a local worship sometimes aggrandized by the king, and documentally imposed on the fictitious history of the nation long afterwards. 261 in the miscellaneous so-called prophecies ascribed to Jeremiah there is overwhelming testimony to the boundless polytheism of the people even in Jerusalem, the special seat of Yahweh, just before the captivity. Either these documents preserve the historic facts or they were composed by Yahwists to terrorize yet a later generation of Hebrew polytheists. Not till a long series of political pressures and convulsions had eliminated the variant stocks and forces, and built up a special fanaticism for one cult, did an ostensible monotheism really hold the ground in the sacred city. 262 that this monotheism was religious, in the arbitrary and unscientific sense of being neither ethical nor philosophical it might seem needless to deny, but the truth is that it represents the ethic of a priesthood seeking its own ends. The main thesis of the prophetic and historical books is simply the barbaric doctrine that Yahweh is the God of Israel, whom he sought to make a people unto him, that Israel's sufferings are a punishment for worshipping the gods of other peoples, and that Yahweh effects the punishment by employing as his instruments those other peoples, who, if Yahweh be the one true God, are just as guilty as Israel. There is here, obviously, no monotheism properly so called, even when the rival gods are called non-gods. 263 Such an expression does not occur in the reputedly early writings, and when first employed it is but a form of bluster natural to warring communities at a certain stage of zealotry. It is known to have been employed by the Assyrians and Egyptians as spontaneously as by the Hebrews, 264 and it stands merely for the stress of cultivated fanaticism in priest-taught communities. The idea that Yahweh used other nations as the rod of his anger against Israel and Judah, without desiring to be worshipped by those other nations, is a mere verbal semblance of holding him for the only God, and arises by simple extension of the habit of seeing a chastisement from the tribe's God in any trouble that came upon it. Here we are listening to a lesson given by priests. On the other hand, the politic course of conciliating the gods of the foe, practiced by the Senate-ruled Romans, tells of the grafting of the principle of sheer worldly or military prudence on that of general religious credulity in a community where priesthood as such was but slightly developed. Morally and rationally speaking, however, there is no difference of plane between the Roman and the Hebrew conceptions. 265 Jeremiah, proclaiming that the showers have been withheld by the Lord that giveth rain. 266 is on that side, indeed, at the intellectual level of any tribal medicine man, and if the writers of such doctrine could really have believed what their words at times implied, that the alleged one sole God desired the devotion of Israel alone, leaving all other peoples to the worship of chimeras, they would have been not above but below the intellectual and moral level of the professed polytheists around them. On any view, indeed, they were morally lower in that they were potentially less sympathetic. So far as can be historically gathered, the early monotheistic idea, so-called, arose by way of an angry refusal to say, what the earlier Yahwists had constantly said and believed, that other nations had their gods like Israel. There is thus only a quibbling truth in the thesis that monotheism does not grow out of polytheism, but out of an inchoate monotheism, which is the germ of polytheism and monotheism alike. 267 The inchoate monotheism, in question being simply the worship of one special tribal god, is itself actually evolved from a prior polytheism, for the conception of a single national god is relatively late, and even that of a tribal god emerges while men believe in many ungraded gods. It is quite true that later polytheism arises by the collocation of tribal gods, but there is absolutely no known case of a monotheism which did not emerge in a people who normally admitted the existence of a multitude of gods. Even, then, if the first asserters of a sole god were so in virtue of a special intuition, that intuition was certainly developed in a polytheistic life. And there is absolutely no reason to doubt, on the other hand, that in Israel as elsewhere there were men who reached monotheism by philosophic progression from polytheism. The historic evolution of Jewish monotheism, however, was certainly not of this order. It was not even, as Robertson Smith with much candor of intention implied, nothing more than a consequence of the alliance of religion with monarchy. 268 Monarchy in Mesopotamia and Egypt never induced monotheism, and most of the Jewish kings were on the face of the record polytheists. The development, as we shall see, was post-monarchic and hierocratic, and the immediate question is whether the spirit which promoted it was either morally or intellectually superior. The judicial answer must be that it was not. Insofar as it was a sincere fanaticism, a fixed idea that one God alone was to be recognized, though he devoted himself to one small group of men, it partook of the nature of monomania, since it utterly excluded any deep or scrupulous reflection on human problems, and insofar as it was not fanatical, it was simply the sinister self-assertion of priests bent on establishing their monopoly. The contrary view, that a belief in the existence of the gods of other tribes than one's own is, obviously, a lower form of faith than that of the man who worships only one God and believes that as for the gods of the heathen, they are but idols. 269 must just be left to the strengthening moral sense of men. Such an assumption necessarily leads, in consistency, to the thesis that the man who believes his tribe has the one God all to itself does so in virtue of a unique revelation, and this is implied in the further description of true monotheism as proceeding on an inner consciousness that the object of man's worship is one and indivisible, one and the same God always. On this basis, sheer stress of egoism is the measure of religiosity, and as the mere scientific reason cannot suppose such egoism to have been a monopoly of the Hebrews, it would follow, for ordinary minds, that revelation occurred in every separate cult in the world. It is indeed certain that even among polytheists a special absorption in the thought of one God is a common phenomenon. 270 Thus there are as many revelations as there are gods and goddesses, all alike being vouched for by the spiritual depths of man's nature. Unless rational thought is once more to be bridled by absolutism, such a line of reasoning must be classed with the pretensions of the medieval papacy. Men not already committed to dogma cannot conceive that a religion is to be appraised in utter disregard of its relation to universal morals, on a mere a priori principle as to the nobility of monotheism, especially when the principle is set up for one monotheism alone. It is merely a conventional result of the actual course of the evolution of the Christian system that quasi-monotheism as such should be assumed to be an advance on other forms of creed, with or without exception of the case of Islam. A certain intellectual gain may indeed arise where a cult dispenses with and denounces images, this, even if the variation arose, as is likely, not by way of positive reasoning on the subject, but by the simple chance of conservatism in a local cult which had subsisted long without images for sheer lack of handicraftsmen to make them. 271 But the gain is slight indeed when the anthropomorphic idea of the god's local residence is stressed exactly as his imaged presence is stressed elsewhere, and when in every other respect his worship and ethic are on the common anthropomorphic level. 272 In any case it is clear that such monotheism could not be made by mere asseveration, with or without genius, to prevail against the polytheism of a population not politically selected on a monotheistic basis. Even if it were, however, it would depend on further and special causes or circumstances whether the worshippers underwent any new moral development. 273 The conventional view unfortunately excludes the recognition of this, hence we have the spectacle of a prolonged dispute. 274 As to whether savage races can ever have the notion of a supreme being, or creator, or high God, or all-father, with the assumption on both sides that if the affirmative can be formally made out, the savages in question are at once invested with a higher intellectual and spiritual character, as if a man who chanced to call his God high and good thereby became good and high thinking. 275 All the while Mr. Lang, the chief champion of the affirmative, avows that his supreme being worshipping savages in Australia would kill their wives if the latter overheard the high, theistic and ethical doctrine of the mysteries. 276 Even apart from such an avowal, it ought to be unnecessary to point out that terms of moral description translated from the language of savages to that of civilized men have a merely classifying force, and in themselves can justify no moral conclusion in terms of our own doctrines, any more than their use of terms like creator can be held to imply a philosophical argument as to a first cause. 277 Two moral and intellectual tests at least must be applied to any doctrine or cult of monotheism, before it can be graded above any form of polytheism. We must know whether it involves a common ethic for the community of the worshipper and other communities, and whether it sets up a common ethic of humanity within the community. Either test may in a given case be partially satisfied while the other is wholly unsatisfied. Thus we have the pre-exilic Hebrews and, perhaps, some modern Australian Aborigines 278 affirming a one God, who is creator of all, and yet treating all strangers as outside of the God's providence or law, while on the other hand we had till recently the Khons, with their human sacrifices to the goddess Tari and their doctrine of a supreme God, proclaiming that the victim whom they liturgically tortured or tore to pieces was sacrificed for the whole world, the responsibility for its welfare having been laid on their sect. 279 To set such monotheism, or such soterism above late Greek or Roman polytheism or Hindu pantheism is possible only under an uncritical convention. 280 We must try Hebrew religion by moral tests if we are to grade it in a moral scale with others, and by such tests it is found to be anti-moral in its very monotheism. As for its records, we find its most impressive myths, to say nothing of the others, duplicated among some of the primitive tribes in India in our own day. One such tribe ascribes to a sacred bull the miracle of Joshua, the turning back of the sun in its course. Another has a legend that is a close counterpart of that of the Exodus, the dividing of the waters by the god to enable the tribe to escape a pursuing king. 281 Genius, no doubt, did arise in the shape of an occasional monotheist with both literary gift and higher ethical and cosmical ideals than those of the majority, and though there is reason to surmise lateness as regards the prophetic teachings of that order. 282 It is not to be disputed that such thinkers, whom Dr. Jevons would deny to be thinkers, may have existed early. But the broad historic fact remains that by the ostensibly latest prophet in the canon Yahweh is represented as complaining bitterly of the frauds committed on him in the matter of tithes and sacrifices. Offer it now unto thy governor, will he be pleased with thee, he is made to say concerning the damaged victims brought to his altar. 283 And the very prophet of the restoration lays down, or is made to lay down, the old doctrine of the tribal medicine man very much in the language of a modern company promoter, and it shall come to pass that every one that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall go up from year to year, to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles, more correctly booths. And it shall be that whoso of all the families of the earth goeth not up unto Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, even upon them there shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up, and come not, neither shall it be upon them, there shall be the plague, or upon them shall be the plague, wherewith the Lord will smite the nations that go not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. 284 If this were the whole or the principal historical clue to the motives of the return, we should be moved to decide that that movement was simply a sacro-commercial venture, undertaken by men who had seen how much treasure was to be made by any shrine of fair repute for antiquity and sanctity. The other records, of course, enable us to realize that there entered into it the zeal of a zealous remnant, devoted to the nominal cult of their father's city and the memories of their race. But with such a document before us we are forced to recognize, what we might know from other details in sacerdotal history to be likely, that with the zealots there went the exploiters of zealotry. It is certain that the men of the return were for the most part poor. A Talmudic saying preserves the fact that those who had done well in Babylon remained there, 285 and, on the other hand, it holds to reason that among the less prosperous there would be some adventurers, certainly not unbelievers, but believers in Mammon as well as in another god. Such men had abundant reason to believe in Yahweh as a source of revenue. The prophetic and historic references to him as a rain-giver are so numerous as to give a broad support to Goldsier's theory that the God of the Hebrews had been a rain god first and a sun god only latterly, and in sun-scorched Syria a god of rain was as sure an attraction as the Syrian goddess herself, who in Lucian's day had such treasure-yielding prestige. But even if we ignore the economic motive, obvious as it is, the teaching of Zechariah remains undeniably tribalist and crassly unedifying. To such doctrine as this can be attributed neither the intellectual nor the moral advantages theoretically associated with monotheism in culture history. It is historically certain that science never made in Jewry any such progress as the monotheistic conception has been supposed to promote, and whatever general elevation of moral thought may have taken place among the teachers of later Jewry is clearly to be ascribed not to a fortuitous upcrop of genius, though that was not absent, but to the chastening effect of disaster and frustration, forcing men to deep reverie and the gathering of the wisdom of sadness. And to this they may have been in a measure helped by the higher ethical teachings current among their polytheistic conquerors and neighbors. There emerges the not discomforting thought that it is from suffering and the endurance of wrong, not from triumph and prosperity, that men have reached an ideal in religion which renounces all the egoisms of race and cult. Such an experience could have come to other victims of Babylon, brought within the Babylonian world before the Jews. But the trouble was that only there could a wisdom of self-renunciation subsist in any communal shape. In the Hebrew books, however introduced, it was forever doubled with the law of savagery and tribalism, the worst religious ethic always jostling the best. 4. Hebrews and Babylonians. We must indeed guard against throwing on the side of Assyria and Babylon the balance of prejudice which has so long been cast on the side of Jewry. There can have been no more of general ethical or rational elevation in the great polytheistic states than in the small. But it lies on the face of the history of religion alike in India, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, that in great and rich polytheistic priesthoods there arose naturally a habit of pantheistic speculation 286 which at least laid the basis for a higher philosophy, science, and ethic, and it would be precisely the men of such enlarged views in the great Mesopotamian capitals who would most readily hold intercourse with the conquered or traveling Israelites. Certain it is that the cosmogony of Genesis is adapted directly from that preserved and partly developed in Mesopotamia from pre-Semitic times. Thus the so-called genius of the Hebrews for religion founded itself on the common Asiatic tradition of many thousands of years. 287 That the Hebrews should have learned anything worth learning from the Babylonians is a notion for which most people are still unprepared by education. 288 As it was put in the last generation by one apologist, the moral chasm which separates us from heathens is so great that we can hardly realize their feelings. 289 But when it is realized that the Hebrews adopted the mythic cosmology of their neighbors 290 it should be easier to conceive that they got from them ideas of a more advanced order. 291 And if the ethical tone of the inchoate monotheism of the Hebrew books be thoughtfully noted, it will be realized that only in the larger community was there any appreciable chance for the development of a relatively enlightened creed. There had arisen perforce a measure of tolerance in virtue of the very compulsion to polytheism. Early Assyria was as primitively tribal as early Israel, Assur was at least as loudly vaunted and as devotedly trusted as Yahweh, and his worshippers were presumptively not more but less ready to accept other gods, precisely because they were so much more successful in their wars. Yet when by conquest city was added to city, and kingdom to kingdom, a systematic polytheism was as inevitable in Mesopotamia as in Egypt. There we see kings specially devoted to one god, 292 But when one king's zeal leads him to impose his cult on all, the outcome is the raising of his own name, as well as his gods, from the monuments 293 after his death. Whole populations could not be driven out of one worship into another, and as the sense of national unity arose, the priesthoods of the capitals would more and more readily accept the gods of the outlying communities. The mere vicissitudes of warfare were always a reason, in military eyes, for desiring to widen the field of divine assistance, and no mere soldier or soldier-king could conceivably doubt the existence of the gods of his enemies, however he might in battle affect to deride them. It was among the priests, or other thoughtful men of leisure, that there would arise the inference that all the god names were but varying labels for one great non-tribal spirit, 294 who might be conceived either, as among the Brahmins and Egyptians, pantheistically, or on the lines of the relation of the earthly autocrat to the states he ruled. And it was only through some such theorizing as this that any moral or intellectual progress could be made, for only on this line could monotheism become international. 295 It is part of the convention aforesaid to treat the preservation of the Hebrew creed as a gain to civilization equal with that of the Greek victory over the invading Persians. The heritage of Jewish monotheism, it is assumed, is as precious as the heritage of Hellene literature, philosophy, and art. 296 If, however, there is to be any rational comparative appraisement of cults, it must be in terms of their service either to ethics or to science, including philosophy, and the service to ethics must finally be gauged in terms of human happiness and freedom. Now, we have seen that in the last pages of the Old Testament canon the religion of the Jews is tribal, trivial, narrow, 297 and it is the historic fact that to the day of the final fall of Jerusalem it remained tribalist and localist, a gospel of racial privilege and a practice of barbaric sacrifice, a law of taboo and punctilio, proclaiming a god of ritual and ceremonial, dwelling unseen in a chosen house, with much concern about its furniture and its commissariat. There is no ethical principle in its whole literature that is not to be found in the sacerdotal literatures of Egypt, Persia, India, or in the non-sacerdotal literature of China and Greece. And with the Hebrew ethic there is almost constantly bound up the ethic-destroying concept of the one God as the patron of one people, who only through them consents to recognize the rest of the human race. It matters little whether, on the other hand, we think of the pantheistic or monotheistic element in the Egyptian and other systems as effective. 298 The question is whether either polytheism or monotheism lifted morals and promoted science and civilization. Now, the polytheistic empires and the Hebrew state alike failed to reach any principle of international reciprocity, so that on that score they availed nothing against the fatal egoism of race, and as regards moral reciprocity within the state, any discoverable difference of code is rather in favor of the polytheists. 299 The everyday code of the Egyptian funerary ritual 300 supplies the main practical ethic of the Gospels, and is closely echoed in the probably non-Hebraic book of Job, 301. But while a similar social spirit is incidentally met within the Psalms and the Prophets, the outstanding and emphasized ethic of the Hebrew historical and prophetic books is really that national and regal righteousness consist in worshipping the Hebrew God and renouncing the others, while to worship them is to commit the sin of sins. The abstractly pietistic sentiment of the Hebrew books, of which the most important element is the sense of contrition, belongs to the psalmodic literature of the Babylonians and the Egyptians alike, 302, and all that is called by pietists cold, and hard, and materialistic, in other religious law is abundantly paralleled within the covers of the Bible. In one respect, indeed, the Hebrew ethic is distinctly more refined than that of the other creeds, that is to say, in its relation to the principle of sex, but here, it is quite clear, the general elevation is post-exilic, seeing that every form of sexual vice is constantly asserted to have prevailed in and around the cult of Yahweh before the captivity. It thus appears that the Israelites either acquired their purer ethic among the Babylonians, where an ideal of purity certainly coexisted with a practice of sanctified license, 303, or developed such an ethic as the result of the post-exilic struggle against the seductions and competition of the neighboring cults. And from this doctrinal evolution, finally, there resulted, apart from the abolition of licentious worship as such, no betterment of the position of women 304 or the practice of men in Jewry as compared with Greece and Rome. Not only did normal sexual vice subsist as elsewhere, 305, but the Hebrew code of divorce was iniquitous, and the law for the special punishment of women offenders remained at least formally barbarous down to the Christian era. 306. 5. Forces of religious evolution. The true judgment on the comparative merits of religions is to be reached by noting the manner of their evolution, and when this is impartially done the student is led, not to any racial palm-giving on the score of religious genius, but to a new sense of the significance of social and political factors, and a compassionate realization of the ill fortune of all high aspirations among men. Genius for moral and philosophical thought as distinguished from literary expression is to be recognized here and there in all the old religious literatures, and even as regards literary genius there is little weight in estimates which appreciate the Hebrew books on the one hand in an enthusiastically eloquent rendering and on the other dimly divine the Gentile literatures through the sackcloths of dead scripts, whereof the scrupulous interpreters convey the very deadness as assiduously as the Elizabethans sought for transfigurement in translation. What is common to all the ancient literatures is the fatality by which the general deed of man determines the general thought. In ancient Babylonia, the scholars are now agreed, there was a highly evolved yet not highly imperialized state, ruled by an enlightened Akkado-Babylonian king named Hammurabi, 307 2300 years before our era, and long ages before historic Hellas was so named. This polity failed and fell, and on its ruins there rose successively the terrible and tyrannous empires of Assyria and later Babylon, wherein no doctrine of civil freedom could survive, though the code of Hammurabi remained the code of his people. Under such rule, whatever flower of moral genius might bloom in high or cloistered places, men in the mass could not be aught but fixedly superstitious, morally short-sighted, good only in virtue of their temperaments and the varying pressure of crude law and cruder custom. Whether they worshipped one god or many, a most high or a mediator, a mother goddess or a trinity, their ethic was unalterably narrow and their usage stamped with primeval grossness, for wherever the life of fortuitous peace bred a gentler humanity and a higher civilization, the nemesis of empire and conquest hurled a new barbarism on its prey, only to adopt anew the old cults, the old law, the old delusions. So, on the basis of civilization laid by the old Sumer-Akkadians, the Babylonian and the Assyrian wrestled and overthrew each other time and again till the Persian overthrew the Babylonian, and all the while the nameless mass from generation to generation dreamed the old dreams, with some changes of god names and usages, but no transformation of life, and no transfiguration of its sinister battlefield. In no ancient state, certainly not in pre-exilic Jewry, did men think and brood more over religion, in theory and practice, than they did in Babylon, 308, and in such a hotbed, religious genius must be presumed to have arisen. But while it could leave its traces in higher doctrine, and join hands fruitfully with nascent science, it could never restore the freer polity of Sumer Arcadia, though it could humbly cherish the Akkadian dream that Hammurabi would come again 309 as Messiah, to begin a new age. On the broad fields of sword-ruled ignorance there could thrive only such vain hopes and the rank growths of superstition. Better gods were not to be set up, save in unseen shrines, on a worsening earth. As in Egypt and in Hindostan, religion was of necessity determined in the main by the life conditions of the mass, and to the mass, or to powerful classes, priesthoods must always minister. What Mesopotamian civilization finally yielded to the common stream of human betterment was the impulse of its cosmogony and its esoteric pantheism to science and philosophy in the new life of unlit perialized Greece, and the concrete store of its astronomical knowledge, alloyed with its astrology. Its current ethic was doubtless abreast of the Ten Commandments and the Egyptian ritual of the Judgment Day, and its commerce seems to have evolved an adequate working system of law, besides a notable system of banking, but a civilization which itself failed to reach popular well-being and international equity could pass on no important moral ideal to posterity. On the contrary, it bequeathed the fatal lust of empire, so that on the new imperial growth of Persia there followed, by way of emulation, that of Macedonia, to be followed by that of Rome, which ended in the paralysis and prostration of the whole civilization of the Mediterranean world. And in the last stages of that decadence we find arising a nominally new religion which is but a fresh adaptation of practices and principles as old as Arcadia, and which is beset by heresies of the same derivation. 6. The Hebrew evolution. At this point the Mesopotamian succession is seen to mingle with that of Judea, which in turn falls to be conceived and appraised, as a total evolution, in terms of the conditions. As has been briefly noted above, Judaic monotheism was equally with Mesopotamian polytheism a result of political circumstances. The Jewish national history as contained in the sacred books is demonstrably a vast fiction to one half of its extent, as tested by the admissions of the other, and the fiction was a gradual construction of its priests and prophets in the interest of the cult which finally triumphed. From the more ancient memories or documents which are preserved among the priestly fictions, records such as are included in the closing chapters of the Book of Judges, we realize that after the alleged deliverance from Egypt and the fabulous Mosaic legislation in the wilderness, the religion of Israel in Canaan was one of local cults, with no priesthood apart from the local functioning of single Levites, presumably members of a previous race of inhabitants who knew the manner of the God of the land. 310 These functionaries can best be realized as belonging to the lower types of Indian Farkas and Moslem dervishes. 311 And even in this primitive stage, when the only general political organization was an occasional confederation of tribes for a given purpose, 312 some had already developed the abnormal vices associated with corrupt civilizations. 313 It is not unlikely that the beginnings of a centralized system occurred at a shrine answering to the description of that of Shiloh in the Book of Samuel, but the legend of that prophet is more likely to be an ephemerized version of the fact that the god of the shrine was Samuel, a form of the Sem or Samos of the Samaritans and other Semites, who is further ephemerized as Samson in the Book of Judges. 314 At this stage we find the priests of the shrine notoriously licentious, and their methods primitively barbaric. 315 And the only semblance of a national or even tribal religion is the institution of the movable ark, a kind of palladium, containing amulets or a sacred stone, which might be kept by any chief or group strong enough to retain it. 316 And able to keep a Levite for its service. Even on the face of the official and myth-loaded history, it was by a band of ferocious filibusters at this level of religion that an Israelite kingdom or principality was first set up, and a shrine of Yah or Yahweh instituted in the captured Jebusite stronghold of Zion, where going worship must already have existed. From such a point forward the kingdom, waxing and shrinking by fortune of war, would tend to develop commercially and otherwise on the general lines of Semitic culture, assimilating the high Assyrian civilization wherever it met with it. The art of writing by means of the alphabet, received either from the kindred Phoenicians or direct from Babylon, 317 would be early acquired in the course of the traffic between the coast cities and the inland states, and with such culture would come the religious ideas of the neighboring peoples. It is impossible to construct any save a speculative narrative of the religious evolution out of the mass of late pseudo-history, in which names known to have been those of gods are assigned to patriarchs, 318 heroes, kings, and miracle-working prophets, all in turn made subservient to Yahweh of Israel. But from the long series of invectives against other cults in the pseudo-historical and prophetic books, the contradictory fiats as to local worships in the Pentateuch, 319 and the bare fact of the existence of Yahweh's temple at Jerusalem, we can gather clearly enough that that particular worship at that place was aggrandized by a few kings of Israel or of Judah, and relatively slighted by many others, that its priests did their utmost, but in vain, by vaticination, literary fraud, and malediction, to terrorize kings and people into suppressing the rival shrines and cults, that all the while their own had the degraded features of the rest, 320, and that their monotheism was merely of the kind ascribed by Flaubert to the sun priests at Carthage, who derided their own brethren of the cult of the moon, though rage rather than derision is the normal note of the priests of Yahweh. The main motives of their separatism are visibly their perquisites and their monopoly. There is a certain presumption that the story of the reforms of King Josiah, a movement which compares with that of Akhenaten in Egypt, is founded on fact, seeing that the record confesses Josiah to have died miserably, where the general burden of the history required him to prosper signally, as a reward for his Yahwism. It may well have been that the hostility he evoked among his subjects wrought his ruin. In any case, it may be taken as certain that even had Ho prospered, his effort to abolish the multitude of cults would have failed as Akhenaten's did, and there is finally no disguise of the fact of its failure. Neither in Israel nor in Judah had even the merely monopolist monotheism of the Yahwist priests made popular headway, and if at this stage there did exist monotheists of a higher type, prophets whose aim was just government, wise policy, and decent living, they stood not a better but a worse chance of converting kings or commoners, rich or poor. The popular religion was determined by the popular culture stage and life conditions. In Babylon, however, while many doubtless went over bodily to the native cults, the stauncher Yahwists would tend to be made more zealous by their very contact with the image-using systems, and the state of critical consciousness thus set up 321 would tend to give a certain new definiteness to the former less reasoned hostility to the rival worships. The conception of Yahweh as incapable of being imaged would promote a kind of speculation such as had already occurred among the idolatrous priesthoods themselves, and that intercourse took place between the Yahwists and some Babylonian teachers is proved by their now giving a new significance to the Assyro-Babylonian institution of the Sabbath, 322, and developing their whole ceremonial and temple law on Mesopotamian lines. 323 Indeed, the simple fact that from this time forward the spoken language of Judea became Aramaic or Chaldee is evidence that their Babylonian sojourn affected their whole culture. With the anti-idolatrous Persian conquerors of Babylon, again, a Jewish sympathy would naturally subsist, and the favorable conditions provided for the captives by Cyrus may explain the apparent feebleness of the first return movement. However that may be, it is probable that to the intervention of Cyrus is due the very existence of the later historic Judaism, and of the bulk of the Hebrew Bible. Had he not conquered Babylon, Hebrew monotheism would in all likelihood have disappeared like the other monotheisms of Palestine, absorbed by the mass of Semitic polytheism in the Semitic Empire, for even when the return began, the monotheistic ideal had no great force. It is true that the commercial success which began to accrue to many of the Jews in Babylon would dispose them afresh to magnify the name of Yahweh as the God of their salvation, 324, but a merely Babylonian Judaism, despite its Talmud, could have had no historic fruit. It is clear that, despite the preliminary refusal to join hands with the Samaritans and other populations around, 325 the immigrants gradually mixed more and more with the surrounding Semitic tribes, whose cults were singly of the same order as the Yahwist, and the old polytheism would thus have re-arisen but for the coming, a century later, of new zealots, whose sense of racial and religious separateness may have been sharpened at Babylon by competition, as well as by concourse, with the Mazdean cult. The alternation of the Persian phrase, God of Heaven, with God of Jerusalem, 326 in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, with the final predominance of the former title in the latter book, suggests a new process of challenge and definition, which, however, would concern the majority of Yahwists much less than it did their theologians. What all could appreciate was the consideration that if the cult were not kept separate it would lose its revenue-drawing power. When once the laxer elements had been eliminated, or at least sacerdotally discountenanced, the social conditions were vitally different from the pre-exilic. Gathered together on the traditional site for the very purpose of instituting the cult of Yahweh and no other, the recruited and purged remnant gave their priests such an opportunity for building up a hierarchy as had never before been in that region, and the need and the opportunity together wrought the evolution. To speak of the doctrine thus instituted as the product of a unique order of religious consciousness is to substitute occult forces for natural laws. Insofar as it had any philosophic content, any breadth of cosmic conception, it borrowed from the inductive monotheism or pantheism, the conceptions constantly and inevitably shade into each other, of the deeper thinkers of Babylon 327 or its Persian conquerors, and such a content was precisely that element in the creed which counted for least in its institution. What drew or held the votaries together was the concept of a God dwelling in the Temple of Jerusalem, and there only, and conferring special favors in the matters of rainfall and healing on those who brought gifts to his shrine. The worshippers were no more transcendentalist than their priests. They were but hypnotized by the unexampled series of literary fabrications on which the creed was refounded, a body of written sacrosanct law such as had never before been brought within the reach of any save priestly students. We are in danger, perhaps, of unduly stigmatizing the Hebrew forgers when we consider their work by itself, keeping in mind the enormous burden of delusion and deceit that it has so long laid upon mankind. In their mode of procedure there was really nothing abnormal. They did but exploit the art of writing, first acquired by the race for commercial purposes, on the lines of immemorial priestly invention, and we must not pass upon them a censure that is not laid on the mythologists and scribes of Egypt or the theologians and poets of India and Greece. Our business is to understand, not to blame, save insofar as a sophistic praise still compels demur. And the historical processes may be sufficiently realized in noting, without binding ourselves to, the conclusions broadly reached by scholars a generation ago, to the effect that the first collected edition of the pretended Mosaic Law, comprised in the Pentateuch and the Book of Joshua, contains some 80 chapters, and the second, over a century later, 120, 90 more being added afterwards. 328 Such a literary usage, indeed, gave a unique opportunity to literary and religious genius, and it was variously availed of. Lyrics of religious emotion, commonly ascribed to the semi-mythic David, to whose legend apparently accrued the lyric attributes of the god of that name, 329 Sententious and proverbial wisdom, similarly fathered on Solomon, dramatic discussion of the ethical dilemma of all theism in the singularly isolated and foreign-seeming Book of Job, an express argumentation against the fanatical racial separatism of the post-exilic theocracy, in the hardly less isolated romances of Ruth and Jonah, all. This goes with the mass of pseudo-history, cosmology, and prophecy, to make up the library which we call the Hebrew Bible. It may be taken as certain that a body of students familiar with the whole range of such a literature had from it an amount of intellectual stimulation not theretofore paralleled in the Semitic world, and from the rabbinical life of centuries we might reasonably expect some fine fruit of ethical and philosophic thought. But again, on close inquiry, we become sadly aware of the fatality of the evolutionary process, in little Jewry as in the great states that decayed around. 7. Post-exilic phases. If we look first to the vogue of biblical Judaism in Palestine, we have to note that from the consummation of the return the cult was jealously closed not only to the people of Samaria, who presumed to worship a Yahweh on their own sacred hill, but to the country people around who had been left behind by the Assyrian conqueror. 330 The sociological conditions were thus such that, when the first force of the new conditions was spent, intellectual ankylosis was bound to set in. The learned class, devotedly absorbed in a literature regarded as divinely inspired, must rapidly become in general incapable of new thought, and their religious philosophy could of itself make no further progress. This is what is seen to take place. But for their traditional rejection of images, a principle in which they had been encouraged by the Mazdeans whom they had met at Babylon, they would even have reverted by that path to normal polytheism. As it was, remaining peculiar in this respect, they did but think of their God as an imageless yet anthropomorphite being who made his home in their temple and either ignored or detested the neighbor nations which had idols. Save for higher speculations which could not appeal to the majority even of the student class, they made no progress towards a consistent and comprehensive monotheism. What extension of speculative thought occurred was rather in the direction of dualism. The doctrine of the adversary, developed either from the Persian Ahriman or the Babylonian figure of the goat god, 331 or else from both, begins to figure in the later writings, and, once dramatically installed in the brilliant Book of Job, was sure to figure more and more in the general consciousness. All the while, the normal Eastern ideas of multitudinous angels and evil spirits had never been absent, though they were denounced when associated with other cults, and in point of general superstition there can have been little to choose between Jew and Gentile. 332 On the side of the belief in angels, again, the very desire to spiritualize and elevate the deity of the older traditions led to the imagining of new divine beings. Among the Samaritans, who, setting out with a Pentateuch, developed quite as much zeal as had the Judeans for the God of Israel, the expression, angel of God, or angels of God, was frequently substituted for God, or gods, in Genesis, and the Chaldee paraphrasts did as much, at times adding further, the word of the Lord, or the Shekinah, as a compromise where angel seemed inadequate. 333 Similarly, the later Jews read angels of God, where their sacred books inconveniently spoke of gods. 334 In the book of Nehemiah, yet again, we have the mention of the good spirit of God. 335 An idea apparently derived from Mazdaism. 336 And sure to set up a special divine concept. Such conceptions in all likelihood grew up by way of analogy from the phenomena of monarchical government. 337 In which the word, or hands, or eye, of the autocrat became names for his chief functionaries or representatives. It would be hard to show that a monotheism, which really accepted, as absolutely as any polytheism, a vast plurality of divine beings, had any moral or spiritual efficacy in virtue of merely setting forth a tyranny of a supreme God over hosts of angels, with a rebel party included, rather than a kind of feudal family oligarchy like that of Olympus, in which the chief god is partially thwarted by the others. The difference is much more one of political habit and outlook than of either ethic or philosophy. The Jews derived from Babylon the idea of a creator god. 338 And if that be the valuable principle in monotheism, their polytheistic kindred are entitled to the credit. So with the idea of a supreme God. 339 The Hebrew specialty lay solely in putting a greater distance between God and angels than did the Mesopotamian, and in rejecting, for the time being, the notions of triads and of a divine family. So little difference was there between the two states of mind that the Christian fathers freely applied the term gods to the angels of the Judeo-Christian system. 340 For the rest, it is significant that the beginnings alike of rational science and of rational ethics were made, not among the Hebrew monotheists, but among Babylonian and Greek polytheists, who went far in cosmic and moral philosophy, while the post-exilic Jews were devotees of a God whose passionate and capricious will took the place of both natural and moral law. A consistent, remorseless, naked monotheism, in short, never prevailed among the Jews any more than in any other people. Such a concept, save in the case of scattered thinkers, as often Gentiles as Jews, has never doctrinally or conceptually flourished till the rise of modern deism, Islam having in turn capitulated to the notion of inferior good and evil spirits. Some small and isolated communities in antiquity probably approached nearer than the Jews ever did to the bare notion of a single, tribal, God, without sons, or angels, or a chosen one, and without an adversary, and the ancient pantheists, tending as pantheism usually does to repass into theism, at times reached in that way a far purer form of monotheism. 341 than that of the Hebrew books. While the creed, despite its rooted traditionalism, was thus of its own nature lapsing into new indirect forms of polytheism, the secular problem of political life was no more being solved in Jewry than elsewhere. In the day of the Restoration we already find the rich taking usury from the poor, 342, and in the last of the canonical prophets we find crudely indicated the pressure of that deep doubt as to the God's good government which makes the theme of the book of Job. That the faithful deceive the deity and each other, and that many despair of Yahweh's rule. 343, such are the testimonies of the closing pages of the Old Testament. Only the cohesive power of ceremonialism, the unchanging pressure of popular superstition, and, last, but certainly not least, the economic success of the shrine, maintained the priestly state. There had presumably now begun among the dispersed Jews the rule of sending gifts to the temple, a practice which in a later age made an economic basis for a whole order of rabbins and scribes, and on the same basis there would be partly maintained a considerable population of pauper devotees. Under such circumstances the high priest, another Babylonian adaptation, was practically what the king had been in the past, and the post was intrigued for, and at a pinch murdered for, 344 like any other Eastern throne. One indirect result of the priestly policy was the development of the faculty of the Jews for prospering in other lands. Placed as they were, a small community among great states, it behoved them, like the Dutch of today, to be linguists for the sake of their commerce, and when the post-exilic priesthood, like that of post-Reformation Scotland, found their account in teaching their people to read the sacred books, they were at once preparing them to succeed among the less schooled populations around and creating an abnormal tie between the dispersed ones and the sacred city. But, on the other hand, the surrounding cultures could not but affect the Jewish. On the Persian overlordship followed the Macedonian, and where the similar Persian creed had failed to do more than modify the Jewish, the manifold Greek culture which spread under the Seleucids and the Ptolemies penetrated Syrian life in all directions. In that world of chronic strife and deteriorating character, where already all men had attained the fatal temper, seen later at large in decadent Rome, of acquiescence in the rule of the most successful commander as such, the tranquil cynicism of Greek cosmopolitan culture was as appropriate in Jewry as elsewhere. So far did the assimilation go that the hierarchy at length was definitely faced by a Hellenizing party, convinced of the futility of the tribal religion, even as the pre-exilic Yahwists had been, and high priests were found to take the bribes and do the work of heathenism. There was, as we have seen, no moral or philosophic elevation in the Judaic cult to countervail intellectually such a movement, and had not Antiochus Epiphanes, in a spirit of fanaticism wholly alien to the general policy of the Diadochi, proceeded to coerce and outrage the zealots of Jerusalem, their worship would have dwindled very much as it did in the old time. But that act elicited the singular genius of the Maccabean family, under whom the desperate tenacity of the most devoted part of the race at length triumphed over its foes to the point of re-establishing a state in which the king was priest, as previously the priest had been king. In the face of such a consummation, all the promises and pretensions of the old cult seemed newly justified, and a newly exultant faith emerged. 8. Revival and disintegration. Thus for a second time was a Yahwist remnant selected, the bulk of the educated class passing over to the neighboring polities, and their place being taken by new popular material of a more zealous order. Judaism was in fact the product not of a racial bias but of a socio-political selection, such as might have taken place under similar conditions in any race whatever, and ever since the dispersion the same selective process has continued, the unzealous Jews always tending to be absorbed in the populations among whom they live. Something similar has actually occurred among the Parsis. Even, however, if the Jewish evolution were as unique as it is conventionally represented to have been, the special case would no more be an exception to universal sociological law than is the phenomenon of marsupials to biological law. There has simply been survival in the Judaic case, chiefly in virtue of the fact of sacred books, where similar creed tendencies were usually annihilated under the ancient regimen of tyrannous violence. One result of the desperate frequency of bloodshed and massacre in the Jewish sphere was a passion for fecundity, as against the need for restraint of numbers that was felt in the city-states of Greece in their progressive period, and the Jews thus abounded, and carried their religion with them, where other creeds died out. Irresistible, however, is the law of strife among unenlightened men, and no less so the law of change among all. In the stress of the Maccabean struggle we find the doctrine of the Messiah already so far developed that a secondary God is the due result. The Christ of the Book of Enoch is substantially a deity. Before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of heaven were made, his name was called before the Lord of the Spirits. 345 He is at once chosen one, Son of God and Son of Man, he is judge at the day of judgment. 346 And as Son of the Woman, 347 he clearly relates to the Babylonian myth in the Book of Revelation. And seeing that, in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, he is in effect at once the Sophia and the Logos of the Apocrypha and of the Platonizing Philo-Judaeus. But the evolution did not end there. Under the new Asmonean dynasty there broke out in due course all the violences native to the hereditary monarchy of the ancient world, and once again the play of outside influences, which the feuds of competitors for the throne brought to bear, affected the hereditary creed within its central sphere. The Greek translation of the sacred books became the normal version, and to that version were added books not admitted into the Hebrew canon, some of them elaborating new theological conceptions. As the Jewish state came more and more into the whirl of the battling empires of Seleucids and Ptolemies, soon to be crushed by Rome, the dynasty of king priests passed away before the energy of new competitors, and once more kings, not even Jewish by descent, subsisted beside high priests of their own choosing. At length, under the Idumean Herod the Great, a man born to rule amid plots and feuds, to drown rebellions in blood and to outwit enemies by outgoing them in audacity, Eastern craft exploited at once Greek culture and Roman power with such address that Hellenism gained ground against the utmost stress of organized conservatism, while among the common people, conscious of an evil fate, movements of quietism and asceticism and Mahdism undermined the ancient prestige of the temple cult. Once again the tribal faith was being disintegrated. One of the movements emerging though not originating at this time is the cult associated with the quasi-historic name of Jesus. As organized Yahwism had been retrospectively fathered on the fictitious legislation of Moses, so the Jesuit cult is in turn fathered on Jesus in a set of narratives stamped with myth, and incapable of historical corroboration even when stripped of their supernaturalism. To the eye of comparative science, the central feature in the cult as it appears in the oldest documents is the Eucharist, an institution common to many surrounding religions, and known to have been in ancient and secret usage among sections of the Jews. 348 Descending perhaps from totemistic times, it invariably involved some rite or symbolism of theophagy, or eating of a divine victim, and a sacrificed god-man was the natural mythic complement of the ritual. In the case of the Jesuit cult, an actual historic person may or may not have been connected with the doctrine, and for such a connection there is a quasi-historic basis in an elusive figure of a Jesus who appears to have been put to death by stoning and hanging about a century before the death of Herod. 349 On the other hand, the name in its Hebrew and Aramaic forms had probably an ancient divine status, being borne by the mythic deliverer Joshua, and again by the quasi-messianic high priest of the Restoration. It was thus in every aspect fitted to be the name of a new demigod who should combine in himself the qualities of the Akkadian deliverer Messiah and the sacrificed god of the most popular cults of the Greco-Roman, Egyptian, and West Asiatic world. In this aspect only is it to be historically understood. But before considering it in its type, we have to consider it in its genetic relation to Judaism, and so complete our estimate of the evolution of that cult to the moment of its definite arrest. That the cult of Jesus the Christ was being pushed in rivalry with that of pure Judaism among the Jews of the dispersion before the destruction of the temple appears from the nature of the oldest documents as well as from the tradition. Such competition was the more easy because the life of the synagogue was largely independent of that of the central temple, and craved both rites and teaching which should make up for the sacrificial usages which were the chief institutions at Jerusalem. But that Jesuism could have successfully dispensed with the main cult among either Jews or Gentiles while the temple remained standing is inconceivable. When it did begin to make substantial progress late in the 2nd century of its own era, its main prestige undoubtedly came from the Jewish sacred books, and had the temple been allowed to remain in active existence, that prestige would have accrued to it as of old. Conceivably, however, there might have happened a development of Jesuism under Judaism, the new cult exploiting the old and being tolerated or adopted by it. In that case there would have occurred yet once more a disintegration of a quasi-monotheism in terms of a virtual polytheism. And towards such disintegration marked progress had been made under the aegis of Judaism. Note has already been taken of the entrance of new and practically polytheistic ideas into the cult at the very moment of its ostensible purgation of polytheistic tendencies, and in the course of 4 centuries these ideas had been much developed. To the good spirit of Nehemiah and the logos or word of intermediate writers had been added the personified Sophia or wisdom of the books of Proverbs and Ecclesiasticus and Enoch, and while the Samaritans seem to have conceived, on old Semitic lines, of a female Holy Spirit, symbolized like several gods and goddesses by a dove, 350 the Jews proper who came into contact with Greek thought developed with the help of the Platonists the originally Eastern notion of the logos into a new Jewish deity. 351 In their anxiety to avoid goddess worship, they even represented the deity as generating the Son out of himself, 352 And those who later made Jesus speak of, my mother the Holy Spirit, 353 were unable to prevail against the old prejudice. It was thus on Judaically laid lines that Jesuism ultimately completed its theology. But had not the temple been overthrown, either the Judaic evolution would have kept the Jewish logos in organic relation to the Yahwist worship and sacred books, or the movement would have been overshadowed. All would have depended on its economic sustenance. Had it promised a useful reinforcement to the Jewish high priest's powers of attracting proselytes and revenue, 354 it would doubtless have been exploited in the name of Judaism, very much as it was by the early Christists, and in view of the historic facts it is reasonable to say that had their system survived, the temple priests would so have exploited it. Inasmuch, finally, as the element of Messianism, reduced to a form of purely theological soterism, was actually exploited by the Christists without specially calling forth the wrath of Rome, the temple priesthood might have done as much. It was in fact the catastrophe of the destruction of Jerusalem, provoked by the desperate courage of the zealots of the old faith, that alone made possible the separate rise of Christism and its ultimate erection into the state religion of the declining Roman Empire. To say this, however, is to say that Jewish monotheism, so-called, in reality a tribal system using a monotheistic terminology, was from first to last an unstable doctrine, always running risk of dissolution into polytheism, avowed or sophisticated, that it was so dissolving at the time of the destruction of its temple, and that its offshoot, Christism, is a resultant of the process. If then monotheism is as such intrinsically superior to other forms of religion, Christianity is one of the inferior faiths, representing as it does the dissolvent process in question. To the eye of science, of course, it is neither inferior nor superior save in respect of its ethical and intellectual reactions, and towards an estimate of these we proceed by a comparative study of the religious principles on which Christism is built up. Meantime, while the Hebrew literature obviously plays a large part in the intellectual coloring of the new Christist world, it would be difficult to show that Judaism made for higher life in the post-Roman world. So far as it made proselytes, it was by appealing to normal superstition, to belief in the mysterious potency of a particular god name, and of the rites of his cult. 355 To scientific and philosophical thought it passed on no moralizing and unifying conception of life, for it had none such to give. Muslim monotheism, in furnishing a temporary habitat for scientific thought, 356 did more for civilization both directly and indirectly, but Muslim thought had to be fertilized by the rediscovered philosophy of Greece before it could attain to anything. And insofar as a philosophical and scientific monotheism arose in the medieval period, it inherits far more from Greek thought, which indeed had early undergone Semitic influences, than from Hebrew dogma. As for the direct influence of Judaism on life, the most favorable view is to be reached by noting that the most applauded moral teaching of the Gospels is either Judaic or a Judaic adaptation of other codes. The first Gospel makers did but put in the mouth of the demigod sayings and ideals long current in Jewry. But this again amounts to saying that men with ideals in Jewry were glad to turn to a new movement in which their ideals might have a place, finding the established cult sunk in ceremonialism. And when we contemplate the mass of its ceremonial law, the endless complex of taboo and sacrifice and traditionary custom and superstition, we can but say that if men were good under such a regimen it was in spite of and not in virtue of it. Moral reason is there outraged at every turn, and the anti-sacrificial doctrines of the prophets were steadfastly disregarded to the end. If it be suggested that in such a system religion has got rid of the irrational element in taboo, and left only what is essential to religion and morals, we can but recall the classic case of the Britons' verdict on the folly of the French nation in making the uniforms of its army white, which is absurd, and blue, which is only fit for the artillery and the blue horse. We come within sight of the truth when we listen to Renaud's dictum that of the Jewish race we may say the very best and the very worst without fear of error, since it presents both extremes. Therein the Jewish race is simply on all fours with all others, as Renaud might easily have realized if he could once have got rid of the racial presupposition in his moral estimates. Judaism, in short, wrought no abnormal development in thought or life, and its very failure was on the lines of the failures of the systems and civilizations around it. The champion of the current creed, though an expert in Greek law, resorts to the conventional judgment 357 that the Greek with his joyous nature had no abiding sense of sin. It is the dictum also of Renaud, a profound sentiment of human destiny was always lacking to the Greeks, they had no aria pensi of social disquietude or melancholy, their childlike serenity was always satisfied with itself, gaiety has always characterized the true Hellene. 358 A closer student of Greek religion than Renaud, and one perhaps more sympathetic than Dr. Jevons, declares of this doctrine, it is the absolute contrary of the facts I seek to set forth. 359 And two of the Germans who have studied Greece most closely and most independently have agreed in the verdict that the Greeks were less happy than most men think. 360 Their verdict is likely to cancel the conventional formula for those who will weigh both in critical balances. It was the Greeks, when all is said, who passed on to Christianity its type of torturing fiend. 361 It was the Greek adoption of Christianity, the religion of sorrow, that preserved to the world that growth from a pagan germ on Judaic soil, and it was the Greek, finally, who constructed the Christian creed. 9. Conclusion. There has thus emerged from a survey of the comparative evolution of religions the conclusion that not only do all undergo change in spite of the special religious aversion to change, but all evolve by the same laws, their differences being invariably reducible to effects of environment. Of this the decisive proof is the fact that, under the very roof of a professed monotheism, there arose as aforesaid a secondary God idea on the lines of a normal process of polytheism. The law of the process is everywhere an interposition of a new God, evolved by later psychosis, between the worshippers and the earlier God, so long as the God idea remains a psychic need. Only the violent rupture with Christism, and the ensuing feud, prevented Judaism from obeying the law in the normal manner. What happened was that on the severance of the new cult from the older deity was himself modified, with, for a time, somewhat grotesque results. 362 But for Christists the new god stands to the old in the convenient relation that was normal in the original environment, that of son. Even as Apollo, and Athene, and Attis, and Heracles, and Dionysos, had to become children of Zeus, and Merodach the son of Ea, and Khonsu the son of Amun at Thebes, 363 and Mithra the son of Ahura Mazda, the Judeo-Greek Logos had to be the son of Yahweh, the anti-Judaic animus of the Gnostics failing to oust the already formed myth. 364 Such an evolution stands in all cases alike for the simple need of the worshipper who has ceased to relate fully to the old environment, and is appealed to by a cult coming from an environment like his own, or adapts his old god to a new moral climate. In the oldest systems known to us such modifications are seen taking place. Already in the Vedas, Indra, originally a god of thunder and storm, has been touched with emotion, till he becomes of the order of the beloved gods, giving and receiving the love of men, 365 and still his cult was in its own sphere largely superseded by that of Krishna, 366 who could better be made to play the part. In Egypt, again, Osiris is visibly made to meet the need for a nearer god, by assuming new characteristics from age to age, 367 and yet, after millenniums of possession, he seems to have waned before Serapis, who in turn ceded, not without force, to Jesus. 368 All the while, indeed, inferior deities were popular by reason of the same general need for a god, near at hand, 369 In the so-called Aryan religions the process is essentially the same. Apollo had to supervene on Zeus, as Zeus had done on Kronos, and that father lost his, in a sufficiently primitive myth. Where new culture contacts follow each other rapidly, and the rites of one accredited sun god fail to meet the newest psychic needs, another is given him as a brother, and so Dionysos, grouped in another triad, stands alongside of Apollo. This is accomplished in spite of the most furious resistance of kings and men who see in the new cult only evil and madness, till in time the priests of Apollo, who can have been no less resentful, give it a place in their chief temple. 370 In all such developments, the new god partially supersedes the older, 371 Whatever formalities be maintained, and no further explanation is needed for the fact, so fallaciously stressed in some modern propaganda, that many savages recognize a supreme god or creator to whom they do not sacrifice or pray. 372 The supreme god, so to speak, has retired from business, in virtue not of any superiority of character but of the law of divine superannuation. Nor is there any limit to the process of substitution save in the cessation of the need. All heresy, all dissent, is but a subsidiary phase of the process which in old time evolved new gods. The early church could live down the manifold imaginations of Gnosticism, because they were framed for the speculative minds, and such minds tended to disappear as the intellectual decadence continued, but only after long convulsions, desperate persecution, and much exhaustion, could it live down its more intimate heresies, and when Arianism and Manichaeism seemed at length destroyed, it was only to rise again in new forms, philosophic on the one side, popular on the other. And the gods survive in the ratio of their capacity to meet either order or need, that is to say, in the ratio of the adaptive skill and economic address of their prophets and priests. Without such adaptation they are insalvable. In the Orthodox Christian Trinity, framed under Judaic restrictions, the Holy Spirit has been from first to last, technically speaking, a failure, being for all practical purposes superseded by the Virgin Mother, and for all philosophic purposes merged in the Logos on the one hand and in the Father God on the other. But just as Jesus tended to supersede Yahweh, so Mary in large measure tended to supersede Jesus, who is seen to have become more inaccessible and supernal as his mother was made in her turn to play the part of mediator. There are even traces in later medieval art of a tendency to make Mary's mother, Saint Anna, take the place of the Father in a new Trinity, and the similar tendency to create a secondary Trinity out of the human Father and Mother and Son, Joseph and Mary and Jesus, is not yet exhausted. 373 It depends upon the total fortunes of civilization whether that tendency shall be realized, or be arrested by the culture forces which are at present disintegrating all theistic thought. In fine, Christ-making is but a form or stage of God-making, the Christs or sun gods being but secondary gods. Of necessity they are evolved out of prior material, the material, it may be, of primitive cults to which men reverted in times of distress and despair of help from the gods in nominal power, but when the reversion persists the old material is transformed, and the result is a new God who, Antaeus-like, has fresh vitality through contact with the primary sources of religious emotion, but is turned to the account of new phases of emotion, moral and other. Thus in the Hellenized cult of the Thracian Bacchus, out of the very riot of savagery, the reek of blood and of living flesh torn by the hands and teeth of wine-maddened monads, there arises the dream of absorption in the god, and of utter devotion to his will, even as we meet it in the suicide-seeking transports of the early Christians. 374 And thus, on the aesthetic side of the evolution, from the rude block of the rustic beer god 375 there is ultimately fashioned, under the hands even of the unbelieving Euripides, the gracious form of the calm god of joy, no grudgeth he of the great, no scorn of the mean estate, but to all that liveth his wine he giveth, Gryphlis, immaculate. 376 And even such a mystery as Hellenic hands wrought out of the hypostasis of the beer god, Hellenistic hands could shape from that of a man of sorrows, moulding from the somber figure of the human sacrifice, slain 1,000,000 times through eons of ignorance, a god of another and a more enduring caste. In the understanding of this secondary process lies the comprehension of the history of what may be conveniently termed culture religion, as distinguished from the nature religion, studied under the head of anthropology. In terms of this distinction we may say that hierology proper begins with the typically secondary gods, where anthropology in the ordinary sense ends. 377 But it is essential to a scientific view that we remember there has been no break in the evolution, no supernatural or enigmatic interposition, and this will be sufficiently clear when we study the evolution of the secondary gods in detail. Part 2. Secondary God-making. Chapter 1. The Sacrificed Savior God. 1. Totemism and Sacraments. There is an arguable case for the theory that the belief in a dying and re-arising Savior God, seen anciently in the cults of Adonis, Attis, Heracles, Osiris, and Dionysos, originated obscurely in the totem sacraments of savages who ate a sacred animal in order to preserve their identity of species with it. 378 There is, however, a much stronger case for the simpler theory that the belief in question originated on another line in the practice of sacrificing by way of sympathetic magic a victim who, as such, became a god, but was not supposed to rise again in his own person. 379 The first of these theories is in the nature of the case incapable of proof. 380 And it is not necessary, for a rational comparison and appreciation of the historic cults, to establish it, any more than to assume that either derivation excludes the other. We should profit little by our knowledge of the manifold God-making powers of early man if we supposed that any given savior cult could originate only in such a line or lines of descent, and in point of fact the proposal to hark back to totemism seems to overlook the fact that a sacramental meal ostensibly can originate apart from totemism. It is not plausible to suppose, for instance, that the eating of bread in a primitive Eucharist implied that the partakers originally had the corn for their special totem, 381 or, supposing the god Dionysos to have been a simple deification of the sacramental soma or hauma, as Agni was of the sacrificial fire, 382 to conclude that the first soma drinkers made their ritual beverage on the score that they were of the grape or any analogous totem. Both inductively and deductively we seem rather led to conclude that totems might or might not be sacramentally eaten, and that animals like men might be sacramentally eaten without any reference to totemism. It is apt to be forgotten that at bottom the word sacred, hieros, equates with taboo, and that an animal might be made taboo for a variety of reasons, as being too valuable to kill, or as being unwholesome, or as being for occasional killing only. On the difficult subject of totemism, the suggestion may here be incidentally offered that the totem was in origin merely the group's way of naming itself. 383 Such group names were as necessary as individual names, and while a person could readily be labeled from the place of his birth or any family incident at that period, or by a physical or moral peculiarity, clans of the same stock could with difficulty be distinguished in the nomadic state save by arbitrary names, which could best be drawn from the list of natural objects. Indeed, it is hard to conceive how otherwise nomadic clans could first name themselves. What other vocables were available? 384 Spencer's suggestion that totemism originated in misinterpretation of nicknames 385 raises the difficulty that nicknames presuppose names. Spencer fully realizes this in the case of individuals, but overlooks it in the case of the group, since he apparently supposes the tribal totem name to come through the nickname of an already named individual. When we realize that for sheer lack of other words the early group could hardly have any name whatever save from a natural object, and when we so recast the explanation, the objection which meets the first form of the nickname theory, that it ascribes too much latitude to verbal misunderstanding 386, falls to the ground. In the primitive state, we must presume, objects and actions were first named by onomatopoeia, or else, sensations and actions being first so named, objects were metaphorically named from sensations and actions, 387, and so with attributes. A definite doctrine as to beginnings is hard to justify, and is not here essential. It suffices to realize that objects would be somehow named before individuals and groups were, whether or not individuals were named before groups. And while persons might readily be named or nicknamed tall or short, straight or crooked, quick or slow, tribes could only in rare instances be so distinguished, while nothing would be more easy than for one family or clan to say to another, "You are the wolves, we the bears, you the trees, we the birds," and so on. 388 Some such agreement would be necessary, for the mere bestowal of names of whim or derision by groups or clans on each other, sometimes suggested as an explanation of the phenomenon, would yield a multitude of names for each group. 389 The same difficulty meets Spencer's theory that the belief in animal descent came through a nickname, and the totem symbol from that. Spencer, I repeat, had not fully considered the special conditions of the naming of groups. His correction of common assumptions as to the naming of individuals 390 is important, though it is perhaps precarious in respect of the assumption that contemporary savage ways of naming children were primordial, but there is a clear hiatus between his doctrine of individual names and nicknames, and his suggestion as to tribal totem names. He merely rejects other explanations without justifying his own. Why, he asks, 391 did there occur so purely gratuitous an act as that of fixing on a symbol for the tribe? That by one tribe out of multitudes so strange a whim might be displayed is credible. But that by tribes unallied in type and scattered throughout the world, there should have been independently adopted so odd a practice, is incredible. Now, the naming of groups is no more gratuitous or strange than the naming of individuals. Groups needed to name themselves and each other as such, just as individuals did, and as Spencer admits animal nicknames to be natural, 392 he cannot well deny animal names to be natural in the case of clans or tribes. If there is anything certain about early man it is that he regarded animals as on a level with him, and all objects as possibly animate. For tribal purposes, then, these were the natural names, and a formal agreement would be required for their adoption. In no other way could groups speak with each other about each other, at least when they became numerous. And until fixed dwellings or hamlets did away with the need, the expedient would subsist for the reason for which it began. This period, however, would be immensely long, and the memory of the Genesis would infallibly be lost. Given the original circumstances, verbal misunderstanding was thus inevitable. 393 When, that is to say, the comparatively early savage learned that he was a bear, and that his father and grandfather and forefathers were so before him, it was really impossible that, after ages in which totem names thus passed current, he should fail to assume that his folk were descended from a bear, which as a matter of course became at a later stage an ancestor god. 394 The belief was inevitable precisely because the totem was not a nickname, but a name antecedent to nicknames, and because descent from an animal was the easiest way of explaining or conceiving a beginning of men. And while some totem names might conceivably have been chosen by way of striking up a helpful alliance with an animal family, 395 The fact that the list of totems includes sand, sparrows, pigeons, bats, and so on, is hardly open to that interpretation, while the principle of simply naming from an already named object seems to meet all cases alike. Such a procedure has actually been noted among the contemporary natives of the island of Efati in the New Hebrides, where the people are all divided into families or clans, each of which has a distinctive name, such as Manui, the coconut, Namkatu, a species of yam, Naui, the yam, etc. 396 Similarly the exogamous classes of the Australian tribes are always named from animals, plants, objects, etc. 397 And in most of the tribes of West Africa there are some men with a totem surname who with men of the same surname in other tribes claim a common descent from the original totem. 398 Livingston noted the same usage among the Bechuanas, whole tribes being known as they of the monkey, 399 and so on, a state of things in which the cognomen could be carried from any one tribe into others. So among the Ngarrindjeri of South Australia, every tribe has its Ngaitai, that is, some animal which they regard as a sort of good genius, which takes an interest in their welfare, something like the North American Indian totem no man or woman will kill Hungatai, except it happens to be an animal which is good for food, when they have no objection to eating them. 400 Nevertheless, they will be very careful to destroy the remains, from the usual fear of sorcery. 401 Here we have the rationale of the totem. It appears to me, writes the last witness, that the Ngatai of the Ngarrindjeri is the same as the Itu of the Samoans, but it is not regarded with so much veneration by the former as by the latter. The names are evidently derived from one original, Ngatai being the same word as Itu, only with the addition of consonant. 402 Now, the Itu of Samoa is simply the primary form of the gods. At his birth a Samoan was supposed to be taken under the care of some god, or Itu, as it was called. The help of several of these gods was probably invoked in succession on the occasion, and the one who happened to be addressed just as the child was born was fixed on as the child's god for life. 403 Each god was supposed to appear in some visible incarnation, beast, fish, bird, animal, shellfish, or creeping thing. A man would eat freely of what was regarded as the incarnation of the god of another man, but the incarnation of his own particular god he would consider it death to injure or eat. This class of genii, or tutelary deities, they call Itu Fail, or gods of the house. In fine, the family name or tribe name, plant or animal or what not, first becomes an ancestor, who reincarnates himself, and as such is not normally to be eaten. This is the rule in the vast majority of cases. 404 But among the ill-supplied Australians 405 he may be eaten when he is eatable, being regarded all the while as a god ancestor. 406 Whose remains must be safeguarded from sorcery, while among the well-supplied Samoans he is strictly taboo, though any man may eat another man's ancestor god. In neither case is there any sign of the idea of a totem sacrament, and Livingstone's Pt.1 tribes, like the Samoans, never ate their totem, using the term hate or dread, in reference to killing it. And it is difficult to conceive that a sacramental eating of the totem was originally a matter of course. To say nothing of the normal veto on the eating of one's own kin, the people whose totem was the sand, or the thunder, or the evening star, or the moon, or the hot wind, for instance, must have been hard put to it to conform to the principle, and while those of the centipede might contrive to accept it, the folk of the lion totem must have found their sacrament precarious. While, again, in virtue of the primeval logic which regarded interfusion of blood as a creation of kinship, and the eating of lion as a way of becoming brave, the belief in the totemic descent, once set up, might at times lead to the practice of eating the totem. The eating of a lamb sacrament, on the other hand, is not plausibly to be so accounted for. There is, however, no difficulty in understanding how the totem animal might come to be at once revered and shunned, or regarded as unlucky, when met. For instance, a Basuto of the crocodile totem, who did not often see crocodiles, might naturally feel when he met one as civilized people have been known to feel when they see an ancestor in a dream. He might take the meeting, that is, as a warning that trouble or death was about to overtake him. On the totem name had followed inevitably the belief in the totem ancestry, and occasionally the prohibition of the totem animal as food, and to both concepts attached all the hallucinations that early clustered around names. When, however, we come to deal with religions as distinguished from religion, we are at a stage far removed from simple totemism, though many of the early hallucinations still remain in possession, as in the animal gods of Egypt and the animal angels of Judaism. For our purpose of comparison and comprehension, then, we may fitly take up the conception of the slain Saviour God as it existed, on the one hand, in the ancient cults amid which Christianity arose, and as it has been found, on the other hand, elsewhere and in later times in cults of primitive caste. 2. Theory and ritual of human sacrifice. The sacrifice of a Saviour God is a specialization of the general practice of human sacrifice, which takes many forms. 407 The most readily intelligible are those in which, a. After a tribal war, captives are ritually slain to appease or compensate the spirits of those killed in fighting, b. Those in which, in time of pestilence or one danger, or by way of precaution, victims are slain to propitiate the deities supposed to be concerned, c. Those by way of thank offerings to the gods after a victory, 408 and d. Those in which, on the death of a savage chief, slaves and wives, and, it may be, animals, are slain to accompany him in the other life, whatever it may be. The victims in the last case are the analogues of the weapons and the food placed in or on or near the grave in ordinary savage burial. The fourth form of ritual slaying is sometimes differentiated from human sacrifice, in the true sense, as being simply a provision, dictated by filial piety, for the comfort and dignity of a savage aristocrat in the other world. 409 It is well to note the distinction, but it is no less important to realize how completely the conception in this case fuses psychologically with that behind the express sacrifice of a victim to appease a deity, and, further, how the funeral sacrifice leads up to the messenger and scapegoat sacrifices, which blend in that of the Savior God-man. All three of the forms specified are common in savage and barbaric life, and it is in the psychic atmosphere of such conventional bloodshedding that there grows up the whole body of the religious doctrine of sacrifice. Human sacrifice, indeed, may be defined as one specialization of ritual slaughter and sacrament. Strictly speaking, the messenger and scapegoat victims are also outside the primary conception of sacrifice inasmuch as they are not, or not necessarily, offered up to any god by way of propitiation. The pharmakos or magic man, literally, medicine man, but not in the received sense of that term, who was ritually beaten and put to death in the festival called Thargelia at Athens, was strictly a scapegoat, upon whom were put all evils, the people's sins included. He took them away, and was killed to complete the process of riddance, but was not offered up to any god. 410 But in point of fact the Hebrew scapegoat was specifically a sin offering, and of the two goats concerned one was for the Lord, and the other for Azazel, the goat god. 411 And even in the Greek case the act of ritual slaying is akin to the others inasmuch as all alike are supposed to work either the salvation or benefit of the community or the good of an eminent individual. As we shall see, the slaying which it most concerns us to trace, that of the Saviour God, may in some cases be only in this general sense a sacrifice, being conceivably rather an act of ritual magic, like the slaying of the pharmakos, than a propitiation of a god, since the victim, even in the case of the scapegoat, is a god. But, as we shall see, the forms of the slaying assimilated, all being alike religious, and the psychic connotations were very much the same. For 12 of the first of the four common forms above specified the typical examples are those furnished by the practice of the North American Indians, for 13 who commonly added cannibalism 414 to their torture sacrifices, apparently combining the motives which led some savages to eat their dead by way of symbolic communion, and those which suggested the eating of brave enemies or animals, in the hope of acquiring their courage. This last is still common in Africa, where, again, we have instances of individual appeasement of the slain. In cases of murder or manslaughter a sacrifice is made to lay the spirit of the victim, for 15 and among the Nilotic Negroes, when a warrior has killed a man, he must in propitiation shave his head, catch a fowl, hang it round his neck by the beak, and cut away the body, leaving the head hanging. For 16 here the fowl is a surrogate for the man. In the case of funeral sacrifices also, we shall see, the element of cannibalism enters, and here too the primary principle appears to have been that which underlay kin-eating, though a new sacramental element begins to be involved. In any case the procedure is clearly religious. A contemporary anthropologist tells that among the Unyoro and other tribes of Uganda, before British rule, on the death of a king, a circular pit was dug, not more than 5 feet in diameter, and about 12 feet deep. The king's bodyguard seized the first 9 Unyoro men they met and threw them alive into the pit. Then the dead body of the king was rolled in bark cloth, and the skin of a cow, newly killed, wrapped round it and sewn. This bundle was then lowered in the midst of the 9 men in the pit, no clay was filled in, but another cowskin was stretched tightly across the opening and pegged down all round. A covering of grass was then neatly laid over the skin, and the multitude who were present at the funeral set to work at once to build a temple over the grave. For 17 a headman was appointed as watcher, and very many of the personal servants of the deceased were appointed to live in the temple, and their descendants after them. It was the duty of the surrounding country to see that they were supplied with food. How any beings could hit on this method of honoring a dead king, he concludes, passes the range of the most morbid imagination. For 18 the really surprising thing is that a professed anthropologist in the 20th century should have been so perplexed. The cruelly simple usage in question is one of the most familiar types of human sacrifice, for 19 and even the further development of messenger sacrifices, which we shall have to consider later, proceeds on the same primitive and transparent reasoning. In the still later development of the man-god sacrifice, which partly involves the last mentioned, the psychic causation is more complicated, and, as we shall see, the variations of practice set up a variety of problems. In some forms it is simple enough. At Benin, for instance, hundreds of criminals were sacrificed annually at one festival, at the rate of 23 a day. On these occasions the king, regally attired, addressed the victims in a kind voice, telling them he was sending them with a message 420 to his father. They were to salute his father, and tell him that his son was not ready to join him yet, but he sent them, the victims, to be with his father and salute him. 421 In less primitive societies we shall find the office of messenger doubled with that of the sacrificed God-man. He in turn appears at times to be doubled with the scapegoat, or remover of sins and evil spirits, and there are yet other variants, e.g., the simple sacrifices of victims slain in treaty-making as blood of reconciliation. 422 But if each phase be handled in a scientific spirit, it will be found to reveal in turn much if not all of its anthropological significance. The most remarkable of the man-god-slaying cults which have come under what may be termed scientific observation, while actually in force, is that which prevailed till 50 or 60 years ago among the mountaineer Khonds, 423 Orkue, of Orissa. The first observer, Major Macpherson, was a man abnormally qualified in his day both for the study of the sacrificial rite and for its peaceful abolition, and science owes him on the former head nearly as much as civilization does on the latter. It would be hard to find an anthropological research before his day more marked by the scientific spirit. On the face of his report, there are various reasons for regarding the Khonds as a Dravidian race for 24 driven to the hills, where they subjugated other aborigines, by invading Aureas, and one of several grounds for surmising that their religion derives from ancient Central Asiatic sources is the fact that, like the Chinese, they show great respect for parents and ancestors. One of their boasts is, or was, that they reverence their fathers and mothers, while the Hindus treat theirs with contempt. For 25 Another reason is their rejection alike of temples and images. They regard the making, setting up, and worshipping of images of the gods as the most signal proof of conscious removal to a hopeless distance from communion with them, a confession of utter despair being permitted to make any direct approach to the deity, a sense of debarment which they themselves have never felt. For 26 Yet another reason is the fact that they had no official priesthood, the function being open to anyone who felt called to assume it, and went through the normal preliminary symptoms of a state of trance. Politically the hill Khonds of Orissa were governed in general by patriarchs, patriarchal councils, and popular assemblies, and there was no trace of Christian influences, the very existence of the tribes having been unknown to the government before 1835. Their religious system was a normal polytheism, with a supreme creator god, known as Bora Penu or Light God, at the head. Under him were Tai, or Bera, Penu, 427 the earth goddess, and certain second-class deities of natural or social forces, as rain, vegetation, increase, hunting, war, and boundaries. Next came the deified sinless men of the First Age, who were the tutelary gods of tribes and septs, and under these ranked a multitude of local spirits, all named gods, who presided over villages, houses, hills, fountains, streams, forests, and so forth. With the second order of gods was ranked Dinga, the judge of the dead and allotter of retribution, who has some appearance of being taken over from another cult. It was to Tai, the earth goddess, that human sacrifices were offered, and from the fact that they occurred only among certain tribes, who theoretically admitted the inferiority of Tai to Bora, but gave her their chief devotion and credited her as the Bora worshippers did Bora with raising fallen man from misery and introducing civilization, it may be inferred that the cults were originally independent. In the Mlayas, hill districts, of Gumsu, the sacrifice was to Thada Penu, the earth goddess, symbolized as a peacock. For 28 to the last, the sect of Bora regarded human sacrifice, with the utmost abhorrence as the consummation of human guilt, and believed it to have been adopted under monstrous delusions devised by Tai as the mother of falsehood, with a view solely to the final destruction of her followers. For 29 it is told of Bora, too, that he interfered, through a minor god, according to one myth, to substitute a buffalo for a man as an oblation to Tai, and this miracle is commemorated at an annual great festival of Bora, called the Jakri, or dragging, on account of the way in which the buffalo, previously treated as a Miria, is finally handled. According to another account, Bora sent for divine agents to prevent a human sacrifice for which Tai had called. Afterwards, however, her worshippers relapsed. For 30 the common relationship of exogamous tribes, who are constantly at war yet habitually intermarry, for 31 is the apparent explanation of such a permanent schism. but it seems not impossible that the sacrificial cult was originally that of a conquered race, and that a section of the Khons adopted it from them, as so often happens where a primitive rite or mystery practiced by aborigines is able to appeal to later comers. For 32 it was from an apparently subject race who participated in the cult that the Tao-worshipping Khons purchased their human victims. 433 As normally practiced, the rite was not totemistic, for 34 but of the nature of sympathetic magic, and the purpose was to promote agricultural fertility, but it was also resorted to as a special means of propitiation in the case of a pestilence or other sign of divine displeasure, such as a calamity in the family of a chief, and individual families similarly made propitiation for individual disaster. For 35 the victim, called the Maria, or Toki, or Kedi, 436 was in all cases either purchased from the procuring caste, who at times kidnapped children from the plains for the purpose, or bred as a hereditary victim, a number of families being set apart and cherished for the purpose, so that he, or she, for it was often a woman, was either personally willing to be slain on religious grounds or was the property of the sacrificers. As it was the universal conviction that the Maria became a god by the act of sacrifice, there was no difficulty in keeping up the supply, and in times of famine Khons would sell their own children as victims, considering the sacrificial death a highly honorable one. And the Maria, being consecrated from the beginning, had unlimited sexual liberty, his intercourse with the wife or daughter of any tribesman being welcomed as a boon from the deity. Generally, however, he had assigned to him a wife, herself a destined victim and mother of victims to come. For 37 the special religio-ethical feature of the rite was the universally accepted doctrine that the victim, if not a volunteer, must be bought with a price, for 38 and died, for all mankind, not merely for the Khons, for 39 and this view was set forth in the ritual, though it also expressed distinctly the local demand for greater wealth. An odd feature of it was that, although the flesh of the slain victim was cut up into shreds so that a piece might be buried in every field, the recited myth told that Tai demanded blood because when the earth was soft mud she made it firm by the blood she dropped when she cut her finger. For 40 and there was put in her mouth the injunction, behold the good change. Cut up my body to complete it. For 41 it thus appears that originally the victim had represented the earth goddess herself, and in a variant of the Khond legend in which two women, Karabudi and Thatabudi, figure as the only two females on the earth, each with a male son, the former, finding that a drop of her blood hardens the wet earth, tells her son to cut her up, which he does. Thereafter the god, Bora Panu, comes upon the scene, and the cult of human sacrifice is methodically established, the spirit of Karabudi insisting on its continuance when her descendants offer a monkey as a substitute for a man. For 42 obviously it is an agricultural rite, and it may be that the pretense of drying up the soft mud was a magical device to put the evil spirits of drought on a false scent. The sacrificial rite lasted 3 or 5 days. On the first, the Maria's hair, previously kept long, was shaved off, save in cases where it had been shorn 10 or 12 days before, and the people passed the night in a licentious revel. For 43 on the second, he was carefully bathed and newly clothed, taken in procession to the sacred, or taboo, Maria Grove, where he was fastened to a stake, for 44 seated, and anointed with ghee, oil, and turmeric 445, red dye, garlanded with flowers, and worshipped during the day by the assembly, who again spent the night in debauchery. On the third day he was given milk to drink, and the final act of ritual and sacrifice began. At this stage we are struck by the importance of the priest. A great and fitly instructed priest alone can officiate, and it is to be gathered from the accounts of the Jani, as well as from the ritual, 1. That he was traditionally a celibate and recluse, parading his austerities and securing sanctity by personal uncleanness, 2. That it was primarily his function to brave the curse of the sacrificed and deified victim, and 3. That it was thus the priestly influence that maintained the sacrifice. For days after the sacrifice of the Maria there was sacrificed a buffalo, of which the remains were left for the Maria as spirit 446, a safeguard against blood guiltiness. For 47 the ritual, however, was so framed to begin with as to distribute the responsibility over the village headman or patriarch and the body of the people. On the one hand, the victim reproached his slayers while avowing the belief that he was made a god by the act. On the other hand, the priest and the headman, pleading this, defended themselves by reciting the circumstances under which he was purchased and dedicated, he consenting as a child. The idea seems to have been to set forth thoroughly both points of view, so that there should be no misunderstanding about the religious nature of the act, and the responsibility of the entire community for it, but whether by way of sympathetic imagination on the part of some ritual-making priest, or by simple adoption of the actual language of some past sufferer, the victim in one form of the ritual was made to invoke a curse upon the priest, while the latter declared that it was he, as minister of the Creator God, who gave the death its virtue, and threatened to deprive the resisting one of a place among the gods. For 48 finally he was either fastened to a cross of which the horizontal bar, pierced by the upright, could be raised or lowered at will, 449 or placed in the cleft or split made in a long branch of a green tree, which was made to grasp his neck or chest, the open ends being closed and tightly tied so as to imprison him in the wood, and make as it were a cross, of which he was the upright, and it appears to have been at this stage that there occurred one of the most significant acts in the entire ritual. It being essential that the victim should finally not resist, his arms and legs, or, where the arms were sufficiently secured, the legs only, were broken, save in cases where the end was attained by drugging him with opium or datura. For 50 this accomplished, the priest slightly wounded the victim with an axe, and the crowd instantly cut him to pieces, leaving untouched the head and intestines. These, after being carefully watched in the interim, were next day, in some cases, burned to ashes with a whole sheep, and the ashes were spread over the fields, or laid as a paste over the houses and granaries. In the same spirit, the portions of flesh were solemnly carried to the participating villages, religiously divided among the people, and buried in the fields, each man placing his piece in the earth, behind his back without looking. Upon this ritual there were many local variations. Major General Campbell, who had followed Macpherson in the Conde agency, tells of a form of the rite in which the victim was first drugged, then taken to the place of execution, where his head and neck were placed in the cleft of a strong split bamboo, the ends of which were secured and held, whereafter the priest with his axe broke the joints of the legs and arms, and the sacrifice was consummated by the people in the usual frightful way. For 51 among the Khonds of the Mlayas of Goomsur there was much feasting and intoxication for a month prior to the sacrifice. On the day before the rite the victim was intoxicated with toddy, garlanded, bound to a post bearing the peacock effigy of the earth goddess, for 52 and ritually addressed as a god. On the next day he was again intoxicated and anointed with oil, of which each one present sought to obtain a touch for his own head. Finally a hog was sacrificed, and the victim was stifled in the mud made with its blood, then cut in pieces. A buffalo calf was afterwards maimed in front of the post, and on the third day was killed and eaten, for 53 visibly as a surrogate. Among the hill tribe called Kodulu, as among the Khonds, there were two sects, of which one offered human sacrifices to the god, Jenkari. In this case the purchased victim had absolute sexual liberty and the right to eat and drink whatever he would. From the moment of seizure till the sacrifice he was kept intoxicated. The signal for slaughter was a wound in the stomach, with the blood from which the image of the god was besmeared. Then he was cut to pieces, everyone trying to secure a morsel, to be presented to the god of his own village. For 54 in yet other cases, according to M. Eli Reclus, the two methods of preventing the victim's struggles were combined. She must not die in her bonds, since she dies voluntarily, of her own free will, as they say. He, the priest, loosens her from the stake, stupefies her by making her gulp down a portion of opium and datura, then breaks her elbows and knees with the back of the hatchet. 455 other variations are noted in the use of the drug, for 56 and in different districts the entire sacrifice varied. Thus among the Kotaya hill tribes the victim was taken before the image of the earth goddess, and rice, colored red, with turmeric, was thrown on his hair, 457 while he was kept under the influence of opium. In this case the victim had enjoyed special privileges for an unspecified period, all his wishes being granted, and every woman in the village being at his command as a concubine. For 58 no quasi-crucifixion is specified, the victim being simply stabbed in the stomach, and the blood used to bathe the idol, whereafter he was cut to pieces by the crowd. For 59 in yet another case, at Ramgeri and Luchampur, the victim was placed in irons, new clothed, made drunk with arrack, and forced into the temple of the goddess, a hole 3 feet deep. There his throat was cut and his head cut off, the remains being covered with earth and with a pile of stones. When the next victim was to be sacrificed, the hole was cleared out afresh for the purpose. In this district occurred yet another variation. Every third year 2 victims were sacrificed in honor of the goddess, and, whether thus triennially or annually. At Bunda in Jaipur there were sacrificed to the sun god at one festival 3 victims, one at the east, one at the west, and the third in the center of the village. For 60 in this case each victim was tied by the hair to a post near his grave, over which he was suspended horizontally with the face downwards, his legs and arms being held outstretched by the assistants. For 61 he was then beheaded, and the head, stuck on the stake, was there left to decay. A further variation was in the direction of the principle that the infliction of pain made the sacrifice specially efficacious. 462 in some districts the victim, after being exposed on a couch, and led in procession round the place of sacrifice, was put to death by slow burning, or by applying hot brands to the body on a sloping pyre, and tortured as long as possible, it being believed that the favor of the earth goddess, especially in respect of the supply of rain, will be in proportion to the quantity of tears which may be extracted. For 63 it is needless to recapitulate the further variants at any length. Victims were stoned, beaten to death with tomahawks or heavy iron rings. They were strangled, they were crushed between 2 planks. For 64 they were drowned in a pool in the jungle, or in a trough filled with pig's blood. Sometimes the victim was slowly roasted. Sometimes he was dispatched by a blow to the heart, and the priest plunged a wooden image into the gaping wound, that the mannequin might be gorged with blood. 465 All that is constant is the principle of a redemptory bloody sacrifice. But by way of synopsis it may be noted that there prevail certain principles of procedure and symbolism, especially, 1. That of 2. Stupefying or laming the victim to secure apparent acquiescence, the counter-principle of the need either for suffering as such or for such suffering as shall cause the victim to weep much, a conception belonging to sympathetic magic. 3. The anointing, and the consequent sanctification of the oil. 4. The deification of the victim. 5. The according to him of remarkable privileges, sexual and social, and 6. A certain propensity to the symbol of the cross. Seeing that the drinking of the soma was primordially a religious act in the East, and that intoxicants play a similar part among modern Polynesians, for 66 it seems not impossible that the drugging or intoxicating of the victim was a development from a form of the rite in which he took part in a common banquet, but of this no clear trace had been left, save among the Native Americans of the past. For 67 it is to be noted, too, that while the destined child victim among the cons went about freely, in some cases at least the adult victim was kept fettered, though well fed, in the house of the village patriarch. For 68 very significant, further, is the horrible stratagem employed by the Bataks of the Malay Peninsula to secure acquiescence from the boy victim in their Panggil-Abalang, a sacrifice of 1, to be sent out for the overthrow of enemies. A boy is taken from a stranger tribe, and for a time well fed with titbits, till he has grown quite trustful. Then one day he is taken and blindfolded, a hole is dug, and he is put in it, and the sorcerer comes and asks him, "Wilt thou go where we send thee? Wilt thou do only good to us, and evil to our enemies? Wilt thou aid us in war and overthrow our enemies?" And so on. To all the questions the trusting boy answers, yes. Meanwhile lead has been melted on the fire, it is thrown suddenly on his neck, whereof he dies. The corpse is burned, but the ashes and fat are carefully preserved. These remains are now precious magic medicine, for through them the spirit of the dead may be forced to do all he promised in life. For 69 here too the victim is evidently deified, and his ritual, willingness, is an essential element in the efficacy of the sacrifice. It is to be noted, finally, that when, by the persuasions of Macpherson or the menaces of his successors, open human sacrifices were put an end to among the cons, they treated the henceforth substituted buffalo very much as they had treated the Maria. The ritual accosts him as a human being, and commiserates him, as it did the Maria, for being sold, he is frequently anointed, he is implored to be a willing sacrifice, cakes are offered to him, he is promised a happy immortality in the paradise of the earth goddess, and he is instantly cut to pieces, and the fragments buried in the fields, as was done with the flesh of the human victim. A song preserves, inaccurately, the memory of the work done by Macpherson and Campbell. For 70 among the Khois, a langur monkey is frequently substituted, for the human victim, and called for occasion Ekiroma Potu, i.e., a male with small breasts. This name is given in the hope of persuading the goddess, Mimili or Pele, that she is receiving a human sacrifice. For 71 the sheep or goats offered by the same tribe to the smallpox goddess are given toddy to drink, their acceptance is regarded as of good omen, and when they are eaten the women are excluded from the repast, 472, as happens in so many cannibal banquets. For 73, and, again, there is record that it is or was recently the practice, a few years ago, at every Dasar festival in Jaipur, Visakhapatnam, to select a specially fine ram, wash it, shave its head, affix thereto red and white botu and NN, sect marks, between the eyes and down the nose, and gird it with a new white cloth after the manner of a human being. The animal being then fastened in a sitting posture, certain Pja. worship was performed by a Brahmin priest, and it was decapitated. For 74, here we have the plainest substitution of the animal for the man, and the process entitles us to credit the old record in the Satapatha Brahmana that, in the beginning the sacrifice most acceptable to the gods was man, and that, for the man a horse was substituted, then an ox, then a sheep, then a goat, until at length it was found that the gods were most pleased with offerings of rice and barley. For 75, what has happened under our own eyes is very likely to have happened in progressive periods of ancient civilization. The progression from man to animals has repeatedly occurred, 476, and it is impossible to explain such cases as either survivals or revivals of totem sacrifices. The victims are the ordinary domestic animals, for 77, and they are ceremonially invested with the attributes and the divinity of the human being. It is reasonable to assume that the same evolution as is here traced took place in at least some of the ostensible surrogate sacrifices in Greece 478 and elsewhere, seeing that there are so many records or traditions of the suppression of human sacrifices in the countries in question. And all this is in keeping with the theory of the present inquiry. 3. The Christian crucifixion. To those who have not realized how all religion has been evolved from savage beginnings, it will seem extravagant to suggest that the story of the Christian crucifixion has been built up from a practice such as those above described. And yet the grounds for inferring such a derivation are extremely strong. Some doubt has been cast, not quite unjustly, upon such inferences in general, as a result of criticism of Dr. Fraser's ingenious guess that the gospel crucifixion incidentally reproduced the features of the sacrifice of a mock king in the Perso-Babylonian feast of the Sakia. The vital difficulty of such a theory is that it takes the gospel episode as historical on the strength of detailed narratives which, save in the episode of Barabbas, whereby the main history is undermined, give no hint of such a coincidence as is surmised, and which, if true narratives, could not conceivably omit to record it had it occurred. But scientific hierology is not held down to that theory, which, in any case, seeks to account only for certain features of the crucifixion story, notably the mock crowning and the scourging. These features are indeed probably to be explained through the analogies to which Dr. Fraser points, though not on his assumption of a historical episode, but there are other features, such as the cross itself, and the resurrection, to which the clues lie, unemphasized, in other sections of Dr. Fraser's survey, and there are yet others which he has not ostensibly studied. Some of these are illuminated by the rite of human sacrifice among the cons. Their placing of the victim, for instance, either on a cross or in a cleft bough in such a way as to make a living cross, for 79 wherein the god is as it were part of the living tree, is a singularly suggestive parallel. But no less so is the detail as to the breaking of the victim's arms and legs, to make him seem unresisting, and the substitution of opium as being less cruel. This last principle is found to have been acted on by the Kahada Brahmins of Bombay. In their secret human sacrifice, described by Sir John Malcolm, the unsuspecting victim, often a stranger long hospitably entertained for the purpose, was drugged, and in his drugged state was led 3 times round the idol of the goddess, whereafter his throat was cut. 480 Yet again, the same principle is found so far away as Mexico, where, in one annual sacrifice to the fire god, the victims were painted red like the Conde Maria, and a narcotic powder was thrown in their faces. They too were subjected to special suffering, being thrown into the fire before being sacrificed with the knife in the usual way. For 81 and in the Mexican sacrifice, also, the god was expressly represented by a tree, stripped of bark and branches, but covered with painted paper. Let us now take the Christian parallels. In the 4th Gospel it is told that after the death of Jesus on the cross, in order that the bodies might not stay on the cross on the Sabbath, the Jews asked of Pilate that their legs might be broken and they might be taken away. But the soldiers broke only the legs of the 2 others, these not being yet dead. Jesus they spared, piercing his heart with a lance, that the scripture might be fulfilled, a bone of him shall not be broken. The other Gospels say nothing on this point, but all foretell of the offering of a drink, and the first two synoptics mention it both before and after the act of crucifying. In Matthew, vinegar mixed with gall is offered beforehand and refused after tasting, and a sponge of vinegar is offered, apparently in sympathy, after the cry of Eli, Eli. In the first passage the text has evidently been tampered with, for the Vulgate and Ethiopic versions, the Sinaitic, Vatican, and Bezan codices, and many old MSS. Red wine for vinegar, while the Arabic version reads myrrh for gall. For 82 in Mark, more significantly, the first drink becomes wine spiced with myrrh, and is refused without tasting, and here the commentators recognize that the purpose was presumably to cause stupefaction, and so lighten the suffering. For 83 in Luke, this detail entirely disappears, and the vinegar offered on the cross is given in mockery. In John also, only the drink offered on the cross is mentioned, and of this it is said that, when Jesus had received the vinegar he said, "It is finished." Then follows the detail as to the breaking of the legs. It is needless here to challenge afresh the historical value of the conflicting records, wherein a slight detail, of no historical importance, enters only to take varying forms for symbolical reasons. What we are concerned with is the source of the symbolism. One compiler clearly knows of a drink offered before the crucifixion, and implies that it was intended to cause euthanasia, for he notes that it was refused. The divine victim must be a conscious sufferer. A later compiler ignores altogether this detail, and notes only that the slayers tormented the victim with a drink of vinegar. Both details are like a Roman, for 84 for the torment was trivial, while the narcotic would be inconsistent with what was meant to be an exemplary punishment. The theologizing fourth gospel, in turn, makes the victim accept the drink of vinegar as the last symbolic act of sufferance, for 85, but then suddenly alludes to a detail not specified by the others, a concluding act of limb breaking, from which the divine victim escapes for dogmatic reasons, the fact of his death being made certain by a lance thrust in the side. We must infer that the limb breaking was known to occur in certain circumstances, and that the writer or an interpolator of the fourth gospel saw need to make it clear that the bones of the Messiah remained unbroken. He being, according to the fourth gospel, the true paschal sacrifice, it was important that the law as to the Passover should in him be fulfilled. For 86 on what data, then, did the different evangelists proceed? What had they under notice? Not an original narrative, their dissidence is almost complete. Not a known official practice in Roman crucifixions, for the third gospel treats as an act of mockery what the first and second do not so regard, and the fourth describes the act of limb breaking as done to meet a Jewish demand, which in the synoptic narrative could not arise. Mere breaking of the legs, besides, would be at once a laborious and an inadequate way of making sure that the victims were dead. For 87 the spear thrust would be the natural and the sufficient act, yet only one victim is speared. Only one hypothesis will meet the whole case. The different narratives testify to the existence of a ritual or rituals of crucifixion or quasi-crucifixion, in variants of which there had figured the two procedures of breaking the legs of the victim and giving him a narcotic. Of these procedures neither is understood by the evangelists, though by some of them the latter is partly comprehended, and they accordingly proceed to turn both, in different fashions, to dogmatic account. Their conflict is thus insoluble, and their testimony alike unhistorical. But we find the psychological clue in the hypothesis of a known ritual of a crucified Savior God, who had for universally recognized reasons to appear to suffer as a willing victim. 488 being crucified, that is, hung by the hands or wrists to a tree or post, and supported not by his feet but by a bar between his thighs, he would tend to struggle, unlike the con victim, whose arms were free, chiefly with his legs, and if he were to be prevented from struggling, it would have to be either by breaking the legs or by stupefying him with a drug. The cons, we have seen, used anciently the former horrible method, but learned to use the latter also. Finally, the detail of the spear thrust in the side, bestowed only on the ostensibly divine victim, suggests that in some similar ritual that may have been the mode of ceremonial slaying. We have but to recognize that among some of the more civilized peoples of the Mediterranean similar processes had been sometimes gone through about 2,000 years ago, and we have the conditions which may account for the varying gospel narratives. And if there had occurred in the Mediterranean world such an evolution as we see among the cons and elsewhere, we have in the story of the betrayal by Judas, incredible and unintelligible as the narratives stand, one more item of sacrificial practice. The Pauline phrase, bought with a price, 1 Cor 6:20, ostensibly conveys the meaning of ransomed, and is not applied to Jesus. But the paying of a price to Judas by the high priests would become quite intelligible as one more detail in a mystery drama growing out of a ritual of human sacrifice. Judas, in any case, is presumably only a development from Judeos, a Jew, 489, and the basis of the episode, thus understood, would be the Gentile imputation on the Jews of having sold the Lord as a human sacrifice. And the doctrine put in the mouth of Caiaphas in the fourth Gospel, 11:50-51, is a doctrine of human sacrifice. 4. Vogue of human sacrifice. Given the prima facie fitness of the hypothesis, however, there at once arises the question, what positive evidence have we for the existence in the Mediterranean world of any such man-sacrificing ritual about the beginning of the Christian era? As to the commonness of the practice among savage or primitive peoples, there is no question. It is frequent to this day in parts of Africa, 490, and in the Malay archipelago, 491. It is probably not wholly obsolete in India, 492, and it occurs from time to time in primitive Russia, among ignorant and fanatical peasants. 493 in Polynesia and Maori New Zealand. It was normal in the past century, and among Native Americans it occurred, as a religious usage in wartime, as late as 1837. 494 and the ancient testimonies show the practice at no distant time to have subsisted among nearly all the races then known, especially among the Semites and the barbarians. Despite some allegations to the contrary, human sacrifices were normal among all branches of the Aryan race. 495 Lusitanians, 496 Gauls, 497 and Teutons, 498 alike, at the period of their contact with the Romans, normally sacrificed to their gods captives and prisoners, sometimes by burning, 499 sometimes by hanging, 500 sometimes by crucifying, 501 sometimes by throat-cutting or other letting of blood. 502 of the ancient slaves we have equivalent records. 503 among some tribes of the more easterly Galati 504 and the Massageti 505 and other Scythians 506 similar usages were reported, and while human sacrifices had in the time of Herodotus, by his account, long ceased to be offered in Egypt, 507 the memory of them was, to say the least, sufficiently fresh among the Greeks and Romans. 508 the records of the substitution of a goat for a boy in sacrifice to Dionysos at Potni, 509 and of a hart in substitution for a virgin at Laodicea, 510 the stories of King Athamas, called upon by the Delphic oracle to sacrifice his firstborn son Phrixus, 511 of King Lycaon who sacrificed a child to Zeus, 512 of Aristodemos offering up his child on the call of the oracle when the method of the lot failed, 513 and of Menelaus sacrificing 2 children in Egypt when stayed by contrary winds. 514 tell of a once recognized conception and practice, and those of the sacrificing of 3 Persian boys to Dionysos Omestes at the Battle of Salamis, 515 and of 7 children by the Persians to the god of the underworld when they were entering Greece, 516 are equally significant. Among the Eretrians and Magnesians, again, sacrifices of human firstlings were said to have been anciently offered, 517 in Sparta, in Chios, and in Tenedos, 518 there were similar memories, and the custom was notoriously well established in Thrace. 519 there is reason, too, to infer an act of child sacrifice behind Pausanias's tale of the infant placed in the forefront of an Helene army. 520 anciently, it would seem, human sacrifice of all kinds was common to the Hellene stock, 521 and the attempts of Mr. Gladstone and others to elevate that race by ascribing their unquestioned acts to the influence of their neighbors, merely substitute a confession of weak imitativeness for one of savage proclivity. The sacrificing of children in particular may or may not have spread from the Semites, among whom it was at one time normal, 522 as it was among the pre-Christian Mexicans and Peruvians, 523 and seems to have been till quite recently among the northern Zulus. 524 female infants were frequently put to death among the Arabs before Muhammad, 525 whether or not by way of sacrifice, as they have been in China and elsewhere in Asia in recent times. 526 and they were sacrificed on special grounds in the South Sea Islands 527 before the arrival of the missionaries. Among the North American Indians propitiatory sacrifices of children are known to have occurred in the 19th century. 528 it was among the Semites, in any case, that they were most common in the Mediterranean world. The standing provision in the Hebrew Code, and the stories of Abraham and Isaac and Jephthah's daughter tell of a once regular practice, and the Greek and Latin testimonies as to Carthaginian usage are overwhelming. 529 The association of Carians with Greeks in the sacrifice of the sons of Phans in the Perso-Egyptian War, a rite consummated by the drinking of their blood, mixed with wine and water, suggests the preponderance of Eastern influence, especially as regards the sacramental conception. 530 Such practices gradually became more and more rare among the civilized peoples, and are held to have subsisted latterly in only one or two places in the civilized parts of the Roman Empire, 531, and there are various traces of the gradual process of mitigation. In the Leucadian sacrifice of a man to Apollo by throwing him from a rock into the sea, of which Strabo preserves the memory. 532, the last stage seems to have been one in which not only was the victim a condemned criminal, but attempts were made to ease his fall by attaching to him wings and even birds, while many men waited below, in boats, to rescue him and carry him beyond the boundaries. Such mitigations were likely to be common. 533 But it is on record that only in the time of Hadrian was the annual human sacrifice